the action returns to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where today we are ready to go with round 2 of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series presented by Heusinkveld. Welcome along, everyone. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, evening of racing no matter where you are around the world, and you can catch it all live here exclusively on RaceSpotTV. It's our Junior Kanki party alongside with Cam Roger for the first couple of hours to get us underway, and as the drivers roll themselves around to begin the qualifying session. Cam, it's been a couple of weeks, almost full month or so since we went racing last at the Sebring International Raceway, but the American flair continues as we make our way to the home of Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, it certainly does. Starting the season with 1,000 kilometer race now, 1,000 miles, of course, Road Atlanta. It's going to be a very intriguing one over the course of this race. It's a tight and twisty track, and it's not going to be an easy one just to get to the end with your car in one shape. And yeah, 5 weeks it's been since the previous race, so loads of time to work out the car. And of course, there has been other races at this track in previous weeks as well. So it's definitely a lot of prep time for these teams.
Yeah, some of these drivers, of course, will have been doing many laps around here in preparation for the iRacing Petit Le Mans just a couple of weeks ago. That will carry forward to today, as will some of their preparation to the next round of the championship and the final round in 2023 as well, as we make our way over to Watkins Glen, and then we'll start to make our way off American soil into Lagos, Spa and Fuji to close things out all in 2024. Going to be exciting, of course, with 12 hours to close things out in the land of the rising sun. We mentioned that qualifying has just begun. There are 3 classes in this IVRA Endurance Series powered by Heusinkveld. GT3 broken up into the Pro and its regular GT3 class, and of course the smaller prototypes, the GTPs, will roll out last, but they all get 15 minutes, and Cam, the track to be shared amongst the class to be trying to get the fastest qualifying time on the board.
And that is still not easy. Of course, there's not going to be any traffic as such in terms of slower classes for them, but there's definitely going to be, it's a small track, and there's going to be a lot of games, I would say, for trying to get yourself in a nice bit of clean air. It's a very fast track around here, a lot of blind corners as well, so you definitely want to be not distracted by the drivers ahead of you, especially in that first sector, the run through turn 1 all the way up towards turn 5. That's where you can really gain a lot of time.
Yeah, the traffic as well going to be such an important factor, so we'll see how important qualifying ends up being. But if you're just joining us for the first time in 2023, and the last time you saw hybrids in action on iRacing was the end of 2022, there's some new faces that have joined the fun. It's not just the BMW M Hybrid anymore. The Acura, the Cadillac, and the Porsche have all joined to complete the IMSA GTP roster available on iRacing. And of course, in the GT3 class, we've also seen the addition of the Ferrari 296 GT3 and the new 992 generation Porsche 911. But of course, these are very familiar machines at this point, Cam, to most of the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been around for a long time, have most of these GT3 machineries, but over the years we are getting there, as you say, adding in the newer chassis as they come in. And of course, with the GTPs, the BMW's been out for almost a year now, so the team should be pretty much under control with how that works. But of course, some of the teams will be choosing to go in, or have chosen to go into the other chassis as they have been released in recent months over the summer on iRacing. So it's always good to have a bit of a chassis battle in each of the classes now.
And so with the GT3 cars out in qualifying, let's run you down through how things finished for them at the Sebring International Raceway. It was Orbit Motorsports in their 259 that came out on top at the end of the race. But of course, we do have halfway points. It was United Simsport that led the way halfway through that one. So the 299 scored in 4th position. Still a long way to go in the championship. And those halfway points, Cam, slightly changed from last season. Half points reduced to a 3rd point. They're still very important, as we'll talk about later with some of the other classes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big factor over the course of the season. At the half race distance, we get extra points, and it is a 1/3 of the total points. So, of course, if you win, you get 100 points, but if you get the win at the halfway stage, you get an extra, because it's rounded, 34 points on top of that. So there's 134 points on offer for all of the teams, and you definitely have to be thinking about it through the halfway point of the race, especially if we're only going to be looking at full, flat-out racing, maybe 4 hours, but even a 5-hour race. It's not a lot of time to get to the front in those first couple of hours.
No, definitely not, and Cam does bring it up there. This could be a relatively quick race, even though we've increased the distance from, 1,000 kilometers for Sebring to 1,000 miles. It's just a fast track by nature, and The prototypes will do about 40-50 laps an hour, and the GT3s will find themselves burning through the fuel maybe a bit quicker than you would expect over the course of the run. Let's take a look at how qualifying shakes up right now. It's close at the very front. It's 65 thousandths that split the two BMWs that currently sit 1 and 2, Satellite Racing in their new lighter blue colors. On top with Thomas Fisher on qualifying duties, it's Orion Race Team and Jason Dillon that are just behind them in the order. It's really close margins through the field, at least for now.
And I guess that's something, excuse me, to expect over this track. Is really a bit of a track of two halves. You're mentioning that first sector or so from turn 1 up to turn 5. That's the tight and twisty nature. But then from that, we have a couple of straights really, and you just have to nail a couple of braking zones. So it goes from some fast medium speed corners to the stop-start kind of track. So it's definitely something that they have to balance out in terms of the car, but therefore not many actual corners for you to master, and therefore again the times will be getting very close. So I'm not surprised to see half a second covering the top 10 so far, and as we get over the 15 minutes that they have, I'm sure that's going to get even closer. So
now all of the 14 GT3 cars have times onto the board. It's only Maniti's 278 that realistically is slightly off the pace for now. We've seen a handful of the drivers duck their way down on towards pit lane. Now, they are allowed to do that. They can't take a reset in this session, but they can come on in, get a top off on fuel, get the tires replaced as well, and roll back out onto track and hope to find even more improvement. Here come the 259, the race winners, of course, last time out at the Sebring International Raceway, currently down in the qualifying order in 11th, and with the Bassmaster setting up for yet another lap as he works his way with some traffic not going to help him in through the opening sector.
Yeah, definitely a bit distracting. It's so difficult to look at your apexes at this part. Actually misses the apex just a little bit through turn 3, uses a lot of curb as come into 4, and now through the S's. Oh, a little bit unsure of the steering, chunks the curb as well on the exit of the S's. That is not going to be the fastest way through. It's definitely not the absolute cleanest lap so far by Ethan Bass, but yeah, maybe just settling into the session a little bit.
He's definitely backed out of that one without a shadow of a doubt, and will reset to go once more. There's a lot of cars just gathered around this part of the track right now. You can see out of turn 7, which is tighter than 90 degrees, we do have plenty of the cars setting up. Here's the Archer brothers, Jacob O'Reilly in some clean air. And I think clean air is what I would probably be wanting to find right now. Draft would potentially help you in a straight line, yes, but it's just a gaggle of cars that are working their way in this final sector of the lap. There's a Porsche that slid towards the front, but they're all tripping over each other as they run their way down to the line to begin qualifying laps once more.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be doing this if I was a driver. I definitely like the clean air. Of course, as you say, a bit of draft helps, but this is just distracting for me. I want to be going out there, not having anyone ahead, and you can just 100% focus on your lap. But of course, if everyone goes out when the green flag drops, everyone's going to be close together. Then when they go back into the pits, come out for their second lap, they're still going to be closer together. So sometimes it's better to wait 30 seconds and offset yourself from the rest of the field. And
there's only 14 GT3 cars out right now. When we get to the GT3 Pros, it's going to be even larger of a field. This is Stephen McCaffrey, who in that Mercedes has found, like we were talking about, the clean air that he wants, but I think is right now just conditioning the tires. Seems to be a bit of a slow burn for the time being. Olympus Esports will run to the line. They'll try and find some improvement on 17.9. Couple of tenths off as the temperatures maybe slightly change.
Yeah, they might do, and that's, I guess, a factor to think about, especially by the time we get to the GTPs. I mean, they're not going to be for another half an hour, so track could be a little bit different for them. Of course, they'll be watching and seeing how the drivers are handling different cars, of course, but you just work out the balance and how much grip there is going to be, and the times have just got a little bit closer, especially in the top part of this qualifying session so far. 3 tenths for the top 5, and then another 3 tenths for the next 5 cars as well. There's your track conditions so far. Fairly cool ambient, but 29 on the track's not too bad. And
we are going to see that potentially just drop off slightly as the qualifying session continues as well. Just keep that in mind. Around 1:30, about the optimal highest track conditions you can expect on iRacing. SRN had momentarily improved to 11th. Orbit Motorsports immediately bettered them, but it is Jacob O'Reilly and the Archer brothers 215 that has jumped to the outside of the front row. Orion's 244 and Jason Dillon a chance to try and improve, but you can see on that lap just setting up once more, and seems like plenty of setups laps right now, something that we do tend to see from these GT3 machines, and something that we will watch for as well with the more numerous and larger class once they roll their way out there. That was pretty close for Victor Claesson, was within 0.5 of a second of his fastest lap time.
And that is consistency. It looks like he's going to be going at it again for another lap. Yeah, when you're doing times that close, that really shows you're kind of on the limit of what you're going to be doing. So, but maybe if you can just nail it, another 10th or so might be just in the sights for you. So you've got United Simsport here, Yannick Gigi coming out of the final corner, just ever so slightly slipping that rear, trying to get the traction down in towards this final corner. It's very downhill at that section of track. You really go onto the front. An 18.3. It's going to be for that 299 machine.
But the satellite racing car behind takes advantage of the draft and jumps up even further in the times. Now 1/10 clear of those behind. You've got Talk Freak Racing. John Goodwin has jumped up to 6th as well. There are drivers finding some marginal improvements out there, maybe as the fuel burns off as well. Orion Race Team back down towards the line. And Jason Dillon trying to get back onto the front row. 17.8 his best. It's going to be an 18.3 effectively. He's got to find himself another 0.5 second out on track.
Yeah, I wonder is that a mistake, or is that just like a 99% lap at some point? 0.5 second off your own time is definitely something to consider. So Olympus go up into second place. The 221 machine just under a 10th now to Satellite, starting to put a little bit of pressure as these guys come towards the end. Final couple of laps for their 15-minute session. Archer Brothers go into the pits from 3rd.
And that's Olympus Esports Atlas, who I believe are going to take a tow, and therefore their session will be complete as well. We are in the closing stages here, though, effectively, as of course the session ends at 25 past the top of the hour. Satellite Racing will duck down back on towards the pit lane and potentially get themselves geared up for one final attempt. But Gigi in the United Simsport car once again to the line, but no improvement for him. I always feel that, Cam, in open qualifying sessions like this, you want to be out there at the end. You want to make sure you're out there and fighting, which after taking a tow, Olympus Esports, I thought they wouldn't be able to go back out there, but apparently they're still running.
Yeah, maybe they didn't actually tow at that point. Maybe they just had a couple of, maybe it was a technical issue actually for the driver, just had to pull over, sort something out, maybe hardware related, but they are still out. And as you say, you want to be there at the end of the session, because at the end of the day you need to be fighting for it. Sitting in the garage, you're just a passenger to anyone improving. And there you can see, and they came to a stop on the grass, then just got going again after maybe a bit of a reset. Yeah,
that was a peculiar one, and so that is understanding of the rules and putting any technical issues behind. Goodwin's just rolled off of pit lane, if you're curious, in the Talk Freak Racing car. And so I think there are a handful of drivers that have fresh rubber to attack the end of the session with some aplomb. Not going to be the case for SRN Motorsports, though, who just now have rolled their way down to the lane. Maniti's 278 trying to find some more time, but Eva De Bruyne currently pegged at the back of this GT3 class, not traditionally where we'd expect Maniti to be in their big green machines.
Yeah, definitely not. 7th place in the championship as well after 1,000 kilometers of Sebring. So definitely they've got more pace in this car, as they are showing so far. And also that's quite a way off around this track. I mean, 8/10, we're almost seeing so many teams within a sort of 4/10 of a second up towards the top to be another 4/10 back. That's a really, really big percentage jump around here, and hopefully they can do something in the final couple laps. So Ryan, though, jumped up into 2nd place.
Jason Dillon did it. And within 75 thousandths of a second now of Satellite Racing, it's once again a BMW 1 and 2. Porsche Ferrari 2nd row, and the first and only Mercedes in class. The Paceworks Esports machine 0.5 second off exactly, down on the outskirts of the top 10. And so I think that means we'll see what the race pace looks like, but we're getting a sense for what the qualifying speed looks like. The majority of the field has worked their way into the pit lane because the checkered flag is officially out for the GT3 machines. I'm not sure who got to the line in time. Jacob O'Reilly's heading to pit lane. It does look as though Satellite Racing have done enough, Cam. Pole for the GT3 class.
And there's by a tight margin as well. 1.5 tenths for the top 5 cars. hopefully that translates to the race pace as well, and then we're going to have a really close battle here. Well over 200 laps for them to fight, and if we're seeing less than a tenth of a second per car, then that is going to be really good indeed. So yeah, I think that's just setting us up for a really nice race this afternoon.
And so it will mean that now we get the final drivers ducking down in towards the pit lane. We can take a look at the qualifying results as they stand just with these GT3 drivers, and you can see the margins, half a second between the top 10. It looks quite close, but it's Thomas Fisher that does enough to grab the pole for Satellite Racing. And now these drivers will be intermingled with the GT3 drivers. That will make things quite interesting for them on the start. We'll have to wait and see just where that 1:17.669 ends up stacking up in the combined larger class. The final 4 drivers, you can see them there. SRN Motorsports, Absolute Motorsports, Asalith, and then Orbit and Maniti. It's a big jump down for Ethan Bass and Orbit. They will have a lot of work to do after coming out on top in our previous race at Sebring, but of course that is the unpredictability that sometimes you expect when it comes over to the drivers in the championship. Here's a look though at the GT3 Pro Championship. Now the names are wrong, which is why I started stumbling over my words, so we will talk you through instead the championship situation that we have. It's Pure Sims Esports, winners of the last race, that currently have 125 points, but it's Lease Esports 1 point back from them, Cam, second place at the checkered flag, but they came out on top at the halfway mark with those third points, whatever we want to call them now.
Yes, awesome to be actually to see how this works out. So if you get first into the half race distance, you can still claw back a lot of points, and even if you then finish second to the same team, you're only going to be 1 point behind, which means that half race distance points is still going to be a very big factor, I think, over the course of the season. But then in behind them as well, we've got Maniti in third place in the championship. They're on 95, while BS Plus Turner are on 93 points. So just 2 points separating them for third place as well. So obviously just one race done, but it's still good to see that the points are remaining close, and it looks like the system that we've got here is sort of doing its job.
And as the GT3 Pro machines roll their way out onto track, there are plenty of strong teams, and we'll have so much to talk about in terms of some of those storylines as they get themselves underway. You can see the drivers working their way out onto track again for what is a session just for the class, but they share it with every single driver. And unlike the previous class where we just had 14, we had 26 competitors in the previous round of the championship here. That's going to make for a rather intriguing situation when it comes to traffic.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bigger factor here. We saw already the sort of train that we saw for the guys going out straight away towards the front of the GT3 field. Now we get the GT3 Pros, I say more cars, and therefore if you divide the distance of the track by more cars, you have even less space. So it's definitely going to be a big factor. And when we're going to see some teams as well, as you're mentioning, sort of do an intermediate lap where they go fairly slow just to get the tyres in the working range, that can always add a few more intrigues in there, because technically they are on a hot lap, they're on a timed lap, they're just going a bit slower.
Yeah, you're going to have to do it safely, that is for sure, as they now funnel their way down towards the line to begin their first setup laps, I believe, is effectively what we're going to see. You can see them already going almost 2 and 3 wide, so I think we kind of know what to expect on these opening laps. Probably not going to see too many very fast lap times. There's the Door Academy car, the 123 that I think has just gone past the Simu 5 Porsche as we work through the S's. Conditions pretty similar to what we had with the GT3 class just slightly earlier, of course, so we should expect relatively similar times. But as we mentioned, Cam, looking through the results of the GT3 class, GT3 Pro and GT3 combined together on the starting formation.
Yeah, so definitely an interesting one, that, but then I guess it kind of makes sense, because if you get some guys at the back of the GT3 Pros who just happen to be, half a second lap slower, then they're going to hold up people at the front. So I kind of understand it from that point of view, but also they are fighting, for different points. There's no combination at all in terms of the points. The AMs or the GT3s have their own points system, and then the GT3 Pros have their own points system as well. But when you get this situation where they're effectively sharing the same machinery, no difference in between, then there's certainly going to be a tricky one in the first couple of laps.
Well, let's see if we can grab a look at the corrected point standings just to make sure you get a visual representation. Here's what we were talking about, and Cam, just look at the margins between some of the teams. Yes, 2 cars at the front with a slight breakaway, but then third on back, it's single digits between them.
Yeah, it's got really close margins between these drivers, and you're going to see this flip-flop, I think, quite a lot over the course of the season, because with the half race distance points as well, maybe a caution safety car comes out at the wrong time for someone or the right time for someone else, and maybe then that influences the points as well. So remember, 100 points for the race win at the end, but 34 at half race distance. That is a lot of points. When we're talking about margins of 2, 3, 4 points per team, 34 makes a big difference.
100%. That is the thing that we will be talking about. Look at these margins, though, as the drivers get their first laps onto the board. These are the bankers that effectively we were talking about. You can see the likes of Lease Esports, Guillaume Levesque in that number at 137, 21st for him. Behind Daniel Ferguson in the Pure Sims 116, the two that, of course, did battle at Sebring for the win. Now, these two, if you want a curious storyline, Pure Sims and Lease, two very different teams, but Cam, these two raced together on Tuesday night in a Lease Pure Sims combination livery in the Precision Racing League GT3 series, and now they'll be going up against one another. It's always interesting, some of these storylines that we see.
Yeah, teams often, swap around drivers a little bit. They have, maybe working together in certain championships. But I would assume, looking at the results from the previous race, they must be fighting completely for themselves, which is always a good one. But it's never fun just to have you and your teammate do all the practice and such. So sharing data, sharing information is always a big helping hand.
Yeah, I do wonder what that setup situation is like, because the series they run in is open setup. They both run Mercedes GT3 machines and that as well. Do they say, oh, have you tried tweaking this? Do they avoid trying to talk too much about setups? We'll find out. I guess maybe talk to Ferguson or someone from the Lease Esports camp, Guillaume Levesque or someone else at some point through the race potentially. First time's onto the board, and already we have started to jump in front of that 117.669 that Thomas Fisher laid down in that Satellite Racing GT3 machine. It's Tristan Iglesias in that Simify Esports 133 that currently has provisional pole. It's BS Plus Turner second, Maniti third, Visceral, Impulse, and then Satellite through the rest of the top 6 with Brabham, Hydrace, Geodesic, Kramer, and Paceworks making up the rest of the top 10. But once again, between these drivers, a full second goes back effectively to 20th in class. It is very fine margin in the qualifying session, and they will come back down to pit lane after that one banker lap and after the one flying lap. Cam, this is a very, very intriguing qualifying situation.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be 4-lap runs. So you do your out lap, 2 flying laps, but obviously the first one's a bit slower. Then on your 4th lap, you come back into it and get some new tyres, some new fuel, and go out and do it all again. As you say, you can't press escape on the track. Can't tow back. You have to come back into the pit lane. And as you see, the drivers just very quick turnaround already going out for their second laps, and still plenty of cars on the field. We've seen Delta Sport, they go up into that 8th position as the times get closer and closer. And looking at that time from the GT3s, is going to be about the top 15 already, starting ahead of your GT3 pole driver.
Yeah, so that's going to be an intriguing crossover as we see how many drivers jump their way on forward. ATRS up into 7th, but Satellite find even more speed, and Dallas Pataska goes up to 2nd. Pure Sims and Daniel Ferguson run past on their way into turn 1. They've jumped up to 7th in the 116. The times are starting to come on down, but intriguingly, more cars on track does tend to mean higher track temperatures, and it's only gone up a degree, but that's a 1/10 of a second right there on the track.
And that could be a big factor if that continues to happen. Sometimes banker laps actually get the pole position, because if conditions change or if mistakes happen in the 2nd, 3rd laps of the run, then it's definitely a big factor. It's all going off into the grass there. Got cars on the left trying to get out of the way. Got the Porsche in front, flashing off the headlights. That is not what you want to see on a qualifying lap. I wonder if they just back out of that one.
I would assume so. The Nürburgring Esports 187, Marius Rommelfanger is up to 15th, and that's only 6/10 off of pole. Heusinkveld up to 10th as Jan Sentakowski, who of course is the main driver in that team that we've seen across of the IVRA competitions, including in our GT Sprint Championships, is in a Ferrari 296, half a second again there, as we'll see the Pure Sims 116 dive down onto the lane, and couple other drivers work their way around to the final corner to get another lap underneath their belts. Who's going to find some improvement? Doesn't look as though anyone just yet is going to jump up on the board. We are finding, though, that drivers increasingly are finding more and more clean air around the track, which is important to see as time winds down in this qualifying session.
Yeah, as the session goes on, the variables sort of work their way, and everyone isn't just following each other. Someone will be in the pit lane for 10 seconds, some will be there for 20 seconds, etc. And then the gaps just start to open up. And as we were mentioning in the previous session, you definitely want to find some clear airs. Ty Simmons comes out of the final corners. They're definitely going a little bit slow, though, with a 2:14. I wonder if that's another preparation lap, though, doing 2 slow laps in a row. Interesting.
Yeah, that does. Well, maybe he's just come out of pit lane, and this is effectively the slow banker lap that he will do as well. Sentikowski brings in the Heusinkveld 148, the Impulse 157. Raymond Scheffer's behind the wheel, has run to the line, and he's going to start another flying lap in his Ferrari 296. If you're curious how the manufacturers have shaken up in this Pro class relative to the GT3 class, well, we had domination from BMWs. BMW's still up towards the front in GT3 Pro, but Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, all in that top 10. The BOP rather, is hard at work.
I'd say so. It looks fairly decent so far. Maybe the Ferrari teams will be wanting just a little bit more, but you never know. When it comes down to drivers as well, there's always going to be a couple of tenths here and there with driver performance and stuff like that. It's always a very difficult one to get on top of, but it does look pretty decent so far. And of course, you never know if those cars will therefore be better in the race, because maybe they're slightly slower in qualifying if they don't work their tyres so hard and things like that. It's definitely loads of different factors to sort out. As Maniti here doing a little bit better in the Pro class compared to the normal GT3s.
That's interesting on the rise up to turn 3. Downshifted from 5th to 4th just to slow the car initially, and then over the top of the crest just slams it back down into gear as they power down. Through turn 5, a little bit more tentative over the curves, but Luca Wunsch, you can see that it's all just about managing the momentum of the car. Hasn't overly been pushing too hard. Turn 6 is cambered in. You always think you can carry in a bit more speed, and you want to try and be confident to straddle the curb on the outside of turn 7, try and break in a straight line, and then launch yourself off of this crucial corner onto the back straightaway. BS Turner have just launched themselves up to the very front. It's Keika Shube in the 189 that's immediately pipped by Tristan Iglesias. 0.06 of a second between the two of them. But Luca Wunsch diving down into the final corner. A Porsche car pulls to the side to let him a clear run into that crucial chicane, and now his target's set nice and tidy. Hits his marks through both sides of the corner. No worries about the incident limit for the 178, and a real dive down out of the final corner and running to the line. The 178 will find its way into the 116s and find its way to pole.
What a lap by those top 3 drivers, all within the space of about 30 seconds, going half a tenth of a second, just separating all of them. Awesome closeness that we're seeing here in this qualifying session. And interesting that BS Turner and Simify, their times are so close together. Simify must have been following BS Turner, as we've seen Least there jump up into the top 4 as well.
That's a good question, actually. Here's the Simify car, and there's the BS Turner car. So yeah, they're relatively close together on track, as Pure Sims have jumped up to 4th, and Daniel Ferguson just finds more and more time. I did see a question in the chat. Yes, this is indeed a affiliation between BS Competition and Turner Motorsports. They ran this Sebring livery, as they have dubbed it, in 2021 and in 2023 in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge in a BMW M4 GT4 machine. But this is a car that does have some real-world pedigree in it as well. Norby Kish is going to be driving in that as well. We'll talk more about that when he jumps in. The green and gold of Brabham Esports. Stephen McDonald just up to 4th in the 150.
Nice. Their times definitely keep on coming in. More improvements from loads of these teams, which is really good to see. And this Brabham car obviously did have the best start of the season. 23rd in the championship. They're the final the team to get points. There's 3 of them below with 0 points on offer. But yeah, not a great first race of the season, but coming out swinging top 4 already as Maniti jump up into the top 6 with their other car.
Yeah, just seeing the improvements in times as we're getting close to seeing the final laps begin, and now 22 GT3 Pro machines all in front of the GT3 pole position time. And so it's only Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, Echelon Simsport, Fury Simsport, and the Orion Race Team GT3 Pro machines that find themselves with potential to be stuck behind some GT3 cars on the start. Here is the Orion Race Team 144. And Akira Iwata is still trying to find some improvement. Delta Sport finds some speed. Satellite finds some improvement as well. Currently a quarter of a second splits the front 3 rows in the class.
That's awesome. Even just a few hundredths back, you can even include the top 8 just outside of that as well. Incredibly close times as we were expecting. And I wonder just how important these qualifying positions are going to be. Of course, all of these drivers are fast enough. They won't have any of the GT3 drivers. Oh, huge slide there at the exit of turn 5, Satellite in the wall.
And that's going to mean for Dallas Pataska, session surely done, because even if he can bring that car to the lane, there surely is not enough time for them to repair that car and to get it out again for another out lap, banker lap, and flying lap. That's the, of course, situation you're trying to set up, and he's going to pull to the side, and I think that car may even have steering damage. That is done for a 164 off the pole position for the GT3 machine. It won't be repeated by the GT3 Pro car. Here is Beckham Jasir in the Visceral Esports car. At one point, this machine was 4th in the qualifying order, but how quickly things can change. Beckham Jasir trying to find some improvements in the Porsche that rides its way into the final sector.
There's Ty Simon in the 158 in behind, just making an improvement to go up there as well. But what can Jasir do? One final chicane pretty much to go. Of course, the final corner is there, but it's pretty much just a kink. 10A, 10B, all completed. Get on the power and just hope that you've got enough momentum coming downhill. Try and find the best line, the shortest line if possible, coming through that kink and across the lines to 17-1. That is going to be an improvement up into 7th place.
And it's 2 spots, 2 crucial spots potentially. We have less than a minute left in the session, which means we're about to see drivers start what will be their final attempts. Here comes the RaceR Esports team. Miguel Almeida starts another lap for the 103. That's not going to be an improvement though for him. Keika Shube brings the BS Turner into pit lane, so that's the session done for them officially. They will start no higher than 3rd spot. The Nürburgring Esports Schwaudenkraut's number 187 will start no better than 20th spot as it pulls to the side of the track. But as we wait for the checkered flag to fly for the GT3 Pro machines, it's now with anticipation, not just to see who improves in the closing stages here, but prototypes up next.
And that is going to be another intriguing one as well. Of course, the lap times are going to get about 10 seconds or so a lap faster, a lot more downforce, a lot more power in those machineries. But of course, the GT3 Pros with the drivers just finishing their final laps of the session. Is Lisa across the line? Is there going to be an improvement? 17-1 so far. Yes, by 100th of a second. Slight improvement. Actually goes up a couple of places with that.
2 spots gained by 100th of a second. That shows the margin that we're dealing with in this qualifying session. I am not seeing too many other drivers tracking for improvements. Having said that, here comes Impulse, Raymond Sheffers. Oh, that's a crucial 10th and a half or so. That will jump him up inside of your top 10. Here's Daniel Ferguson though. Can he better Pure Sims' start from outside of row 3? Currently 9 thousandths of a second will not be enough to jump in front of Dallas Pataska. Oh, these are cruel margins for some drivers in the session. Still some more drivers to finish up though.
Or a bit of slide to the line. Not quite an improvement there for Lucas Lang in the 120 machine. But yes, so many drivers in that sort of 17-1, 17-0, 17-1 part of the track, part of the timings. Definitely such a close session here at Road Atlanta, which is exactly what we've hoped for. So I think it's really going to be opening up to an awesome race as the GTPs get in line and get ready for their 15-minute session in just a few seconds' time.
It's not a bad sight, is it? You've got the BMW that at the very front of the shot. I see the Cadillac of the ATRS esports team poking out from a bit of a bread sandwich in terms of the Maniti surrounding it. But yeah, they are ready to go. They are ready to rumble. Let's show you, though, the provisional qualifying results for your GT3 Pro. Now, I say provisional only because there may be things that race control look at. It's not going to affect how they'll line up at the start, but we may have to talk about some race control decisions in the first couple of laps of the race itself. So Luca Wunsch for the Maniti Racing 178 will bring them to the green. He'll be alongside Tristan Iglesias as Porsche lock out the front row in that 992 generation GT3 machine. It's Kei Kashube in the BS Turner car alongside Stephen McDonald for Brabham Esports' Ferrari, while Dallas Pataska, yes, a late drama in qualifying for him with a slam into the wall, but no such effect on the qualifying result. Still fifth for him alongside Daniel Ferguson for Pearson's, the first of the Mercedes. It'll be Guillaume Levesque for Lease, and then Visceral, Maniti, and Impulse, the rest of your top 10. And what a bumper class that we have. 26 cars and half a second between the top 13 or so of them. It's Paceworks and Delta Sport 11th and 12th, with Hydrarace Geodesic and Dory Sports Academy 13th and 14th. The ATRS Esports team and RaceR Esports, Team Heusinkveld, Delta V, Kramer Racing, and Deutsche Payments teams will make up the rest of your top 20, and then still only about a second or so that splits the rest of the cars. Fury SimSport, German Sim Racing, SimCity Racing, the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward team, and of course Echelon SimSport and the Orion Race Team BMW. So 26 GT3 Pros to add to the 14 GT3 machines means 40 GT3 cars to be passed on track. That's not going to be chaotic at all, but as the prototypes go out for qualifying, it's a very similar situation to the GT3 Pros in the championship, where 1 point split Movano and Hydrarace, given how the halfway points have worked, Cam.
Yeah, that is awesome to see that in both categories, the GT3 Pros and the GTPs. It was the same situation with first and second, and then second and first, which leaves just a 1 point gap between those two at the top, and still some pretty close gaps in behind as well. Interesting to know that they've already got 21 points to ATRS in third place. It's a bit of a jump already, just showing you how dominant they were in that first race. But can they continue that? Can they improve their gap by the end of this race? We'll certainly have to find out. It's not going to be an easy one.
Not by any means. The ATRS team did finish third at the end of the race, but not third come the halfway mark of the race. So that's maybe something just to keep in mind. We still have to come up with a better way to call it. They are still halfway points. Yes, they are awarded halfway through, but that's slightly misleading in that it might lead some to believe that it's half points when it's 1/3 points, but half third points don't sound very good. So we'll workshop that, Cam, as we work through the course of the race, but prototype qualifying going to be very different to what we have with the GT3 Pro machines. This is just pedal to the metal, straight from the off.
Absolutely, just got to go flat out, get your car into the right racing lines. You're going to see just visually, you'll be able to notice straight away how much faster these cars are. I said it's going to be about 10 seconds a lap, but with the lack of corners around here, it's pretty much, a second a corner. At that point, they are so much faster, and also on the straightaways as well, they will gain a lot of top speed. When we get into the race, it's going to be very, very intriguing indeed, because if you divide the amount of cars by the amount of GT3 cars by the distance, that's one pretty much every 100 meters for about a 4 to 6 hour race.
This is the thing, right? We do have safety cars for those new to the IVRA Endurance Series, so safety cars will bunch the fields back up and mean some separation, yes, will form, but if we get a decently long green flag period, you better believe that traffic's going to be relentless, and there are not as many GTP cars as there are GT3s. They are very much potentially going to be bullied at various parts of the track, including this S's, where even though the GT3s carry so much less speed than the GTP machines, just the fact that they have strength and safety in numbers will play a part. We are seeing big separations, I think, right now in these first couple of laps of the qualifying session. Nicholas Bowe is going to be the first one to come across the line once again to get a time onto the board, but I feel like right now this is just in search of clean air, Cam. This is not really representative of the times we're going to see.
Yeah, it's definitely just getting comfortable with the conditions with the car. Of course, they've sat around for the 2 sessions previous, so they've been cold for about half an hour, maybe a bit more, 45 minutes, so they need to get back into the rhythm, and especially with how fast these cars are, it takes a lap just to warm up to that one. Here's Nicholas Bowe, though, across the line, a 7.2. That's a little bit more like it, so that looks like the times that we're going to be seeing, but Maniti, a 6.1, a second quicker than the pair. And
Valorous, then 0.4 quicker, so 1 by 1 times Trundle down. There's Pearsons, who have gone up to the top in there. Acura ARX, Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward up to third, Orion and Yao Vaz up to fourth. I get the sense we are only going to see the times improve from here. Let's grab a look, though, at some replays, because already drama in the session and before representative times were laid onto the board, and this is the Delatraz automotive car, just finding out how bumpy the curbs can be, and their GTP machine slams its way into the wall.
We're going to have to get into a bit of a rhythm around here, get into the groove as such, and if you just go slightly off it, you miss the apex, you chunk a curb a little bit too much, it really sets you up badly. And oh God, that wasn't by much, but just enough to get that rear wheel off into the gravel as well, just pulls the car, bumps the car around, and unfortunately got into the walls. ACRS as well, have a huge spin there coming through turn 4.
That's Austin Young in the black and gold for Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, and I'm not sure if there's lasting damage, but again, you can't reset. You've got to drive your way back to the pit lane, and so that's now the challenge for Young, who's going to have to try and find some speed. 14th for him. The Delatraz automotive car, the only one not on the left side of your screen in the 16 GTP class. Pearson's now 3rd. BS Competition have gone up to pole provisionally. Satellite Racing's GTP machine slides up into 2nd on the outside of the front row, but currently Nicholas Bowe, the trendsetter right now, as Marcus Hamilton is slowly building up speed in that Acura. Satellite now 2nd and 3rd. This is not as close of a session as any of the GT3 classes were, and it's maybe a surprise to me.
Yeah, I think surely in the final 9.5 minutes is going to get even closer. Maybe some teams just, as I said, need that extra couple of laps to get back into it. Certainly a bit of an interesting one that hasn't been so close, but they're also to get within a couple of tenths of each other, a couple of tenths of pole position is very difficult. And if you get some of these drivers nailing the laps, a 5-1, we did see someone get into the 1.4s in the practice session though before the qualifying session, so there is still a few more tenths out there. I don't think these are the fastest times we're going to see yet.
This is the 2nd Satellite Racing car to have put the time onto the board, but a slightly faster time. You'll note Satellite Racing have made it nice and easy for us to differentiate the cars. This is the traditional Satellite Racing colors. These are the newer Satellite Racing colors as the 67 carves its way down to the line. It's a 105.496, so no improvement for Max Muir, but still finding some more speed as cars rolling down the pit lane. Daniel Croft in that Pure Sims car gets a fresh set of boots onto his car. And I tell you what, Cy100 did find some improvement, now within 53 thousandths of Nicholas Bowe's pole position time. That 89 is already back on the hunt and finding some speed in the middle sector.
Oh, that's a little bit awkward for BS coming in towards turn 6. Definitely a bit of a distraction, if anything else, for Nicholas Bowe. And now onto the back straight. A couple of slower cars up ahead. There might be some draft, but also hopefully they get out of the way before we get towards turn 10. Of course, the back straight is effectively a couple of corners, turn 8, turn 9, but easily 100% flat out in every car that you're going to be driving around here and in towards the final chicane. Just got to nail it now. Just look at your delta and pray that you've got it right. It's not the nicest feeling if you make a mistake into that chicane, because you just lose the time all the way. It's a long run up towards the line, out to the final kink it's going to be, and it is a 4, it's a 4.9. That's going to be pole position. And
that was with traffic on this lap as well. That is remarkable, the focus from Nicholas Bowe, but it does, I think, bode and indicate that we are going to see the times potentially tumble as the rest of the drivers roll their way around in the final stage of the session. Here's the 64 and Cy100 back down onto pit lane. A fresh set of boots and potentially a recharge of the energy, really what's going on here. The dump of hybrid power that you have on the fast laps then has to be countered by a slightly slower lap to bring it back up. Here's the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward machine. They have changed up the colors since the start of the season, as that is a car in the wall. Niels van Handel has had a huge incident out of turn number 5.
Yeah, saw some dust going up there just in the foreground of shot. Thought someone went off, and that must have been a huge hit to the right-hand side barrier you're going to see on the exit of turn 5. Is this going to be a slide on the rear? Is that going to be a big choke? Already on the entry, touching the entry curb, and that was going and sliding for quite a way, managing just about to get off the track.
So let's jump on board, and this is the speed that they carry in through the S's, and this is a great camera perspective. It's on the bounce off of the curb on the entry into turn 5 that things go wrong in the Trek Esports machine and the BMW M Hybrid V8, and unfortunately that front bumper being dragged along for a handful of meters before it detached itself from the car. So 6.5 minutes to go in the session itself, but qualifying for these drivers I think is probably in its final 5 minutes or so, given that we are expected to see the checkered flag fly I believe, at 1 minute before the top of the hour. So, pressure starts to build, qualifying nerves. Where would you like to be, Cam? You're a team manager, you're a driver as well. As pure sims get checked up, would you want to be in the pit wall or behind the wheel of the car?
Up behind the wheel of the car. Definitely got to be out there on the track trying to defend, but defense is for the race, and in that qualifying session I think that Satellite 67 might be getting a penalty for that one. Huge check up there. We do have a couple of things coming in, one from the GT3 Pro, an incident between the 113 and the 144, and now the 11 and the 46 under investigation too.
Yeah, I'm expecting there to be some other things as well. We'll have a few minutes between the race going green and the qualifying session coming to a close, so we'll be able to talk about some of those things. Here's Dennis Wolf in that Geeks Energy car to the line. Doesn't find any improvement as he sets himself up for another flyer, but Daniel Croft straight back down to pit lane. He's going to be feeling pretty frustrated at this driver, Max Muir, who's out of the final corner, setting up for another flyer and getting himself out on track, and already seems to have bailed from it as well to let another driver slide on through. So seemingly a lot more intrigue in this qualifying session than what we've seen before. Haven't talked too much about the different GTP machines that we have in the field today, but all four of the manufacturers in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship represented here as well. BMW, Cadillac, Acura and Porsche all running inside those front four rows.
But look at the time difference compared to the GT3 Pros. I mean, it's half a second between first and third. That is pretty crazy, although the times in behind, another tenth of a second separate the next 5 cars. So there is some close margins out there to be had, but up towards the front, definitely some speed coming in from that BS competition car. Interestingly, the next BMW is down in 14th place, so definitely the team just getting on top of that one as some more times come in for these drivers towards the end of the session. They've got enough time for another couple of laps. Here's Maniti, the number 1 machine across the line, must be starting their next lap.
Yeah, they're all just setting things up right now. I think the thing that also differentiates maybe GTPs from GT3s is both cars require high levels of commitment around this track, but we rode around with Ian Changuven at the start of the iRacing Petit Le Mans for a bit of a track guide, and the level of commitment in these GTP cars is remarkable, and it's why when things go wrong, they usually go wrong in pretty high-speed, dramatic ways. And for Delatraus Automotive, just straddling the curb on the outside of turn 1, that's a high-speed impact in through the rear as well, losing the back-end bodywork on their car.
Couple of incidents for that car, just showing you how easy it is to make a mistake around here, especially through turn 1 there, because you're so committed. You see they use that little bit of extra tarmac, you get in, you try and get back to flat out as fast as you can, but if you just go slightly wide on the entry, it's difficult. You're committed with your speed, you can't just really turn anymore. The car's just going to understeer. You really have to set it up and think, you know, a couple of 100 meters further ahead is here's João Vaz coming into that very same corner. You're going to see just how wide they go towards the curb before we get it back to the middle of the track to open it up for this very important turn 3 chicane. Yeah,
this is a track that does require a lot of switch on and switch off when it comes to qualifying and race modes. Maniti's number 17 has just jumped up into the top 5, but yeah, these are bigger margins than I think we were necessarily expecting to see when the session got underway. It's the Nürburgring Esports at number 87 that runs its way to the line. One of the handful of Porsches beats the Orion race team to the inside of row number 6, at least momentarily, but one by one, still waiting to see who's going to find more improvement. Austin Young has put that incident behind him at the opening stages and now rises to 3rd. What a fight back from the 62.
Yeah, good time there, just making up a few places, but look how those times are in behind as well. Just half a second, half a tenth here and there, and you are going to be jumping up a few places. So there's certainly something for the other drivers out there to do as they're coming on pretty much to their final laps of the race now. Inside the final couple of minutes, João Vaz goes up inside the top 10, and here's Naz there, but he's going to be coming in, won't have enough time to set another lap.
Now that's going to be his session done in that number 1 machine, befitting, of course, of our defending champions. Both Maniti machines come in as Satellite 67 will jump up to 3rd, makes it again Satellite 2 and 3, but Nicholas Bowe to the line. It's no improvement this time by. He's setting up to make a bit of a statement. One final flyer to close out the session already with provisional pole in his hands.
Only driver into the 1 minute 4s, looking very, very good so far. and yeah, maybe just another flyer to come in before the end of this session, just to put it, absolutely to bed for the other drivers. But of course, still a few teams coming in for their final laps. Daniel Kraft in that 7 machine out of the final chicane for Pure Sims. Can he find any improvements himself up towards the line? Final lap it is going to be, unless he's got enough battery for another push lap. It's going to be a 5.3. That should be just a bit of an improvement up the field as well. Yeah, up a couple of places into top 5.
That's going to be Galvaz onto the pit lane, but I think Nicholas Bowe's got on the memo that Daniel Kraft has not improved on that lap and has backed out of it and allowed 67 to run unperturbed to the line, where I think Max Muir might just have enough time to get to the checkered flag with a full battery as well. So one more flyer, or nope, down to pit lane. Just a final practice attempt at what is a tricky pit entry. Who else will have improvements in these closing stages then? Who's got the battery, the equipment underneath them? Not necessarily sure, but Dennis Robin Wolf up to 8th in the number 11. Not sure he'll have enough time to go around once again. Delta V up to 13th position, but there are only like 3 cars left on track at this point. It's Valorous Motorsports that run their way down to the line. Dane Baird will be watching on with intrigue. It's almost 0.2 of an improvement, and from 6th up to 3rd they go, splitting up the Satellite Racing pair.
That's a nice one. Satellite therefore will be starting back to front on the outside of the track. Daniel Kraft comes to a stop to finish his session. Top 6 is going to be for them in the end, as I think pretty much all of the drivers are finishing their session. So yeah, not quite as close as we thought, at least for the pole position, but in behind, inside that top 10, they are just 100th separating the cars. So it looks like BS have a bit of an advantage, but how will that translate to race pace?
Still have one car, I think, that will get a chance to set something in the dying embers of the session as Valorous run their way down this back straightaway. Now there are 4 different incidents under investigation from qualifying, it would seem. 1 of them in the GT3 Pro class, 3 of them in this prototype class. So race control will work quickly and adjudicate where they can, and we'll get you an update when we can at the start of the race, which is only about 15 or so minutes away. Sounded like a bit of a misfire out of the final corner, but finds another 1/10 of a second, and it's going to be enough. No, it's not. It doesn't count in the end, I believe. Valorous Motorsport had done enough to jump up to 2nd in class, but it doesn't count at the end.
That's a shame, maybe an off-track or something like that going for them on that lap. But starting 3rd is still a very good place, and that was a fast couple of laps at the end from that team. But yeah, unfortunately just finishing in that 3rd place to round out a pretty exciting qualifying session, actually. And the fact that we've seen a few incidents being under review definitely shows that the drivers and the teams are really starting to push as we get towards the race.
Look at that. Instantly it changes conditions quite drastically as we flip on forward into the warm-up session, and so now the drivers get to flip the switch from qualifying to race mode. That's always important, to be able to change gears. Here's a look at the results. Maybe not as close in the margins as we were expecting, but we know that when traffic starts to play its part, who knows what will happen. But Nicholas Bowe has been very strong here over the course of iRacing Petit Le Mans, the BMW M Sim Cup, and he'll roll from the front in this 1,000 miles of road Atlanta. Syandra will be alongside for Satellite Racing, while Valorous Motorsport split the 2nd Satellite Racing car from its teammate. Austin Young in the Hydro Race Geodesic car able to put the spin at the start of the session behind him, back up to 5th, and just in front of Pure Sims, Maniti, Geeks Energy fiercely forward, Movano and Maniti, the rest of your top 10. It's Yalvaz for Orion, Deutsche Payment Esports, Delta V Racing, the ATRS Academy, Delatraz Automotive, and Trek Esports teams that round out the 16 GTPs. And of course, after the big smash into the wall for Trek and a couple of minor dramas for Delatraz Automotive, no real representative lap times across the board for the 2 of them. As I was mentioning, Cam, this is an important one. The warm-up session allows the drivers to flip the gears between qualifying and race mode.
Yeah, and the fact that it goes straight into darkness, as you say, gives a completely different perspective of the car and the conditions, and certainly that's going to be a big factor for the drivers who will be starting these machines going back up to full tanks of fuel. And it's a slightly different way of driving, different way of attacking the curbs around here as well. So definitely the warm-up session is crucial to get those final sort of confidence boosts before we get to the start of the race.
Everyone's favorite 3 letters when it comes to endurance racing. Balance of performance, BOP. If you're curious what that's looking like today, well, in the GTP class, the Acura and the BMW, as well as the Cadillac, all get weight hit. Acura gets 9 kilograms, the BMW 18, the Cadillac 8 kilos. The Acura and the Porsche both get slightly hit in fuel capacity, but when it comes over in the GT3 category, it's weight for BMW, Ferrari, and Mercedes. It's only the Porsche that is left untouched, and with no real shifts that the drivers are having to contend with. This is also a chance, Cam, for the drivers to once again not just get into race mode, but get into traffic management mode, as every single car is effectively out there right now and experiencing not just the conditions, but the traffic as well.
Yeah, you're right. And already Nicholas Bowe for BS Competition, he's done a 6.0. So that is already over a second off the qualifying times. There's of course a bit of fuel in that car, but also the traffic, and you can easily see with the yellow headlights of the GT3s, they're going to stick out like a sore thumb compared to the almost like the flying wasps as you'll see with the GTPs. They go all over the road trying to find a space to get through the traffic, and it's certainly something that they'll need to manage. We already mentioned there's only going to be an average of 100 meters per GT3 machine, and therefore every single corner pretty much the GTP is going to have to do something.
Some nice shots of the cars flying their way through turn number 1. This, I think, is where the trouble with traffic starts. It's really most treacherous through turn 1 to turn 5 because of the just different levels of speed that the prototypes and the GT3s will carry. But of course, that's where the drivers all get to manage it. If you're wondering where to follow along with live timing and scoring, you can head on over to timing.RaceSpotTV. It's your home for not just the timing and scoring itself, but the spotter's guide as well, if you're trying to pick apart the various different drivers that will be rolling around the track. Now, once we actually go racing, we are going to be slightly fast-forwarded once more in time to the beginning of the morning. So it's not going to be this dark 7:40 virtual standard time, but it is going to be increasing track conditions and track temperatures in the first hours of the race, which can means you've got to have dialed in your setup to be workable across a variety of conditions.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. It goes back down to way, early in the morning. That's always an interesting one. Normally, starting at lunchtime, going in towards the evening, it's going to be the other way around. So the track's going to be getting hotter and hotter as the race progresses, rather than cooler. So that's certainly going to, change around just a little bit. We are at 7:34, so the sun just about to come up. 18 degrees track temperature. So that's already 12 less than what we had in that qualifying session. So the balance is going to be quite a bit different compared to that. So definitely something for the drivers to note, and that is why this warm-up session, as we're saying, is so important for you to be able to get up to speed with how the car is going to be feeling. Even though, as ever, it is an endurance race and you want to get to the end, the first sort of half an hour or so is so crucial when the cars are so close together.
It's that first cycle of traffic as well where we often see the most drama, but also the most separation. But again, we have safety cars that will come into play, and the fact that they are an ever-present threat will always make things quite interesting. I still remember 4 hours of Phillip Island, the inaugural IVRA Endurance Series. Maybe it was the second IVRA Endurance Series at this point, given how long it has been. Chaos. Road Atlanta is a track, though, that plenty of drivers will know how to manage traffic, but knowing how to manage traffic and actually managing traffic are two very, very different propositions, I found.
Yeah, there's sort of like this flow as such of the GT3s, and you have to get into that flow. If you're too close to the cars every time you get to the corner and you're always sort of being held up, then that is actually sort of an issue with the driving. Is you're sort of pushing at the wrong points. You have to sometimes back off a little bit so you're not too close to then get the run on the exit of the corner, and being able to judge that and feel when you are too close or when you are too far behind, that sort of thing. That is always definitely a big factor. So sometimes diving it down the inside into every corner isn't actually the best way of going through the traffic. Of course, it depends on the situation, but sometimes you just have to judge it correctly. And it's actually quite interesting seeing some of the drivers who jump over from multi-class or single class into multi-class. You can struggle initially. The experience is definitely a big thing in racing like this.
And it's where as well, I think sometimes the GT3 Pro machines might have different expectations of traffic to what the GT3 machines will have, just because there is maybe a little bit more speed in the GT3 Pros versus the GT3s, and so that sometimes can cause its own little peculiarities as well. Golf master extraordinaire Cam Roger, did you know that there are some fantastic golf courses around this region? But ultimately, this little track has become such a crown jewel in the world of motorsports. It's crazy to think that opened in 1970, but it wasn't until the late 1990s when Petit Le Mans very much focused attention here that the eyes of the world were focused on what a great track this truly is.
It's a crown jewel for me. It's genuinely one of my favourite circuits out there to drive. It's such a blast, such a high-speed track, and it's in a beautiful part of the world, as you say, in Georgia. So it's just a perfect setting, really, and the fact that we get to come here every year for these big events is really good. Of course, with Petit Le Mans, and then coming into leagues like this, IVRA continuing to use this track, it's going to be a lot of fun over the course of this, probably 5-hour race.
It's an unknown race length because the safety cars could very well play their part on out. But let's run you down through the starting grid. Let's not forget that the GT3 machines are going to be combined on the starting grid, but we will show them to you separately by virtue of how they are timed and scored. Here's a look, though, at the GTPs to begin, where, well, Nicholas Beau is ready to rumble. It's potentially the home of Nicholas Beau, the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. He's been so quick here. Will be alongside Syandra on that front row. Valorous Motorsports and Satellite Racing share row 2 with the Hydrace Geodesic Racing Team and Pure Sims lining up behind them on row number 3. We've got a nice mix of the GTP machines up towards the front, but it's the first Porsche in 7th for Philip Schiff with Dennis Robin Wolf alongside for Geeks Energy fiercely forward. Movano back in 9th. Marcus Hamilton has some work to do, as does the defending champions number 1 Maxime Naz in the Maniti Racing Porsche, almost 8/10 off the pace. Yao Vaz and Kevin Crosney for Orion Race Team and Deutsche Payment Esports share row number 6, while rounding out the GTP fields, Delta V Racing, ATRS Academy, Delatraz Automotive, and then the Trek Esports teams. Those final 2 cars not really getting to set in representative times. In the GT3 Pros, well, front 3 split by just 53 thousandths of a second, but it's Luca Wunsch that's quickest of them all, while Tristan Iglesias also puts a Porsche onto the front row for Simufy. It's Keika Shube for the BS Turner that will line up alongside Stephen McDonald for Brabham Esports. Dallas Pataska and then Daniel Ferguson share row number 3 for Satellite Racing and Pure Sims, while Guillaume Levesque and Lease Esports in their 137 alongside Beckham Jasir in the Visceral 196. It's Maniti and Impulse that round out the top 10 with Paceworks inside of Delta Sport on row number 6. 13th goes the way of Miguel Vigo, hoping to not be cursed in the Hydrace Geodesic Racing 162. The Door Esports Academy car in a Mercedes is alongside. ATRS Esports and RaceR Esports 15th and 16th with Jansen Tukowski for Team Heusinkveld and Dorian DeLang in the Delta V at 119 sharing row number 9. Through the top 20 for Kramer Racing Esports and Deutsche Payment Esports with Fury Sim Sports, German Sim Racing, SimCity Racing, and Geeks Energy fiercely forward through the top 24. It's just Echelon and Orion Race Team at the back of the field, though, and a couple of those drivers intermingled with the GT3s. Fastest of them all, Thomas Fisher with a 1:17.669, with Jason Dillon just about 75 thousandths off the pace in the Orion Race Team 2:44. Olympus Esports, Archer Brothers, then 3rd and 4th in class with Zekarol and Prestanda Nomad, 5th and 6th positions in class. Talk Freak Racing, United Sim Sports, Rusty Spatulas and Paceworks the rest of the top 10, with half a second exactly splitting them. SRN Motorsports, Absolute Motorsports, and then the Orbit and Maniti crews make up the rest of the starting grid as we roll our way around for the full flying formation lap and drivers build up some temperature into their tires. Final moments of nerves for the drivers. Cam, how are you feeling about what lies in store?
I'm feeling excited, to be honest. Over the course of this race, we're going to see a lot of traffic management. Of course, strategy is going to be a factor. We're probably going to see a few safety cars as well, and a lot of action to come with that. So I'm definitely excited to see. There's so many GT3s out on the track as well, about 40. It's going to be very difficult for these GTPs to manage, but let's hope that they can do so rather nicely indeed, because when you get into a flow around this track, it really is one of the best on the calendar. So round 2 of the IVRA Endurance season, really looking forward to this one.
And we've got 2 danger zones effectively when it comes to those safety cars, right? The initial start itself, just with the malaise of action that we are expected to see, but also that first cycle through of traffic, we mentioned it. It's when the cars are the most bunched up, Cam. It's when they are expected to be their most physical and most aggressive as well, and potentially 40 GT3s, 16 GTPs. maybe strengthen numbers for the defense for the GT3 machines.
Yeah, look out for some big gaps to open up in the GTP field by the time we get to those GT3s. If you get stuck behind a train of 4 or 5 cars for a few corners, then that's literally going to be seconds in between the GTP field. So it's actually a benefit to be up towards the front of the GTPs. You want to be the first ones to hit there. So look for some interesting overtakes on these first 5 laps while we still have clean air for the GTPs.
Don't forget you can follow along with timing and scoring by heading to timing.RaceSpotTV, but it's with the pace car that drops off and away and hopefully not to be seen for quite a while that the field is left in control of a BS competition, and we're ready to go for the second round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series presented by Heusinkveld. It's green flag in the air and it's BS competition that gets us going. Nice jump for them. Valorous Motorsports battle with Satellite Racing for a moment as we run our way up in through turn number 1, but maximum commitment. Every car gets through that opening corner safely, and the GT3s are unleashed as well. Maniti and Simufy, the Porsches on the front row, will lead the field up in towards turn number 1 as GTP single file down in through the S's and now running up into turn number 5. A tidy start seemingly through both the classes so far.
And that is awesome. See, look at all those GT3s coming in towards turn 3, side by side. They continue. That's an awesome shot to see just how many cars, of course, both classes, as we mentioned, they sort of combine together as well. So there's going to be some GT3s trying to get as many GT3 Pros in between them and their rivals as possible. So BS Turner to the outside. That might be second place. Yes, it is on the exit of turn 5.
I don't think Simufy will be too concerned. Fuel saving is going to be so important. We saw it in the iRacing Petit Le Mans. You may be saving 2 or 3 laps a stint rather than just the 1. Maybe even more aggressive than that. Out of turn 7 come the GT3s. There's already a bit of an advantage at the very front of the field, but down out of that first corner and to the line comes the BS competition car to lead them at the end of lap number 1. We've already got some dramas though through the field. Trek Esports have run wide down through the final corner. They're going to be able to hold on to things, but now as the GT3s dive into that chicane, is there going to be any brave sends on this opening lap?
Both pole drivers managed to get away by quite some distance, about a second or so, just showing you how much that clean air at the front is really good and potentially the pace advantage that they are going to have. It looks fairly calm though inside the top 10, top 15 for now. No one making any silly dives, as you say. Fuel saving might be a bit of a factor there as Trek still trying to get around. Unfortunately, they crashed right at the pit entries. They've got to do a whole 100% of the lap to get back.
And now it comes as the GT3s are getting ready to string their way into the path of that BMW that does seem to be stricken with some damage. Van Handel, I think, is going to have to try and retire, I think, from this race. He might have just taken the shortcut, which you can do. Ignore turn 6 and 7. He will take a black flag as a result of that, but clearly something not right on that car. BS competition, though, to the line. End of lap number 2. Already 2 seconds clear.
That is insane speeds that we've seen already in a 6.0 to start the day. 7/10 a lap faster than the cars in behind. So definitely a bit of a pace advantage for BS, but no traffic just yet. So let's see how that one continues when we get around. Of course, just 1:06 for them to catch up before, and it'll be even less than that by the time they get to the back of this huge train of GT3s, because the field spread of the GT3s is going to be absolutely crazy. It's probably going to be about 30 odd seconds from front to back at the start here.
So let's quickly grab a look at some replays while we can before the traffic plays its part. So the SRN Motorsports car has Scott McGarvey at the wheel, and just bumper cars being played there. Orbit Motorsports, I think, were part of that one as well, unfortunately. So there may be some damage on their machine as a result of that. But then what happened to Trek Esports is, I think, probably the question that we're wanting to try and answer, because that car is down on pit lane. This is already after there's damage, and you can see it's crabbing in through turn number 1.
Oh yeah, he can't even turn. He literally can't even turn to the right-hand side. That car is absolutely toasted. I'm surprised he hasn't got Meatball calling him to go back in. Let's see how this happened. All contact with the Delatraz car already on the exit off the chicane. Both of those cars having issues in qualifying and continuing at the end of the first lap.
And so, fortunately, no safety car. We're already now 3 laps in the books. As take a look at the track map, you can see that Nicholas Bowe's not far away from heading off to the back of the GT3 machines, where it's now Absolute Motorsport that run at the very back of that train after they had an incident of their own. So it's been relatively tidy, yes, but there's been moments for a handful of teams. This is what happened to the Porsche, and it's through turn 5, very loose, and Orbit just holds on to it.
And fortunately, they're just about off the racing line, so hopefully no one else is involved. But actually, that's a very awkward situation to get back from. Coming up already a little bit wide through the S's, hits that curb, but then just losing the rim, completely missing the apex, and I think that car actually just about avoided contact.
That was very, very smart there. Here's a look though at Nicholas Bowe. First bit of traffic and already diving down under the Fox Factory Bridge and to the inside. Nicely executed there in the traffic cycle and holding steady to those behind. Valorous Motorsports feeling the pressure from the second of the satellite racing entries, feeling the pressure to go defensive into turn number 1. It's allowed Austin Young and the Hydra Race Geodesic to close up that margin once more, but up into turn number 3, up the inside we file of that Maniti GT3.
The GT3 drivers will be solely looking in their mirrors at this point. They won't be looking on the tracks. Oh, that's a bit of a mistake. There's going to come contact. Huge crash in the S's.
And that's Austin Young in the Hydra Race car. I think Eva De Breuer got mixed up as well. So did Scott McGarvey in the SRN Motorsports 274. Is this going to trigger the caution, though? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I think it might do a lot of damage for some of those machines, and that was the prime example of a car, one of the GT3 cars just going a little bit wide, having a bit of an issue, and then the GTPs just coming in there so much faster, so much more minimum speed, and if they have to check up, it just causes a big issue for the drivers in behind. Let's see how this one started. You see he's already gone wide, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 cars all hitting the back of each other pretty much.
So I think, to be fair here to Austin Young, he couldn't really do much because the Maniti car from behind was really on his case, and so not much time to react for Philip Schiffel, for anybody. What happens after this, though, for the likes of Scott McGarvey? As in the live pictures, there was a GT3 spun around on the main straightaway. Goodness, what is going on at Road Atlanta?
This is first round of traffic, I guess. So many cars. Oh, huge contact there. Satellite car going off as well. Big spin for them. This is absolute carnage in the first couple of laps as we get through the traffic for the first time.
So Cy Andra is in second, but Max Muir is dropping down. So it was the second Satellite Racing GTP car that's dropped down the timing order. Ethan Bass in the Orbit Motorsports car is just coming to pit lane, as is Maniti and Ivo De Breuer in the 278. So both of the GT3 base cars have come on in, but goodness, madness going on in these early stages, and we're not even done with this first cycle through of traffic.
This is crazy. It's been about 2 laps already since they got there for the first time. Let's see how this one happened. GT3's battling through that final corner. He just gets tagged from behind, maybe the German sim racing car, and oh, that's a horrible place to have a spin, facing the wrong way, just off the racing line. Fortunately, everyone else managed to just about see it. And
so this was Mitchell Ian Green, who would have been very much life before his eyes for a moment there, and maybe there was plenty of air and netco between the two of them, but after that, it was all relatively okay. What happened, though, to the 67, the Satellite Racing GTP Blue entry, as up and through turn number 1, look to the inside on 1, 2, and now 3 GT3 machines. Oh, it just came unstuck.
Yeah, contact as they came through that left-handed kink in turn 2. And look, at everyone's just going a bit slow, not quite at 100% pace. And it must be that Ferrari's just going to come across. Yeah, Ferrari's completely on the left-hand side of the track, just coming to the turning point and clipping the back of Satellite. But I would say that's more on the Satellite car.
It was trying to go for the 3-in-1 effectively up into turn 3, and it didn't pay off, and that's big damage then for the 67. The Cadillac is sitting in pit lane and getting some repairs done on it. We watch as the battle for 5th in the GTP class heads down the back straightaway. It has allowed, of course, all this traffic separation at the very front, but Maniti, Geeks Energy, Maniti, Movano, all in a similar train on the track, and we're not completely done with the traffic for these drivers. Your leaders have indeed been able to clear those up front. Miguel Vigo's battling with ATRS, though, and Door Academy as they file out of that final corner. This is the danger. GT3s and GTPs battling at the same time.
GT3 side by side, GTP's going side by side also at the same time, as there's Maniti there trying to go round the outside in towards turn 1. That's not always the easiest place to make an overtake, and I think they just had to back out of that one. But this is such high intensity racing, of course, early in the morning as well. The sun is going to be coming up ever so soon as well. It's going to be very difficult conditions for these drivers, but they just need to get into some sort of rhythm. But look at also the field spread of the GTPs as they go through this traffic. The gaps have opened up massively. Yeah,
and it has allowed the GT3 Pro leader as well to break the draft to BS Turner. Simufy and Brabham still sit behind as we ride on board in the green and gold, riding with McDonald, but at least for now, leaders have some separation, including in the GT3s, where it's still Satellite Racing from the Orion race team and then Olympus. Just wanted to confirm that on my timing screen, because of course all the GT3s overlapping with one another, much as like right now, there's still GTPs and GT3s overlapping once more. It's Maxime Naz, Marcus Hamilton, and Sasha Engelhardt still trying to clear themselves of the final bit of GT3 machines around the outside. Maxime Naz disposes of BS Turner.
And has just about a few hundred meters of clear air before getting to the next bit of traffic. Still, the GTPs trying to get through the field, and to be honest, I don't think it's ever going to calm down from this point. By the time they get a bit of clean air, they're going to be back on the back of the GT3s once more, as they have spread out as well. As we mentioned, it's going to be just meters separating the GT3s over the course of the race. So the GTPs pretty much now, for the next 235 laps, are going to be in the traffic. Yeah, just the back straight, pretty much the only place that's clear air.
And so as Delta V Racing Academy, ATRS Academy and the Delatraz Automotive crew all fight now for 11th, 12th and 13th. It's with 3 effectively retirements we would suspect in the GTP class. Satellite Racing, Hydra Race Geodesic and the Trek Esports teams have all been in the wars in these early stages. We'll have to try and figure out if they are going to get the chance to roll back out there. BS Turner, front of your GT3 Pro field. Not sure what's happened on this lap, but they've really been caught out with the traffic. It's now 2.5 seconds up towards your race leader as Luca Wanch and the Porsche is slowly breaking away.
Yeah, traffic's such a big factor. It's literally seconds you can gain or lose. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's just that. Getting a GTP diving up the inside at the wrong corner. GT3s can't take the racing line and therefore losing some speed. Or maybe they just have to take the safe option, just back out of it, slow down a little bit earlier into the corners. It definitely is a tricky one for the GT3s as well. Of course, it's the priority of the faster class to get through safely, but the GT3s need to have some self-preservation and looking in their mirrors, making sure that they are keeping very consistent during the race as well. Can't be taking too many risks, just hoping that the GTP is going to disappear out of nowhere.
No, absolutely not. And the other thing is, right, with safety cars, a 2.5 second gap instantly could disappear, but at the same time, given that Kei Kashube hasn't got real separation from second until you get back to 13th, the conga line of GT3 machines just continues in the background for the time being. Fuel games, again, will come into play. 246 laps is the distance that we are racing. Now, there is a time limit, yes. If we had so many safety cars that we don't get to complete all the laps, then that would be a factor. But when it's lap-based rather than time-based, it makes it easier for the GTPs to figure out what fuel strategy to go with. It's not as easy, Cam, necessarily for the GT3s.
No, because they don't know how many laps down they're going to be. They don't know how many times the GTPs are going to lap them over the course of the race. And when it's a minutes or a time situation, as you know, they can basically just work out how many laps they're going to do within that time. But when it's lap counted, the time doesn't mean anything. With all the cautions, it could go a couple of hours longer or not. So it's definitely a very difficult factor for them. It's just something that they need to work out, especially when we get towards sort of like 200 onwards. Thinking about that final pit stop is going to be very, very crucial, and definitely something for the strategists in the team to think about. Although for now, you're just going to be thinking about the next sort of half an hour or so. Where is your track position going to look when we get to that first pit stop? Exactly.
First pit stop's the important one, especially given how much of a line we've got. How much can you be saving in behind? How many laps longer can you go? These are the questions that the strategist will be asking of the driver, especially given that this is the coldest conditions that we are going to see, which means it's also the highest fuel consumption that we are likely to see as well. I do think, by the way, we can confirm 3 retirements in this GTP class as it runs right now. And already some of the GTP machines have not made friends in the GT3 class. Saw some comments in the YouTube chat. Oh, they all get along nicely at the end of the race, fortunately, though, Cam.
Yeah, it's definitely, you set the scene over the course of the first couple of laps. It's a difficult situation. Everyone's trying to get through. But if you're slightly nice to some of the GT3s, they'll remember that. Next time they see you in the mirror, they'll definitely be, allowing you to go past, just like I think the 17 was there. The number 1 Maniti goes up the inside fairly easy in towards turn 10A. And that is what you want when you get behind a GT3. But if you start diving it down the inside, the GT3s also, they'll be starting to cut you off. They'll be getting their egos out too.
Yeah. That's the thing. Still haven't seen a caution trigger just yet. And as Marius Rommelfanger tries to bring his Porsche back onto track, it's hopefully with no damage in the Nürburgring Esports Schwaudenkrauts labeled cars. Got to watch as the Paceworks cars up the inside. Look at the damage to the rear. Now, is there steering damage? That will be the real question.
Yeah, that's where it gets difficult. But if you have a toe link bent as well, that makes it very difficult. Like we saw with Trek, you'll be crabbing all over the track. But yeah, the bodywork is no longer covering that tyre, and that's definitely going to be a bit of aero damage as well coming into that one. Let's see how this smash happened in towards turn one, side by side. Very nice battle so far. Onto the X though. Is there going to be a bit of contact? Yes, there is. Just getting spun around as the two lines collide. And
so that was Lucas Lang in the other machine, I do believe, and it's a big whack, but I think fortunately we'll get away with that. We're already 12 laps into this first stint, and somehow we could have had 3 cautions already, but not just yet. That's a big wobble off the corner, though, as Rommel Fanger tries to bring it down to the lane, finally going to be able to do so. What a painful lap that must have been, but keeps us under green, much to the delight of the field around him, I would suspect. Although, having said that, I've just realized, Cam, we're back into traffic for the GTP machines.
We certainly are, and Nicholas Bowe at the front. He's already halfway through them. He's through pretty much all of the GT3 machines. They are the pink numbers in the 200s, and now he's into the GT3 Pros, the green numbers in the 100s. So it's definitely, actually, there's a pretty nice split between the GT3 Pros and the GT3s so far. There isn't so much of an overlap. I think we're up to about 20th place in the GT3 Pros. As look at the GTPs here on the back straight, going left, going right, trying to get through the traffic, but also get back into the slipstream.
Yeah, this is where as well for your GT3s, these are opportunities. If they see a launch ascend coming, can they try and follow the GTP car? That's something that some of them will be thinking about. At the same time, they'll also just be thinking, can we save some fuel? That would potentially also be quite nice. Valorous Motorsports up the inside of the Door Academy car, and that's a machine that has lost now 2.5 seconds up the road, and so that's where the sand is, the sand in the line of the sand is being drawn, if I can get the order of operations out correctly. It's now effectively the top 12 that seemingly are in contention, although in this first cycle of traffic, ES competition have lost out quite a bit. What was once 5 seconds is now down at 2 seconds.
It's just so easy, though, unfortunately, for time lost or gain. They're so much faster that just one GT3 at the wrong time will, just lose you so much time. It's very, very difficult, and sometimes it is just luck as well. With the amount of GT3 cars, the amount of variables, it is just luck. Of course, you can help yourself a little bit, but it's very difficult. This is where you want to catch the GT3s on the back straight, so you can just fly past them, very minimal time loss. But then coming into 10A there, Nicholas Bowe definitely losing just a little bit of time, not being able to go the full speed in the braking zone. You
did hear as well on board with Satellite Racing, there is some fuel saving going on there. They're definitely thinking about strategy right now. Remember, we have how many of the GTP still running? 13 of the 16 that started of your GT3s. 40 took to the green, and I believe that we have seen 3 officially retired there, including Orbit Motorsports, the race winners in the GT3 category last time out. Here's Maniti, though, and Maxime Naz still piling the pressure on to the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward team, and this is a great shot down through the S's. And just see in the rear view mirrors just the momentum the Porsche brings, and contact between the two. iRacing gods smile back and reattach the rear wing. That's how close they're getting to one another.
Oh my lord, that was so close between the pair of them, as the number 1 machine was basically pushing through the S's. And you see here, this is going to be a perfect example when the Geeks Energy manages to get through, but Maniti just actually don't do so bad to get through on the exit, but that could have very easily just been a half-second loss there on the apex, and definitely showing you how the traffic affects the battles so much. Look how much faster they are on these straightaways as well, literally going past them as if they're standing still and into the braking zone. This is where you have to choose how much do you dive up the inside, as Maniti gets stuck behind the traffic.
Maniti's behind Simufy. Now Geeks Energy will dive down the inside of BS Turner into the final corner, and that's important because Maxime Naz has to go the long way around. He's able to do so confidently, but it's always a bit more nervy going the long way around through that final corner. Traffic continues to play its part, though, not just for the GTPs, but in stretching out this GT3 battle as well. It's now started to come down. It's 1.8 at the front as Luca Wunsch has lost out, but Brabham, Pure Sims, and even Satellite and Visceral behind, all very much still in contention here. It's now the second cycle of traffic about to come to a close.
And it's going to come to a close, but it'll certainly be there in just a couple more laps And yeah, it's going to be a factor that goes up and down over the course of the race. But I say Maniti there in the GT3 Pros looking somewhat strong, but that 2-second gap will probably close down at some point in the race, unless they have some speed. BS looked to actually gain quite a lot of traffic in that last, quite a lot of gap because of traffic in that last lap or so.
All it takes is one lap for things to be really shaken up, and that's what we're kind of seeing at the front. Nicholas Bowe and the GTP field trying to re-establish the 5-second buffer as last lap around gone 7 tenths quicker than Sayandra. That will be what he wants to see. Here come the last little bit of traffic for the GT3 leaders effectively, as the BMW M Hybrid of Delta V Racing is going to carve out of the final corner and slide on through. I did just get notice on my timing board that rolling back out onto track, Austin Young wants to try and make sure that this race does not end maybe in 15th spot. He is 12 laps down, Cam, but this is endurance racing spirit.
Certainly is, and if we get cautions, etc. later on, if we get further crashes, you never know what position you might finish, and especially getting to that half distance, getting those half distance points, which obviously 1/3 of the total points, then that is just extra for the championship as well. You might as well see what happens. Of course, we're still quite away from that half distance, but certainly you might as well go. You're prepared for the race. The car's obviously in decent enough shape to continue on. Just go and drive, and hopefully you'll pray to the racing gods that you'll get some time back.
Ethan Bass doing the same in the Orbit Motorsports car, so that's 2 of the cars that we thought might be retired back out there. Marius Rommelfanger had relatively minor damage to the rear, so that has been able to be corrected. New rear diffuser effectively welded onto that car, and back out on track it goes, and now running in 26th position in class. Still a long way to go. Let's cycle back up then to where some of the fights continue to be. Max Muir, by the way, will leave the pit lane as well in the Satellite Racing 67 that has been through the wars as well. But Maxime Naz still trying to find a way past the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward team. These drivers now 15 seconds off the back of your leader.
Yeah, but huge gaps opening up, and this is a difficult situation for them. Side by side, though, Delatraz on the outside of turn 6. That is not often a place where we see drivers battling in class, but Orion keep that position of P10, but Delatraz certainly with an up and down race so far. Good battle here. And
good battle here has just happened as Maxime Naz gets on through on Dennis Robin Wolf, and so these GTPs taking advantage of the clean air to do the most of their fighting, and a bit of damage on the rear, it would appear, of Alexander Delatraz's number 8, but as Yao Vaz gets back in front, still dispatching of various bits of traffic. They're being closed on in by the Delta V Racing, the ATRS Academy squads as well. Delatraz back through, though, down at the final corner. Vaz going to have to sit back in through turn number 1, and it's all coming is up towards the front, back in towards traffic. Nicholas Bowe, Sayandra, 1.3 seconds between the two.
All closing down, so that gap definitely is going to be ebbing and flowing, but it seems that Bowe, as you say, hasn't got the best of the traffic in recent times. But look at the absolute train of cars that he's got to get through. GT3 is still very much back to back, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. You see here, losing so much time there on the entry, stuck behind the GT3s through the whole chicane, when Andre in the back didn't actually have anyone, so he would have gained another another half a second just in that corner.
Whoa, Sayandra almost dipped his left front tire into the grass. Just about got away with that one, but as the sun continues to rise, it's now another cycle of traffic ongoing for these GTP machines. 1 second will split them at the very front. We are seeing that this as well has allowed the GT3 machines, both in Pro and in the regular GT3 class, to close up towards the very front of the class. As you see, Sayandra chasing down Nicholas Bowe. There's a look at BS Turner hunting down Maniti Racing and Luca Wunsch.
Both gaps for the leaders in the classes starting to get pretty close. Also in the GT3, we've got less than a second between Fisher and Dillon. The spin there for Maniti in towards turn 2, turn 3, going through the motorbike chicane. That is not the way that they would have wanted, but definitely they're in a big battle.
That was the second Maniti car. That wasn't Maxime Naz, and it's again with the GT3 up at turn 3. It's just the fact that the prototype's trying to open up the corner a little bit more. The reality, though, is the GT3's got to turn out at some point.
Yeah, it's a very awkward one. This kink of turn 2 just makes it that much more difficult. And yeah, it looks like the Porsche just going into the corner. You can see the more darker racing line. He was following that, Of course, he had the car on the inside, but yeah, definitely you got to be turning in, as you say, at some point. And unfortunately, Maniti just timing it a little bit wrong. You need to go sort of dive a little bit more. Make sure you have that overlap to really be sure.
So Philip Schiff, the one that goes around. Nicholas Bowe shows off in that twin turbo machine that when he saves this fuel, he's getting onto the clutch as well, and now builds the buffer back up on this lap alone, because Andre's really lost out of the S's. Behind now, Valorous Motorsports, Pearson's closed their margin up as well. There's not really too much going on wheel to wheel inside of the top 5 of any of the categories right now. Get the sense, Cam. We are 21 laps into this race. Drivers very much getting into their rhythm, expecting a long green flag period.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that way, and it's just part of the nature of racing around here. It's a lot about the traffic management, and you get you pull in the gaps by being better through the traffic, and that is certainly what you need to focus on as we're getting a huge battle in towards the final corner with Impulse Delta Sport up ahead in that 11th place. But also look who's right behind as well, Door Esports in towards turn 1. Is there going to be any sense up the inside? Yes, it is. Impulse, huge dive up the inside. Can they make it stick to the apex? Yes, they can. Is this going to be a run for Door following them through?
It's Raymond Shepard's on the inside, and Gregory Hoverson does get a bit of a hip check there, but able to slot back in eventually over the crest of turn 3. Now, these drivers are a good 4.5 odd seconds behind these two drivers, Nicholas Last and Thies Simon in the Paceworks and Maniti cars respectively. And you're going to have to hope, if you're Shepherds, Hoverson, Lange, and those behind, that you don't fight too hard, because there are drivers that will be hoping to fight for the championship at the very tail end of that GT3 field. Team Heusinkveld down in 18th position.
It's a difficult one at this moment of the race to make up a load of positions, but pick them off in the train. That is what you want to be doing. And as you say, 18th place, but look at the train of cars he's in behind. He should be able to work it forward. It just does look like, though, maybe that BMW just has that extra kilometre or so of that top speed in towards turn 10A. Wasn't able to get too close, but under the brakes, of course, they all concertinaed together. So hopefully some traffic at the right time, and he might be able to just find his way through. As was that driver going, so yes, it is in towards the final corner. Don't often see some dives there in class.
That was scary, wasn't it? Is that Movano up the inside? So it was also with the lapping car coming around to try and make things difficult. Oh, Maniti's just gone off wide down through the S's at turns 3, 4, and 5. So I'm going to assume that we still have traffic playing its part, and maybe the leaders as well, given that satellite and BS competition. Once again, 1 second between the two of them as they're out of turn 7 onto the back straight.
It's getting closer, but I mean, this is crazy, isn't it? 2-second swings either way, just in the blink of an eye. It goes without the with the traffic getting involved in that one. Big battle. But now it looks like we're getting to a little bit of clean air. Is this going to be an opportunity for Satellite to finally chase down and get that lead the BS have had since the start of the race?
We haven't quite spread all the GT3 machines around, but almost. So 24 laps in, there is now time for a bit of an assault to be made in clean air. Let's go back, though, and pick up what happened to Iver de Bruyne, who, by the way, is still trying to limp his car around the track. So whatever happened here, you'll see in the live pictures, is not completely clear. And that is Nicholas Bowe, the race leader, that is now going to be in the eyes of race control for that incident as Breuer tries to bring it back down pit lane, but he's got stuck on the outside of the track.
Oh, he certainly has. He's tried to do the right thing and get out of the way of traffic, but that has lost him even more time, and that's not the way that he would have wanted his race to go. Of course, that was a huge send down the inside there from BS. And as you say, is that going to turn into a penalty? That could be a big factor in this race so far, because we've seen BS, they've been so dominant. They clearly have the speed. They're pretty good through the traffic. But if you get some penalties, that is really going to hinder your race.
And being quite honest, in this commentator's opinion, that's pretty dumb when you're leading. Yes, you got the pressure behind, but there's only one result for race control from that, as far as I could tell from the replays that we've seen. Now, race control will get more replays, yes, but BS competition are going to have to serve a penalty, as, by the way, do a handful of other cars out of that qualifying session. 4 different penalties have come on down. The 144, the Orion Race Team GT3 Pro BMW, finds itself with a 40-second penalty for impeding in qualifying. Now, that's doubled for being on probation. Something that happened in the GTPs for Geeks Energy and Dennis Robin Wolf. So they owe us a 40-second penalty as well. it's just 20 seconds, fortunately. If you're Yao Vaz, if you're Max Muir in the Orion race team number 46 in the Satellite Racing 67, those are some pretty stiff penalties, Cam. Impeding in qualifying, it's so easy to do. It's so easy, I guess, not to do as well.
Oh, yeah, we just had a few more coming as well for no further actions, another 10 seconds as well for the number 36 machine. So loads of penalties in the opening stages of this event. Stewards certainly very busy. Yeah, that is already up to 13 incidents that they've gone through.
And I'm sure we're just getting underway here. It's not going to quiet down anytime soon. It's broken up at the front of your GT3 field again, by the way. Now that traffic, I think, is very much starting to play its part. You've got the likes of Beck and Jasir fighting with Satellite Racing slightly further back, and these drivers recognize that they can't afford to lose too much more time if we are going to have long green flag runs. And Jasir gets past in his Porsche. The BMW slots into line, does not allow Guillaume Levesque in the at least esports machine to close up and bring things even closer. But if you were watching at the top of your screen, 4 cars within 2 seconds at the front of the GTP field. Traffic plays its part once more.
Oh, they certainly close in, and it is that car in third place, the Valorous car, that has that 10-second penalty. That is the 36 machine, so they're going to have to serve that at some point. They'll be dropping back from this battle, but for now, they want to get involved. They want to try and get as far ahead as they can before they serve that penalty. But I should say 4 cars, because Pure Sims, they're on the back of the Valorous machine, so this is really good, and just showing you how even if you're sort of 10 seconds off the lead at some point, you can really start to close in.
But effectively right now, if you're BS Competition, if you're Valorous Motorsports, Valorous knows they have 10 seconds of penalties. Let's say probably a similar sort of thing that comes the way of BS Competition. They've got to close up 10 seconds now, and Satellite Racing and Pure Sims, all they realistically are going to be looking to do is stay out of trouble and hope that they can keep themselves on the straight and narrow, especially knowing that traffic is still playing its part. Checked up out of turn number 5, Daniel Kraft on the back of the number 36 and Valorous Motorsports.
And this is where, when you get this close, this is actually almost too close, because you don't have a lot of time to react to what is going on ahead, and it just becomes a little bit more difficult. You always want to be the first car in a situation like this. You want to be that Valorous car hitting the traffic, but the Pure Sims, can they get the draft? Can they get the run down this back straight? Is there enough time for them to be able to get close? They're getting closer and closer. They're going left, they're going right. Of course, they've got traffic on the right-hand side, though. The Valorous car is going to use that to defense and just make sure they block off the opening.
And still more traffic means that these drivers now getting split up from those up the road. So at one point it looked like 4. It's now back down to 2 for the lead, as up the inside of the GT3 AM leader, the Thomas Fisher-driven 267. These drivers fight now effectively just for third, at least for the time being. Back over with your GTD leaders, the GT3 Pros, at least for the time being. This is what I was mentioning, the separation. It's 2 seconds now between each of the front 4 machines, as they've been split up just by virtue of, I guess, how the traffic has played itself out. It's really just Daniel Ferguson that's giving any toe to anybody. Stephen McDonald in that Brabham Esports car behind. Beckham Jasir, who just got past Satellite Racing's Pro car with Dallas Pataska at the wheel. And we're probably around going on, 30 minutes into this race so far. Pit stop's probably not too far for your GTP machines.
Yeah, I would expect them to be coming in fairly soon, but of course we saw a lot of fuel savings, so maybe they'll get an extra couple of laps out of those tanks. As look how close it is, 0.2 of a second, and look all the traffic ahead of them as well. This is a very difficult situation for BS.
Out of the final corner, it's allowed Andra to really close up. It was maybe down to half a car length between the two. And out of the final corner to the line, it's a 1/10.5, the margin between the two. This is remarkable as well, the way they're just dicing through the traffic, no quarter being given, no margins being left, and up through the crest of turn 3. Now they've separated themselves very much so from Valorous and Pure Sims. This is where, for those two behind, just getting chucked up behind more GT3 machines, the margin just continues to grow for them. They can't afford, though, to trip over anything. We've already seen 10 seconds seems to be the penalty for any sort of inter-class contact. And again, that's what's lying over the shoulder of this Valorous Motorsports number 36. Further back in this GTP field as well, we were looking at Maxime Naz, who has now pulled 7 seconds over Geeks Energy, at 1.16 seconds off the leader. But Cam, that margin now up to P1, under 10.
getting closer, but we are seeing the sort of the leaders really sort of lose a lot of time at this moment. It seems like there's a surge forward from all of these cars, really closing down on each other, but of course still a fairly sizable gap. They go for the extra car up the insides of the list car and the GT3s, baby, and certainly a huge send there. And look at the gap that proved in that GT3 battle.
It's just so important, and we talk about it not just for the GTPs but for the GT3s as well, how each of these interactions will split them up. Up through turn one, they will carve once more. Sun just continuing to rise. It's been a fascinating race so far with now 30 laps in the books, and if we go like this, it's only another 4 hours or so of racing anticipated. Each safety car period should add probably around 15 minutes to the race length, so 4.5 hours, still the estimated green flag race distance, race time. 246 laps, the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. It's opened up once more at the front. This is what makes the traffic so interesting, Cam, now that it's all over the track. It gives, it takes, it gives, it takes. There's never any calm in the fight right now.
Oh, not around this track, no. It's so small, it's so congested. There's, over 50 cars out on the track. It really does prove to be difficult. And Nicholas Bowe, 10-second penalty for that contact with Maniti. That is going to be very big with just how close this GTP battle is.
And so again, that seems to be the standard, right? We know 10 seconds across the board. Daniel Croft wanted to send it up the inside of Valorous, but Valorous had other plans. A big send up, BS Turner's inside. Keika Shube saw it coming, didn't lose too much time. But now, in this top four, two of the drivers know 10 extra seconds will be burned in the pit lane once they come on down for their service. If you're Satellite, if you're Pearsons. 10 seconds, I was about to say, based on what we were mentioning earlier, sit back and relax and wait. But Maniti's already closed 5 seconds through the course of traffic, courtesy of how things have played on out. So 10 seconds with 4 hours to go doesn't actually sound like that much.
Yeah, I guess over the course of the full race distance and with just how much we've seen the traffic affect it, maybe it's not going to be so much, but it's still track position that they are going to lose, which is the crucial part in this with just how close the cars are in behind. And I think that's going to be a bigger factor. We're seeing it's generally better to be the first car in the battle getting to the traffic first. So if they then drop back to third, fourth, fifth in the battle, in the train, then that is going to be a bit more of a difficult situation for them and just make some overtaking opportunities, at least when we get to the next couple of stints. But also with the pace that they've got, I think they should be able to overcome it. It's just one of those silly penalties, though, that you don't need to get when you're leading a race.
Well, and Valorous Motorsport, again, up the inside of the... You know who that is as well, right? That's the car that they got a penalty for hitting.
Oh, that is... I wonder if that was... Not say on purpose, that's kind of the wrong way of putting it, but you know what I mean. The world works in weird ways like that.
It's just coincidence, but a weird coincidence nonetheless. It's allowed Valorous car to break away from Pearsons. In turn, BS Competition has broken away from everyone, as once again into clean air we go. And so as we find our way, find some time in this battle to calm things down, let's focus on the GT3s, because boy, it's still close between the front four. They're running effectively as they qualified. They only swap around being Archer Brothers in front of Olympus Esports. That's happened in the last 10 or so laps. But the Satellite Racing lead, but by no means, Cam, are they being allowed to run away in this GT3 battle?
No, very, very close indeed. They've got a car in between them. The 127 machine that is in the GT3 Pros. So that is the car sort of directly behind Satellite. So there's, just some of the overlap that we've seen between the GT3 cars and then the GT3 Pros. As we've said, you can see the purple sort of windscreen and then for them, and then the green for the Pros just in between there. But certainly it's nice that they haven't been split up with those GT3 Pros. We've got a nice top four battle here in this GT3 class, just showing you how they are sort of somewhat separated. They're fighting for their own points.
They do technically have the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car in between them, with the 267 having a bit of a buffer, but yeah, it is right now just between these drivers. No other worries for them to concern themselves about. And well, they're going to have traffic coming soon, it would seem, because second, third, and fourth have closed up once again. Andre's having some technical issues as we go 3 wide down out of that final corner. Not necessarily what you want to see, and it's once again the Fury SimSport squad that's having to really have to defend. Mitchell Ian Green sees the battle roll on as Pure Sim's Daniel Croft takes advantage and slips up the inside of Valorous Motorsport.
And that was some risk, to be honest. Valorous sat behind the GT3s going side by side, but Kraft was like, no thanks, I'm not gonna lift off. I'm going a little bit on the grass there. A lot of risk, but it's worked out. He's got himself up onto the podium. Let's see this. Valorous car chooses the left-hand side. Kraft goes to the right, goes on the grass just to make sure he avoids some contact, and that is the risk that you need to take to make an overtake in the GTPs. It's not all about the side-to-side, wheel-to-wheel battles. It's about these risks in traffic.
And you just see it from the off-board perspective. Valorous, it was not necessarily a wrong decision to try and go up the middle. It was just a decision that then resulted in an opportunity for Pure Sims to sling it up the inside and to sneak on forward and take advantage. So it's Daniel Croft now sitting in a podium spot, and crucially with track position over a car that will spend 10 extra seconds courtesy of that penalty in the box next time by. A couple more things have just come in under review, so we'll keep you a beam of what Race Control is working on. But 36 laps into the run, I think we're probably 5, maybe 6 laps away from seeing GTPs down on the lane. And Nicholas Bowe, the BS competition car, has been saving some fuel, but you'd expect the trendsetter, the pace setter out front, might be the first to come in to the box.
Yeah, he might be. Also depends if they see some gaps in the traffic for the 10 seconds maybe, but I don't know if they're really going to think about that too much. They're probably just going to come in when the fuel number, because the fuel number I guess is more critical as we go into the race, so that's probably something that they are going to be thinking about more so than the 10 second. They'll just take the 10 seconds on the chin and then see where they where they work out. And I wonder, just trying to do some quick math to see what they are looking at in terms of stints. To do 6 stints in the race, you need to get to lap 41. So 41, I guess, is the number that they're going to be aiming for, so it's another 5 laps.
I think 41, 42 was roughly what we were seeing in the iRacing Petit Le Mans as well, which is kind of where my sense is kind of being driven from. Now, of course, these drivers may have evolved their cars since that race, and of course, plenty of them were competing at high levels in first, second, third splits as well, so they clearly have some experience there to fall back on. I'll be curious to see who has the most confidence at this point in time. But in terms of GT3 Pro, it seems to be a relatively stagnant battle right now. There are tenths, there are hundreds being thrown around as traffic works its way through, but it is still Luca Wanch that leads, as Keika Shube, as Tristan Iglesias, Daniel Ferguson, and Stephen McDonald all try and hunt down your race leader. That Porsche's looking very, very comfortable up towards the very front.
It is, and it's just in that. It's in that window when it's about this sort of 3-4 seconds where it's not crazy big, but it's big enough that you can just calm down that last sort of half a tenth of a second a lap. You don't have to take the absolute 100% risk, and you can just get in a really, really nice, consistent rhythm. So hopefully Vanch is in that sort of mode, in that driving zone, and should be able to just continue on from that one. It's certainly going to be a difficult one. As they've swapped around, have they? Yes, they have. Pure Sims have dropped back behind Valorous for that 3rd place. I'm
not sure what's happened here, but we might have to go and look at the replay to figure out if there was more drama up through turn 3. Big check-up of momentum there for Valorous in through turn 3, and as they work past the ATRS Esports car, able to get on through down into the S's with no one in front of them. Crucially, they've lost some time to Satellite Racing, which I think says that something must have happened into the chicane. Now, is it traffic that's going to play its part out? You see the Pure Sims car behind Satellite. The Valorous just jinx up the inside rather late, and I've got to say Daniel Croft was not hanging about there, was just like, nope, you get on through, let's sort this out later.
Wow, that Valorous car was coming in at full speed. The other two had to check up because of the traffic, and that just shows you the difference in the braking compared to the full, open track. And that was so close to a Skittles moment, but somehow they all managed to survive that one.
They've swapped around as well, back into the chicane, so Pure Sims back in front, but this is a shot that you'll see the car pop up from the other side of the cockpit for Syandra's rearward camera. I think that shows you all that you kind of need to know. And we'll see if this ends up playing out in a way that sees these two continue their fight for 3rd, if Syandra is going to be able to hold on to a 2nd spot by himself right now. So maybe 2-3 laps away from GTPs coming down to pit lane. We're not expecting, though, these GT3s to be into the box anytime soon, as Simufy and Keika Shube continue just to do battle with the race leader tucked up behind them. It's Porsche, BMW, Porsche 1, 2, and 3 right now. The BS Turner fans will be loving the taco machine up in second spot.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job so far. Of course, dropped off the back of Maniti, as we were mentioning just a few laps ago, but they've held on to this second place very nicely indeed, and they've certainly got some good pace in that BMW as the race is progressing. So I wonder what they're going to be thinking as we get up to the next part of the race. I mean, they're basically matching Maniti ahead. It's just obviously a 10th here or there that Maniti have opened out the gap, maybe a bit of traffic. So they got the good pace. They just need to keep it going and see what they can do to try and get ahead at some point later on in the race.
Increasingly, though, they are starting to pull away from the likes of Brabham, Visceral, Satellite, and Lease, with more and more separation building between the various gaggles of cars. Here's a look at fifth as the green and gold Ferrari defends from the Visceral Porsche up in towards turn number 3. You can see Dallas Pataska's BMW behind, Lisa's 137, another 1.5 seconds further back, with Nicholas Lash being brought into the equation as well. And as these drivers are fighting, I think they have seen some more changes back in your GT3 field. That's the Orion race car that's dropped from second now to fourth.
I wonder if there's been some more traffic incidents potentially, and yes, you're right. Dropping down 2 places, that is a total of a couple of seconds as well. So certainly something must have gone on there. I doubt that's just a simple overtake for both Archer and Olympus. Here it is in towards the chicane turn 10A, 10B. That is a fine overtake for now. Surely there must have been something else before that for them to drop down into third initially. Yeah,
that was the second pass, because like Cam points out, already the Archer brothers had gone on through, but that looks quite simple. So yeah, I'm not quite sure if maybe the Orion BMW is seemingly a little bit slower at this point of the race, but ultimately we had talked about the changing balance of the car as the sun rises. Maybe that played its various part as well. Here will be a look at the replay of the initial swap around. Archer brothers out of turn 7, and the Orion car just makes a mistake, feels the pressure.
Yeah, just going off the edge of the curb, and then there is enough straightaway, unfortunately, for that momentum. There's always pit stop time here. Lap 41 we go on to for Nicholas Bowe, but 40 is the lap count for some of the drivers coming into the box.
And so you saw ATRS and Delta V rolling out of pit lane. They've already finished up a full 50-second service, and now we wait to see who's going to do something different. Adam Crane's going to take over from Syandra, so a driver change in the number 64, but the 36 Valorous, the 16 Pearsons, the 17 Maniti machines, those are all cars that are going to spend leave the driver in for a second stint. And meanwhile, Nicholas Bowe's gone on to yet another lap of the stint, as officially those that have come down into pit lane are 1 lap down.
And they are with how long the stop is, which is always an awkward situation to be in, but I think this is good for those staying out. As you mentioned, divide the race into 6 is 41 laps, which is what we have just completed. So anyone going out this long has just got to keep on doing this to the end. If you go 1 lap short, you need to find that extra lap somewhere else later in the race, which is always a little bit more difficult. Sometimes you want to get ahead of that fuel strategy rather than chasing it throughout the race.
So here come the next gaggle of drivers in. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward are doing a driver change, it would appear, but away they go. Here's Adam Crane, 1 second in front of Pearsons, and of course Valorous have taken, I believe, their 10-second penalty, and so now find themselves 16 seconds further back to these drivers. BS Competition roll down the lane. They'll have their penalty to serve as well. Will mean that not this lap will we see the 64 retake the lead, or rather take the lead, I should say, but instead it'll be next time around. Nicholas Bowe trundles down the lane, finding his way into the box.
And as much as it's a 10-second penalty, there is a penalty zone, which is basically just ahead now. It's just on the exit of the pit lane on that right-hand side. You have to come to a stop there. So it's not actually 10 extra seconds to the pit stop, but you actually lose the time of coming off, slowing down from the pit limiter to the right-hand side, just like we're seeing there from Geeks Energy, comes to the stop, then has to get going again. So you actually lose an extra couple of seconds. Orion joining in that too. So you use an extra couple of seconds by slowing down and speeding up. So it's not just a 10-second penalty, it's the extra sort of 3-4 around that too.
Yeah, we have a little camera set up there that you can see from up above, the perspective of the cars waiting. It's a painful time as well, because you're responsible for sitting stationary for the correct amount of time. And so, swap around between Pure Sims and Satellite, as this is effectively now for the race lead. BS Competition are going to drop and sit in that box now for 10 extra seconds, and what a remarkable climb this has been. At one point, Daniel Croft was watching in the mirrors and saying, wait, there's a car hurtling up my inside, and as Cam, you put it, Skittles almost were presented, but now they take the lead, and 42 laps complete, it's Pure Sims that sit on top.
Yeah, that was a big sort of 5 laps, both in terms of the on-track passes that they did, but then also strategy as well, putting themselves in a perfect position. There is Nicholas Bowe. He stayed in the 87 machine to continue on for another stint. He now drops down to 4th place, subject to that penalty after contact with the Maniti Porsche GT3. So that is certainly something that they need to remove, because this is the result from 1st place down to 4th, because the gaps are just so small in this category.
You make one mistake and you really have to pay for it. Now, you mentioned that they lose a bit of extra time having to get in and out of that penalty zone, but it could have been more painful if it was a 10-second penalty that they had to serve in addition to the service that they were doing. In iRacing, that results in even more of a penalty, so that's a double whammy, if you will. It's a double whammy in some ways for Satellite Racing, taking Syandra out, by the way, because now Adam Crane has got to get up to speed. Daniel Croft is already in the rhythm, up to scratch with what the surface feels like, the balance of the car. Crane's trying to feel it out right now. 2 laps complete. Last time by was 7/10 slower than the race leader.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, swapping the drivers around. Only 1 stint into the race. Yeah, definitely just an interesting one, but they want to manage their drivers over the course of the full sort of 4.5-5 hour race that we are going to have. So definitely something that Pure Sims will have to do at some point, of course. But maybe just trying to get offset a little bit so they're swapping drivers at different times.
Let's take a look at a replay out of turn 1. The SRN Motorsports car just loses traction at the rear, spins itself around, and then heads up driving from Scott McGarvey to be able to just recognize that there were cars oncoming. Took his time to spin it around and do so in a safe and clinical fashion. Nice, tidy job there. The traffic's helped out Adam Crane to bring the gap back down between the top 2 as they run right now. The 10-second penalty for BS Competition has only left them 4.3 seconds off of the race lead. It's not been as impactful as maybe it could have been.
No, it hasn't been too bad, but that's subject to the pace that they had earlier as well. It's not like, oh, who's slow? Someone's slow on the inside there of turn 1. That's an awkward place to be. On the Porsche GT3s. It's a weird place to be slow, though, because they must have already had some problems on that front straight.
Let's see if we can figure out who that was, but that was definitely not normal. And I think now we have just about triggered maybe GT3 pit stops as well, because here comes the race leader in the GT3 class, as Thomas Fisher in that Satellite Racing car is getting a fresh set of tires as well. They do have tire limits to account for in this race, but this pit stop means that it is now the Archer brothers, Jacob O'Reilly, that takes the point in the GT3 class. And Nicholas Bowe's caught up, though, to the back of the Maxime Naz-powered Maniti Racing machine, and 4 cars split by 2 seconds once again for the race lead.
And for the GT3s, if they want to do the race in 5 stints, they've got to get to about lap 49.50. So that is going to be a bit soon for that satellite entry, but maybe they are just going to commit to that and then have that extra sort of 15 laps dash at the end that they'll have to account for with the fuel. But certainly if you can stretch it out to that lap 49.50, then you can save that splash, which is always a good thing to do so. But are you then going to lose that extra sort of 30 seconds over the race doing that fuel saving? That's what you're going to have to add into your calculations, as there he comes back out onto the track with a load of GTPs battling for the lead coming past. That's
a nervy place to be spat back out, but fortunately worked out all right. Maxime Naz has a bit more free air behind him now as BS Competition saves a bit of fuel, bouncing over the inside curve just to get a bit more speed off the corner. BS Competition follows through on the ATRS Mercedes as these two juke their way on through. Turn 7 coming up. You can see just how wide they push on out, bringing a little bit of grass onto the track actually, and then patient on the power, try and get the grip underneath you as you spool off the corner and bring this momentum down onto the back straightaway. More pit stops underway, though. Prestanda Nomad will have to very quickly find their way into their box, and now painfully backing up because they missed the mark.
It's fair. This is one of the more difficult pit entries if you have one of the first boxes. But that is still a bit of an awkward mistake, as all BS have managed to get through there on Maniti as they battle down this front straight. They're hard to the inside to defend that one, but Nicholas Bowe already making up one place.
That was nicely done from both sides to recognize there was traffic up the road as well, and up the inside of Impulse's Ferrari. I tell you that Nicholas Bowe wasn't hanging about. He's already got a penalty for contact in this opening sector. He'll be very, very wary and realize that he can't afford to leave his teammate Dion Fiallo in that situation again. And more pit stops underway, I think, for GT3s, as now the Orion race team 244 will enter the lane. Lucas Lang, Akira Iwata as well. Plenty of drivers bring their GT3 cars to the box. So heard that potentially there is the margin of fuel saving that some will need to be doing, but maybe some teams still expecting safety cars later in this race.
Well, if you're already saving a bit to get to lap 47, then to save another couple of laps on top of that is quite a big margin. But you are right. If there's safety cars that come in, then fuel isn't going to be the issue, and those couple of laps will come back to them. So maybe that's something that those teams are going for as well. I'm surely we're going to see a safety car at some point. I doubt we're going to be able to go green for the whole of this race, but you never know. Once the race calms down a bit, it can always go back to the way of being a little bit more calm. So for those teams, as here's Keika Shube, and he's dropped off another couple of seconds to the leader, Luca Vunch, but still holding on to that second place nicely.
Still, with the threat of safety cars, there's the reality that this gap could close, but right now that Porsche at the front looking very, very stable. And is this a reverse commentator's curse, Cam? Are you saying that you don't think we can get through this race without a caution? Does that mean that we're going to go green from flag to flag?
I think, yes, 100% we're going green. 100%
Okay, so now you're going for the reverse commentator's curse. The rest of the GT3 seemingly filing their way on in, at least when it comes to the tail end of the GT3 Pro class and the entirety of the GT3 class itself. Here comes the big green machine. Exit stage right, off to the pit lane, and now releases itself into the control of the crew. Now these drivers can take tires at the same time. Andrew Langham has just pointed out that there's no tire limits in effect for this race either, so as Beckham Jasir is the only driver at the front of the GT3 Pro field to go one additional lap, I think we should expect to see everyone go up on the jacks for 4 fresh Michelin tires.
Yeah, when you have actually the no limit, but also the fact that you can do it at the same time as the fuel, you might as well change tires. Basically, is that someone having some issues right back at the very entry of the pit lane? There's some smoke going up, maybe just having a slide or something in towards the pit entry. But yeah, it's definitely, it does slightly remove something from the strategy when you can do that, but it's also nice from the driver's side that you can just push brand new tires every stint.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When as a driver, you don't have to worry about preserving the tires underneath you. It can be quite a nice feeling. So it is going to be a driver change, it would seem. Gonzalo Vergara takes over from Luca Wunsch in the Maniti Racing Machine. Tristan Iglesias is going to stay behind the wheel of the 133 Simufy car, while B.S. Turner is going to be Keika Shube out. Niels Koch that jumps into that machine. Stephen McDonald stays behind the wheel for Brabham Esports, as does Guillaume Levesque, while Carl Modoff jumps in for Delta Sport. So these drivers off and away from pit lane. Gonzalo Vergara in some dirty air, but now with some traffic behind him as well. Important to get up to speed and start to push the tempo, push the issue, and make sure that B.S. Turner, Pearsons and company do not close. Interestingly, because of that driver change, B.S. Turner no longer net second on track.
Yeah, yeah, definitely the strategies and the pit stops changing things around a bit in terms of the order. So that is a bit of a shame for them for dropping down. Just with actually having some issues. That might have been an issue as well for, the reason why they dropped those extra couple of seconds. And maybe, having a driver change doesn't help those things with drivers not feeling 100% comfortable. And
cold tires as well. That was a good reaction there to hang on to the car. It could have been a lot worse than that, but now the B.S. Turner machine is fighting with, again, Brabham Esports. We'll see where the rest fare on out, because Beckham Jasir has brought down his Visceral Esports car. Maniti second, 179, ATRS is 113, and the rest of the field will also be running their way around. But as Visceral's 196 is off and away. Where is it going to fare? Simufy are just going to swarm around the outside, and it'll be neck and neck between the two of them, but tires up to temperature. Simufy now net second, Visceral net third, Pearson's net fourth, and BS Turner, as mentioned, down to fifth.
Yeah, big important mistake, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to be too bad, but those seconds are crucial for the track position in the same way it was for the other BS car in the GTPs with that 10-second penalty. You're just so close between the cars. Any little issue and you're dropping down track position, and with how difficult it seems to be to overtake purely on the track in class, I would definitely want to avoid that. But I know it from a driver's perspective as well. Just getting in the car, getting up to speed on the cold tyres, it's a lot of pressure.
Still waiting for the temperatures just to continue rising as well. We are at 19 degrees Celsius track temperature, which is 1 degree warmer than the coldest you can get effectively on iRacing for most normal situations. So maximum grip, but also maybe maximum disparity between having grip and not having grip, and how quickly you're going to feel that change and the lack of time that you have to respond. So, as one pit stop cycle's in the books, 50 laps complete in this 246 lap affair. It is Pure Sims that lead the way at the front of the GTP class, and continuing just to build an advantage now as Daniel Kraft has settled into the rhythm. It's Satellite feeling the pressure from former race leaders and pole position winners BS competition. Maniti Racing in the best of the Porsche 963s is currently sat in fourth and trying to keep on the back of these top three contenders, jinking back and forth. Is Nicholas Bowe going to have a look down in towards the chicane? A little bit too far back, you think, this time around, but we've seen the pace out of the 89 machine. We know that Nicholas Bowe will want to be leading from the front.
He certainly will, and one thing I've just noticed that, of course, it's been that way for a while now, but the 4 different GTP manufacturers in the top 4 positions and having a really great battle, so BRP seems to be working out fairly well. There was a slight adjustment to it for this race, a couple of the weight ballasts for the Acura and the BMW being adjusted slightly. The BMW does have the most at 18 kilos of ballast, but it does overall seem to be faring pretty well with how close these top 4 are.
An unnamed driver from another top sim racing team indicated to me that they felt like the BMW was worthy of closer to 30 kilograms of ballast. So even with the amount that it's been added, we are seeing a pretty equal playing field. Remember, there's only one BMW up towards the front. The sole surviving BMW other than BS competition is the Delta V racing car. They're down in 10th position. We have had the Trek Esports BMW that has unfortunately also retired from this race today. That's a look to the inside and a move for second. Adam Crane lets it happen. Nicholas Bowe takes the initiative, and it's BS competition back up to second.
Get a lap with no traffic, and that is where you need to pounce if you want to do a nice clean overtake, and that's certainly what it is. And look at the gap that he's formed actually already just in a couple of corners. Adam Crane not able to keep with the BS car, and that is certainly looking good for the pace of Bowe. I wonder if Crane now needs to start looking in the mirrors for Maniti to try and follow them through, but definitely just slightly spreading out inside these top 4, and about 3 seconds for Bowe to catch down Daniel Kraft.
I wonder if part of this as well might have just been energy out of that final corner, and maybe Nicholas Bowe's using a bit more of it, has turned it up to a more aggressive energy consumption setting for this part of the race. That is something that just came to my mind, as that is a car around at the chicane, and that's a dangerous place to be unsighted, but the Zekeril Esports 210 is going to spin it around and be able to pick up the pieces, and seemingly with no damage to the car itself.
Weird place to be, actually. So must have just done a full 360 pretty much on the first apex there, but to be right, hard against that inside wall. Very interested to see how this one happened. 4 GT3s coming side by side for 2 pairs, and just getting some contact on that front end. It was only a half spin, but then of course he would have had to spin around the wrong way, or actually no, he does go the right way, but then therefore he's come back onto the racing line, and that's why he had to wait awkwardly.
And he's waiting. He's waiting. He's waiting. I must say, this is good. No unsafe rejoin here. No triggering of Connery Maddock remotely with the track limit police. But yeah, that unfortunate issue, of course, on the grass, which has undergone its own little updates with the gravel on iRacing. Just an unfortunate situation to say the very least. So as now, Adam Crane loses even more time to Nicholas Bowe. Nicholas Bowe's also gaining on your race leader. 4 cars in this GTP train now, once again split by a full 7 seconds. How quickly things will shift their way around, and same thing can be said at the front of the GT3 Pro field, where 6 seconds was once the margin. Boy, it's hard to get your words out sometimes, even if you're a professional commentator paid to say words. But 3 drivers now split by 2 seconds at the front of the class.
And what's happened to Adam Crane there? Really dropped off Nicholas Bowe. You were saying about energy. Is he having, as he completely depleted the battery? Is he having to really save it up, or was there further issues there? Because the gap between second and third has grown more than Bowe has caught down to Kraft. So it is Crane that's lost a lot of time, but definitely an interesting one. There was a huge send there up the inside in towards turn 6. Bit of contact, bit of door banging between the two as we battle up towards the front of GT3 Pro. Oh, huge contact into the wall. The pair go, and there's already contact in turn 6. So I wonder, was there too much pushing there onto the exit, or was that one car losing the rear end? And
so United Simsport and Torque Freak Racing come together. It was Yannick Gigi and David Barraclough, the 2 responsible drivers in their respective cars, and now is this potentially the cause for the first caution of the day. 56 laps about to be complete, and Barraclough finally able to spin it around, but now has got to do a 3 or 4 point turn. He's trying to line this one up, and he's going to have to just wait for a clean pocket of air to find. But there is one coming, Cam. You laugh, but there's one coming.
There's one which is probably about a second that he's going to have to get into. And the difficult situation is he actually has quite a bit of room there to go backwards. But the issue is, from your car, it's very difficult to have that sort of perspective. But he's found a gap and he's got back going. And that probably felt like 3 minutes for him inside that cockpit, but it's probably only about 30 seconds.
No, that's very well done. And clearly some damage still on that machine. Gigi's already in pit lane and assessing the damage. Here's what happened to them off the corner, though. Well, a great look will be given from Simu5's onboard perspective, because Tristan Iglesias, the perfect cameraman for this incident.
Yeah, I wonder, because the Porsche was still turning right, I should say. But then, of course, as soon as pressure is put on the rear left, it rotates the car the wrong way, away from the corner. Difficult one to say there. Both cars just giving it the big squeeze on the outside, really.
Yeah, we'll see what race control has to say about that one. I did get word, by the way, from the pit lane, Sayandra. I asked, is the car okay? The response back, BMW OP. So Nicholas Bowe has clearly got some speed, but now we have to find out if Daniel Kraft has enough speed in the Acura to hold off the challenge of that number 89. And meanwhile, Satellite and Miniti are locked in a battle in and amongst themselves.
And I think Pearsons and Daniel Kraft do actually have some good speed today. Is it going to be enough to get the race victory? We'll have to wait another few hours to find that one out. We're only about 20% or 25% of the way through the race. But certainly there is some speed in that car. And they have gained 3 seconds on BS Plus. It did get down to just under a second. It's now gone up to almost 4. Of course, traffic involved in that, but still showing that Pearsons have some speed to respond to that. One thing, I guess, is Nicholas Bowe probably is not going to be trying to do this all at once. He knows he's got a long time to get back to the front, and will just slowly start to pick off those seconds.
They are working their way past the front runners in GT3 Pro. A gaggle that at one point, of course, did include the BS Turner machine, but now that car fighting very much now for just 5th position and being held honest by the Brabham Esports car, by Satellite Racing, by Lease, and a handful of others. It's crazy how quickly things can truly change in this race right now. I saw David John Gibbons saying that this race stays green. He doesn't necessarily think there's going to be too many safety cars. How are you feeling now, Cam, with about, an hour and 15 minutes done in this race?
At the way it's going, I think, and the spins that we have seen that haven't called out a caution, surely we're going to go caution-free at this point, because I don't know what worse of a crash we need to call out on the caution. We've seen some big accidents already, and it stayed green, so that gives good hope, because sometimes this race can be a little bit caution-filled and a little bit stop-starty.
And so I believe that means that if as that's a prototype send that's going to allow Brabham Esports up the inside of BS Turner in through turn 6 and 7, swap around for 5th, and now Niels Koch is defending from the Satellite Racing entry that has Dallas Pataska still behind the wheel, but momentum's been regained to similar machines, of course, BMWs. They figure it out off the corner exit.
Wow, that was the Delatraz car with a mega send, and I wouldn't be happy if I was in that BS car. Certainly not an ideal situation to be in, but that's a perfect example, though. At some point, he had to turn out the corner, a bit of self-preservation, but he lost a position, and the issue is that going to snowball? Our Satellite going to be able to get through as well in this very hotly contested battle for the top 5 in GT3 Pro?
You do see the clean air in front, though, for McDonald. Still saving fuel. That's the key thing that all of these drivers seem to be very much focused on. Pataska having a half look in towards turn number 3, but let's be real, that's not a passing zone, at least not one that I've traditionally seen be used. As these drivers see one of the Satellite Racing cars up the inside, that's the most dangerous thing that any of them are worried about. Cars up the inside down through the S's where they are at maximum commitment. And we've already seen a couple of cases where these drivers have had to lift off the throttle and keep themselves out of trouble. Again, for self-preservation, which has worked out quite nicely in this GT3 class for the Archer Brothers Esports. They are now in front of Thomas Fisher, whose early pit stop hasn't necessarily worked out the way that was expected. But a long way to go for these drivers, and with traffic very much shaking them around.
Yeah, 60 laps into the race. Well, I guess it's not 60 laps for the GT3s, is it? 53 laps for the GT3 so far completed, and still a very close battle. And that is that's exactly what we want to see, to be honest. 3 cars inside 2 seconds, and especially three different manufacturers as well, definitely showing that the competition is very, very close today. And I think that looks like it's going to be the way of the next part of the race. Of course, the stints are pretty long. We saw about 45 to 50 laps as we got more cars having troubles in the S's.
And that's a very, very dangerous place to be, especially given that the leaders are now right on top of one another. That was Ryan Huff, that SRN Motorsports car. Has not had a great day. Let's be just completely fair to them. We'll take a look at the replay. Down in through the S's they go, and this one's by themselves. The back end of their Porsche just clearly not very happy.
They did that earlier as well, didn't they? They had a bit of a random spin with no contact, so there must, as you say, be a bit of damage or a bit of unbalance in the setup at that point. That line looks decent, but then just, the weight transfer just flicked very, very difficult to kecontrol with that rear end. And
it was before even they bounced on the curb, so it wasn't even the weight transfer there impacting things. But definitely something to keep in mind. Keep in mind the fact that Nicholas Bowe's filling the mirrors now of Daniel Croft. The Acura's closing up as well on the Hydra Race. No, excuse me, that's not the Hydra Race car. That's the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward machine. The black and purple entry that's going to now go 1 lap down as the leaders close and bear down on it. Is Nicholas Bowe close enough to look for a move? Does he want to get on by? The BMW is clearly fast. He's clearly quick as well, but not close enough to the back of that Pure Sims entry, even as he closes under the brakes into 10A and 10B to make a move for the lead just yet, coming to the end of lap 62.
I think with how much he dived on the brakes there, trying to get close, I think he does want this. He wants that track position. There's loads of cars, though, on this front straight in towards...
Oh!
Cole stops on the front straight. That's very difficult. We've got Hydra Race Geodesic going off, having a bump over the curbs as well. What is going on here?
Now, was that the SRN car that was going slow that then caused a bit of drama? We were riding on board. We couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Straight to the replay machine. Out of the final corner they will come. Now, pick up Ryan Huff, who is already stationary, and that's an awful place to be. That is the worst place to be, stationary and pointed in the wrong direction. But as the field scampers around, that Hydra Race car, the GT3 machine, had nowhere to go.
Wow, that was... I wonder how has he got there? Halfway down the straightaway. There must have been a huge incident. There's the first one that we saw earlier, just hitting, sliding a bit, then hitting the curb. Oh, it's with the Maniti Porsche. A huge contact with the GTP there.
Is that the first or the second Maniti Porsche, though? That, I think, is now what I'm trying to figure out. So the Delta V car goes around the outside and pushes the SRN car into the Maniti machine.
Yeah, that was 3 wide through the final kink. Very difficult, but certainly maybe slightly more on the Delta car, on the Delta V car on the outside. Let's have a look. Just trying to keep it in with track limits. Actually, SRN do go a little bit wide into them. And then Maniti, so unlucky. They gave all the space in the world, just not enough track.
I'm not really sure what you can expect the GT3 car to do much different there. Delta V, I think, thought that the outside was the best place to go, but I'm not necessarily sure that was. If that doesn't bring out a caution, I don't know what will. So I think I'm also aligned on the fact that we're going caution-free to the end of this race. That means 3 hours and 30 minutes or so for us to go. The way that we had scheduled this out, Cam, was that you were going to be stepping aside, I think, in the commentary booth in, what, 90 minutes time or so?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll have seen the first, 3 and a bit hours and qualifying. And then poor Stefan Schlacker's going to jump in and just see the final 2 hours of craziness.
But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We 60. Well, that's about quarter of the way through the race so far, give or take. So definitely getting there, and the race is at pretty high speed so far. But I agree with you. I think it looks like the stewards are being fairly relaxed on the race control with when the safety cars are coming out, which in some ways is a good thing. In some ways, we've had some big crashes today. And as you say, if car spin on the front straight doesn't call out, then let's see what happens. Second place, though, in your GT3 category. Left or right, or sitting behind for now. Olympus, hold on.
We need to come up with a jingle at some point. Left or right, or bang in the middle. There's something there. We haven't quite workshopped, Cam. Now that we're closing in on the halfway mark of this race, we should probably start workshopping what we're calling the halfway, half-third way points. Something better than half-third way points, though, would be good.
Well, half of a third is a sixth, right? But then I guess it's not a sixth, so that doesn't really make sense either. So, it's just half distance points, isn't it? I guess is I think it's going to be a bit of an awkward one. I don't know if we're going to be able to have some fancy name for that.
Again, if the YouTube chat has any suggestions, we'll keep them in mind. Arturo Melgar says that Gonzalo Vergara is his GOAT, although Gonzalo Vergara has just been passed for the GT3 Pro lead, and maybe this is fuel mileage coming into play as they work their way up in through the opening sector of the lap. They split now. The GTP leaders open up almost 2 seconds between them. Kim Jasir is in this leading train as well, but Daniel Ferguson, now 2 seconds back, is hoping that his Mercedes can close in as well. It's not a long championship by any means, Cam, and so, even though you've got the 6 races to think about, race winners in round 1, Pure Sims know that another good result here sets them up very, very nicely for the back half of the season.
Yeah, there's 6 races, which means there's 12 occasions where you can score points, including the half distance points, and we're already about to come up to that. So we're already almost a quarter of the way through the season in terms of when you can score, occasions where you can score points. So it definitely comes at you fast, and talking of coming at you fast is potentially this Maniti machine getting closer and closer to BS, who have fallen away from Daniel Craft at the front as these battles ebb and flow. And it really seems to be a very inconsistent race today in terms of the gaps. They just change so quickly because of the traffic. It's
again just the nature of Road Atlanta relative to Sebring or Watkins Glen, which sandwiched this round in a bit of American swing that we have at the end of 2023. Let's go back, by the way, and just ride on board with the second Maniti car. Maxime Naz is still out there in the number 1, but yeah, I'm not... From the perspective of Philip Schiff, he had done everything that he could. I'll be clear here in saying, I kind of feel like, Cam, this is a bit of a racing incident. I don't think anyone necessarily needs to be penalized, but it just goes to show the type of situations that these drivers are dealing with. Such split-second decisions, but such drastic consequences.
Yeah, just a couple of inches either side, and they probably would have been okay. But unfortunately, the contact was made and spun a car around at 150 mile an hour, and you know what happens with that. The cars go flying off into the wall. And to be honest, I agree with you on looking at it a couple of times. Maybe it's more towards the racing incident because, as you say, the GT3 couldn't really do too much more. They are right on the limit. You literally commit 100 meters before the apex of that final corner. You're already set there in your speed. You can't just easily slow down. If you slam on the brakes with that much steering angle, you're going to be turning around. If you lift off as well, that's not going to be helping the weight balance. So it's definitely a difficult situation. And for the GTP to go around the outside is very risky.
See if we can pick up some drama that has happened recently out on the track because the Paceworks Esports Mercedes has lost a bit of ground. That's the Simon in the 158. So this is going to be out of turn 7, and he Does he lose it by himself there?
Oh, and then gets some further contact as well. Loses that front splitter. Let's take a second look at that one through turn 6 into 7. No, his contact's on the front. I think they just tagged the back of the Maniti car a little bit.
That's what I was trying to get the rearward perspective from, but couldn't quite pick it up on that replay. But yeah, a weird incident to say the very least. And Simon unfortunately drops down after sitting up there in what was 10th place in class. That will be slightly frustrating for him. We'll keep an eye on these drivers, by the way, but second train effectively now for GT3 Pro sees still BS Turner leading the way, but now increasingly with the pressure building from behind. These drivers going on 15 seconds off of your leaders now.
Yeah, huge loss of time for BS over the course of this the start of this second stint so far. Hasn't been the best one, and now they're in this huge battle, which surely is going to lose them just a little bit more time over the course of this second stint of the race for them. Lap 69 of 246 as we continue the race on. The sun still rising here, remember. This is not setting, it's rising as we get further towards midday by the end of the race.
Yeah, you can see it's very warm now, very warm. 9 o'clock in the morning. 20 degrees Celsius track temperature. Yeah, given that we had 29 degrees Celsius at the end of qualifying or midway through qualifying, it's a significant shift, and even the balance that we usually talk about qualifying versus race setups even more exaggerated, you'd assume, for the drivers here today. Maybe we get the chance to chat with them at some point, and they can always jump into the broadcast booth to give us a bit of insight as to what they're experiencing through the course of this race. And there are 3 races, let's not forget. That's the important thing, Cam. There's the GTP, GT3 Pro, and the GT3s as well, where Archer Brothers, Olympus Esports, Satellite Racing, still very much all within a close net as we cycle in towards the second pit stop cycle.
Yeah, we're getting very close to that, and I'm loving this, how close we're seeing these 3 classes. Sometimes you get one class that just starts to spread out and it's hard to talk about for the rest of the race, but already slowly closing in on third race distance, and we're getting some really nice battles in all the 3 classes. Just a few seconds separating the leaders in each class, less than a second in both the GT3 classes as well. And this is exactly what we want to see. And the thing I love the most as well is seeing the different chassis manufacturers up towards the front, just showing you that, yeah, it's not all about one make series.
You say that, but look at the front of the GT3 Pro field.
There's an exception.
Yeah, there's always an exception to that proves the rule, isn't it? Yeah, the Porsche is looking quite good here. But again, having said that, Mercedes, Ferrari, BMW, they then run 4th, 5th, and 6th in class. It's, I think, just the strategy, the fuel that's helping these Porsches out right now. And they're all running in line. They're not running in line into turn number 6, though. That was Guillaume Levesque having a bit of a look to the inside of the BS Turner machine as they're getting antsy. They're starting to get a little bit more feisty back in this little gaggle. BMW peels off the corner, hoping that it's got enough straight line momentum to hold on. Lease Esports losing a bit of ground actually off of the corner, but this is where halfway down the straight the draft starts to play its part. There's a GTP car up the inside though. No move this time for the Lease Esports Mercedes.
Yeah, half a look to the inside, maybe just trying to get BS on a slightly defensive line. That will of course slow their exit, but they do not fall for that one. And I don't know about you, Arjuna, but I'm starting to feel like maybe it's got the GTPs are spread out a bit, but it's a little less chaotic at this point in the race now. And this is allowing these GT3s to have these battles. Liz got the inside of turn 1, though. That should be a nice, comfortable move if they get it, because you don't hang it around the outside, and BS Plus know that, and they back out in towards 7th place. But look at the GTP, the Pure Sims car diving down the inside and just breaking up that battle as well.
And of course, that's the leader. So with some impetus comes the number 1. In the race on the side of the car, the LED boards, there's a number 1 that the drivers will be aware of. It's allowed BS Turner to lose another spot as well. Satellite Racing, Dallas Pataska take full advantage to slither on forward as a result. And you can see that track map, just how much the drivers are spread around. But I think you're right. It's been a little less chaotic now. We've started to settle the nerves just a little bit. And hopefully some of the tempers are subsiding as well, because I have seen a few messages here and there. GT3's not thrilled with how the GTPs have been running roughshod with some of them, but for the most part, it's not been too bad, it seems.
I've I don't think I've ever done an endurance race, either as a driver or a commentator, where the GT3s have been happy with the prototypes. It's just the situation, because at the end of the day, the prototypes, they're going to try and get past as fast as they can, and the GT3s, in theory, want them to just sit behind and overtake on the exit. But when you're in a race, when you've got the close gaps that we have, the prototypes, they're not going to be doing that, are they? Even in the LMP2s, and in some ways that's a little bit more awkward because they don't have the same overspeed that these GTPs have nowadays with the hybrid system and the extra downforce as well. So certainly a tricky situation, but up towards the front, this might be a move for Olympus.
Is it going to be a jink to the inside? It's a late jink to the inside from Thomas Cope. Doesn't have the look, though, to force the issue, and it's going to allow Satellite Racing a Rhine to close if they make half moves like this. Archer Brothers slightly defensive under the Fox Factory Bridge, but to the end of the 20th lap of their fuel window for the both respective drivers, I head to the line and continue to run their way through. Now, do remember as well, when it comes to the GT3 AM, or I say AM, just the regular GT3 category, the drive time restrictions that these drivers have slightly different to how the GT3 Pro drivers, of course, will have to fare on out. It means that the I ratings may be a little bit more mixed up in the GT3 class, and it's where I'll just give a call out. Thomas Cope, 6,000, almost 7,000 I rating, and Jacob O'Reilly, 3,500 I rating. It goes to prove that I rating, Cam, it doesn't tell you everything about a driver's speed.
No, it certainly doesn't. Often it's a general trend. But then if you've been on iRacing for like 10 years and you've done loads of races, you're still going to improve at some point unless you're absolutely tragic, in terms of skill. But if you're still fairly new, you might have just not done enough races to get your iRating high enough. And with the way it works is in IVRA is that there is a separate sort of license system. There's Amber, Emerald, Sapphire, Amethyst, Onyx, and Pro as well. It's within that for the bands of iRating, and that's how the classes are defined here.
Yeah, and you can request manual reassignment if you feel your I rating maybe doesn't reflect your true speed in the car. Oh no! Oh my word! 3 wide down into turn 10, and still with 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. Maniti alongside with Pure Sims as they battle in towards the chicane, fighting their way through some lap traffic, and with GTPs coming around as well. It's Daniel Ferguson that slid his Mercedes up into the podium steps. Simufy and Tristan Iglesias have taken advantage of the traffic to break away, but as we're being very, very happy about the action that we're seeing, they find ways to intensify it even more.
3 wide, but only one of them was for position as well. And that's why he really had to go for it, because he didn't want to get stuck behind some traffic, and a car's not in the same class. And once again, we see this just up ahead. That isn't a car directly for position, and that just makes the job even harder. But Pure Sims, and I'd say Ferguson, really being aggressive there, and it seemingly is going to work out. As it got to be careful. Got GTP coming to the outside, but now should be able to get past that GT3 car as well.
Vivano slide on through. That's Marcus Hamilton still running in 6th position in the GTP class, and we took a look away from the front of the GT3 field, and well, as they were 3 wide, they were also having their own little bits of moments in that battle. Here you see the Olympus Esports car trying to try and slot back into line, and Delta V's BMW gives them a bit of a tag to the right rear. Great car control from Thomas Cope. Copes with the balance of the car to bring it back into line, but a couple of seconds lost. Satellite Racing up to 2nd.
I'd be pretty upset if I was the Olympus car right there. That was a very late dive. Tagging the rear of a GT3 car in a very medium high-speed corner is just, you're way too late at that point, and GT3 car can do absolutely nothing. So, yeah, I'd be very furious, especially when you're battling for, a top position like that.
Been lucky with a lack of safety cars so far. 75 laps will be complete. 76 next time by, as Daniel Kraft just continues to build away at the front. We haven't really talked about it for the last 20 or so minutes because Nicholas Bow's charge has somewhat come unstuck, but he has lost some ground. He's lost favor with the traffic, maybe is another way to think about it. And Pure Sims' Daniel Kraft looking very comfortable right now. Maniti increasingly under pressure from Adam Crane and that Satellite Racing car, still trying to bounce back to its top speed.
Absolutely, but the battles do continue. But just look, oh No, not going left, not going right, just getting stuck in the middle there through the chicane, losing a whole chunk of time to their battle up ahead, and that just shows you how quickly it can change. And that is why sometimes we'll see a car randomly lose 3 seconds, because that was a prime example of it right there. If you don't quite get the timing right, when you can get that overlap, you just get stuck behind a car that is obviously way slower, both in terms of power and downforce. And I wonder if that is part of the reason why the BS car has started to drop off at the front too.
See, the marbles haven't necessarily built up just yet either. That's going to be something at some point will maybe play a part. Not sure how much of an impact it will truly have. It's not playing out for the GT3 cars because they're very content to go 2x2 down through the final corner. Impulse loses 2 for 1 as Maniti and Satellite slide on through, and now Dallas Pataska under fire from Max Riedmuller as the 179 tries to grab an extra spot of his own. Impulse will run into the back of that car though. ATRS just checks up in the nick of time. Oh, it's another clumsy incident, though, into turn number 1.
We were talking about Skittles earlier, and that is a prime example of it, just barreling into the back of the Maniti car, and they're so on the limit in terms of the rear grip, the rear balance, and that was a huge sort of bit of overspeed as well. And I'm surprised that Maniti car is still going in somewhat of a reasonable fashion. That was a big spin, and surely a big hit. Yeah, loads of damage on that front left.
Up through turn 5 they will go, and I think as they filter off of the corner, let's just ride on board from the perspective of the Door Academy car that was tucked in behind, and you'll just see Impulse and Raymond Sheffer is just trying to run that inside, but I think got caught out just by Maniti trying to carry less speed into the corner than they wanted to, and it wasn't ATRS that checked up, excuse me, it was the Door Academy car that had the check up there, but that could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it certainly could, and you can just see from the brake lights as well, there was a good amount of time difference in the braking zones there between the Maniti braking much earlier. Of course, they had a car on the outside, whereas Impulse probably were more thinking directly of the Maniti car and just slightly different things to focus on, as there's been more dramas potentially coming in towards the turn 10A, and yep, that's the Geeks Energy car just making contact with the BMW on the outside of their braking zone.
And so that's the Delta V BMW in the GT3 class that was pushed out a little bit wide. Haven't actually, last time I checked, seen any new penalties come in courtesy of Race Control. I think that has just been changed though. The 14 Delta V racing car has a 10-second penalty. That might actually be a slightly older penalty that I'm just reading now for the very first time. 23 incidents currently on the board, and maybe an extra one, because that is Ryan Huff. And that SRN car has crashed at basically every corner that you can, and it's done so again. Oh no, Pure Sims get mixed up, and this is chaos.
It certainly is, and that's a very difficult position to be in. Visceral getting involved in that one as well, and that is such a shame. These drivers up towards the front in class, you know, they're looking at to be on the podium in the GT3 Pros. Now they're going to be in getting repairs.
So we'll have to try and figure out what happened there, but the fact that the SRN car was stationary even before the chicane is the scary bit. Ferguson and Jasir instantly down to the lane. They're going to be pretty frustrated. Let's see if we can figure out what happens here. So right now I think we are watching technical issues effectively unfold for SRN Motorsports, but there will come a time when they snap back into existence and they're already in trouble.
And I just wonder, should that car have continued from that point? They choose to do so, but the issue is they came and they take out some of the leaders in GT3 Pro. That is not what you want to see. There was a helping hand, but the car was already unbalanced coming through that corner, and unfortunately Visceral tried to get out of the way, but they were just unhelped there by Heusinkveld, maybe just not having the proper line of sight to see the car was going that slow.
So let's ride from the roll cam. So this is not exactly what Ferguson sees. We probably get more visibility, and yeah, unfortunately nowhere really to go in that situation. The car was definitely damaged. I want to place no blame onto Simufy and Tristan Iglesias for SRN going around, because their car, yes, clearly already had damage. But just an unfortunate situation, and something that Race Control will have to take a look at. I can tell you though that I think courtesy of the pit straight incident where SRN had gone around, they have a 60-second penalty pending to be served.
Oof. That's the biggest one that we've seen so far. We've seen 10, 20 and 40. but now a 60-second penalty. That is, yeah, that's a big one. Lots of issues for that car, unfortunately, so far this race. And yeah, you mentioned that number 14 car getting a 10-second penalty. That was for that big accident that we saw on that front straightaway some probably 20 odd minutes ago now. And the 14 is now under investigation once again for some more contact. So definitely not the race that they would have wanted either.
It all now means that GT3 Pro has very much broken up. 4 seconds between the top two, 8 seconds then back to third. There's not much really to focus on there. What there is to focus on is GTP pit stops, which come right on cue. 39 laps for most of the drivers so far, but of course PureSims came in a little bit early, and Daniel Kraft has completed 41 laps, and now hits his marks and maybe jumps out of the car.
Yep, so lap 82 we're going on to now, and this is 1/3 distance, which means if this is your second pit stop, you're on for that 6 stints that I was talking about, and bang on the absolute lap limit of that, 41 laps a stint. So definitely that is what they're going to be looking out for over the course of the next stints. We've got more cars going around. That's a tricky situation to be in.
And that's also turn 5, so that's David Barraclough in the TFR Lab, rather Talk Freak Racing entry. David does a lot of the work over at TFR Lab, and 11th in class. They're still trying to salvage a top 10. We'll see where they fare, but fortunately no safety car warranted by that one, I would suspect. So it's Nathan Moore that takes over from Daniel Kraft. Now, Cam, you and myself less than 24 hours ago were commentating on this Nathan Moore in a PureSims Radical SR10, winning the opening round of the 2023 Radical Esports Cup UK. Now, it's a downforce car once again, but this is about as top level as they come in terms of prototypes.
I was going to say it's actually somewhat similar, but this is just, you know, the I guess the scale of it is just being absolutely blasted upwards, and now Moore's got to be getting up to speed with that. It's interesting, you know, the amount of races that there are nowadays and how the drivers manage that to get up to speed, to get comfortable in a car. You know, I know they're, you know, somewhat professional, semi-professional, a lot of these drivers, but it's still difficult. You still have to be able to spend the practice time getting comfortable with the car and then being able to swap between them with 24 hours notice for some completely different competition. And
high-level competition as well. I think that's the other thing, right? We're not talking about jumping into random races here and there. We're talking top-level esports races. Jan Sentikowski, oh no, a self-inflicted mistake as he bobbles over the inside curb down through the final corner. And unfortunately, that Heusinkveld entry slams into the wall.
Certainly does. Is there actual contact? No, just a bit of a bump on the curb and probably some aero sort of loss as well, being so close to the car ahead, losing that rear end, unfortunately, just misjudging that, as you say, solo crash, solo mistake. Very unfortunate. Visceral had some problems as well, getting right on the curb on the exit of turn 1.
And so this, I think, is after, of course, they've already left the pit lane for some damage repairs. And so maybe Robin Noberg just trying to feel out the car, understand what the balance is doing. And, well, the balance of that Talk Freak Racing car just not doing what David Barraclough wanted it to do.
No, definitely not. And that is how he went around. That was actually quite early as well, really not in a prime position to continue, as we are into the next round of pit stops for these GTPs. And we are past that lap 82, so this should be very nice for that 6th stint target.
And so as we see BS Competition and Nicholas Bow just in front of PureSims yet to have made their pit stop, as Maxime Naz hands over to Tom Hooper in the number 1 Maniti Racing entry. Is that Porsche 963 going to leave the lane before PureSims? No, I don't think so. As BS Competition find their way on in, it is going to be Nathan Moore that's going to re-inherit what will be effectively the race lead. And now Tom Hooper off and away. We'll get a sense for how big the margin will be between him and BS Competition moving forward.
Yeah, it's looking very good for PureSims as the race progresses. Remember, before the first pit stop, they were down in 4th place. They managed to get up very nicely over the course of that first pit stop sequence. As well, that's a very cautious, but probably the right choice there for Maniti. The issue is now they've got satellite all over the back of them on the the already warmed up tyres into the S as we go. Fortunately, Adam Crane backed out of that one.
That was the way the Cadillac also moved around, and as we were riding on board, it did worry me for a second, but Adam Crane had it all under control. Sorted out in the nick of time. Nicholas Bow does hand on over, as expected, to Dion Fiallo with 2 stints done. 3 hours still left to go estimated in this race, and still not even at the halfway mark where those halfway third points, still workshopping the name, halfway third points are going to be handed out. The question isn't, is Dion Fiallo going to come out alongside Pearson? The question is, what's the margin between Dion Fiallo and these two drivers down into the chicane?
Yeah, that's there's definitely some time lost there on that outlap. Definitely probably a couple of seconds with the caution into turn 3, and then the issues and the miscommunication through the S's. This might be fairly decent for BS as they come out of the pit lane. No.
What's going on here? Dion Fiallo pulls to the grass out of pit exit.
Did he not fill up with fuel? Or what? There's surely got to be some other sort of issue. He has just got in that car, of course, and maybe some hardware not set up, something like that, and to notice it straight away.
This could be the caution. This could be the caution that changes the strategy, and at what a crucial time, Cam. One stint or so before we enter that halfway mark of the race.
And yeah, this could change how the order when we get to the points and how we give out the points in some laps time. Still a little way to go though, about a stint to go for that one. But what is going to happen with this BS car? Are they going to be able to get going? Is the caution going to go out? And if it does, how does it actually change the strategy? Because lots of people, they pit anyway, so surely they're just going to stay out.
Hearing that it might have been contact. Let's see. This is already after the car has left the pit box, and just slow roll this. Watch this from here. There's a car in the penalty box serving its penalty right now. Dion Fiallo's waiting for the signal from his crew to go. And is it going to be contact on this pit exit that has caught out BS competition? Yes, it is. Oh goodness.
He was blindsided going through the pace car, which is obviously non-collision. But then he went outside of the pit lane, so the collision comes back in. And unfortunately, he either just didn't see, didn't realise, wasn't aware that there was the Geeks Energy car right there.
Dion Fiallo does nothing wrong in this situation, and you can already tell that steering is done. That car is done. They are trying to limp it around. Give them kudos here. They're staying out of trouble, but BS competition looks like they were maybe favourites to come out on top. It's not to be today.
And that's why all the talk of BOP being in the favour of the BMW doesn't really make a difference, because if crashes and stuff like that happen, you can't use the speed of the car, and that changes quite a lot. We thought at some point BS were going to get back to the race lead and start pulling away potentially with their speed advantage that they had today, but they aren't able to use it. And this leaves a huge battle now for what is currently the race lead with Maniti and Satellite.
And there's no good way for this to happen, unfortunately, right? The penalty box needs to exist, and Road Atlanta's pit lane doesn't offer many spots for it. So the exit of pit lane is maybe a logical place for it to be. The problem is, if you are in that first pit stall, you don't know if there's a car in that penalty box or not. And it's where, Cam, you've worked with many a teammate before. It's on the teammate sometimes to tell you, all right, there's a car in the box, be careful, make sure we don't hit him.
Oh, definitely, 100%. There should have been someone else who saw that, but then at the same time, you also kind of maybe expect the driver to, I don't know, just go to the left. It's a difficult one, but as you say, to be absolutely 100% without a doubt, someone else in the team could have been spotting him and helping him with that one. But am I being silly, or have Pure Sims lost a lot of time in GTP as well? In the last lap, they had a very slow lap.
You're not just the last lap, but you are right. Pure Sims have actually had to come back down to the pit lane, so I'm not sure what's happened there. Tom Hooper's lost it from the lead. Maniti's number one spins through the opening corner, and Satellite Racing, your new race leaders in the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, and I believe Impulse in their GT3 machine also got tangled up in this one. Big drama. Valorous mixed up too.
What on earth is going on? So many of these top drivers in GTP, 3 of the top 4 having issues. That's left Satellite and Movano out towards the front, just 1 and a bit seconds between them. I mean, we just go for another round of pit stops, and all of a sudden, all these incidents start coming back in. We were pretty stable for about 10-15 laps before it.
And we still have to figure out what happened to Pure Sims. Cam is very correct there. But where did Movano come from? Literally 20 minutes ago, I was saying Marcus Hamilton is in 6th and still has some work to do. But now suddenly, as the caution will indeed fly for the very first time today, it's been a bonkers 15 minutes or so.
It certainly has. We go past the distance onto lap 88 now, and as you say, we get the first caution of the day. A lot of these, especially GTPs, have made their pit stops, but the GT3s, they're going to be coming up to theirs in maybe 5-10 laps time. So surely a lot of the GT3s will be coming in at some point. Let's see what happens to this Maniti car. Out of the final kink, looking all good so far, up towards turn number 1. Diving up the inside of 2 cars, that's not going to end well.
It's all self-inflicted, let's be honest as well. And I'll be honest, Impulse have every right to be, I think, quite frustrated with that, because they got the worst of it. Impulse hit the wall hard. Maniti slide through the grass, without too much drama.
Yeah, when you're... prime example there. Just when you're a GTP or a prototype, even LMP2. Oh, huge hit. That was the Valorous car coming in. That's why they went slow. But that car just came right in front of them on the racing line.
I mean, okay, again, to be fair, what can you do in this situation? Because safety car isn't out right now. You've got no awareness of what's going on in that Cadillac. It's just high speed. It's scary, is what it is.
Certainly, that came out of nowhere. Of course, there's dust and everything, but you still can't just completely brake in a straight line as well. Huge hit there. A big shame for Impulse to get that double contact. That car is going to be absolutely toast. And this has completely changed the complexion of the race. We were looking at a 4-way battle, as we said, between the 4 manufacturers up towards the front. But now we've got completely different teams up towards the front. 3 of them basically out of contention.
So, slow things down. And take a breath. Still don't know what happened to the Pure Sims car, by the way. That's the next thing on the agenda to try and figure out, but wow. Again, timing.RaceSpotTV if you do want to try and figure out what's happening. Now, in terms of what timing is indicating to me, I don't see Nathan Moore having had an issue. All I see is the extra pit stop that they needed to come down and do. They ended up sitting for about 45.6 seconds stationary, so is this a case of there wasn't fuel or tires changed on the car?
That is an interesting one, but it was so close after the last, it was only, 5 laps after the previous pit stop, so that is a very weird one. I can't really think about, or can't decide really what it would have been for Nathan Moore. He was looking good, but I did see what came up was at the time he did a 2-minute something lap out of nowhere.
That was the pit stop.
That must have been the pit stop, but as to why they would go in, I can't really think of it.
The message has been sent over to the Pearsons camp to try and get some information now. We are under a safety car procedure here. For those new to the world of IVRA, we are basically augmenting the iRacing safety car procedure. So the iRacing safety car process designed for oval races for the most part for single class races. So what's happening right now is drivers are getting waved around effectively. These are the GT3 machines for the most part that are getting the wave by. Once we have finished the cycle of wave bys, only then can we open the pit lane, and so it's a couple of laps that these drivers are all sitting, and it's an important time for the drivers not in the car, whether it's the engineer, the spotter, or the teammates who are yet to drive the car. They're all figuring out right now, Cam, are we pitting now? Are we not?
And it's a big decision. I think GT3s will pit because they're pretty much at their pit stop anyway. For the GTPs, the prototypes, I'm not sure. A lot of them have just pit anyway, but then if you fill up now, maybe you don't even change tires. You just stay stationary for a couple of seconds, top up the tank. You then have to do no fuel saving at all to the end of the race if it stays green. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone who maybe is a little bit further back in the pack tries that. I don't think Satellite, though, would give up that track position for it.
I'm just watching, by the way, some of the chatter in the virtual paddock right now about the incident that took out the Visceral and Pure Sims cars from race winning contention. As expected, no major hard feelings amongst the teams that were running up towards the front. It was more, again, just the incident and the way the back marker was having their issues that caused all of that. Daniel Ferguson, I think, has probably taken a look at that replay quite a few times to reassure himself that there wasn't too much that he could do. But yeah, puff of smoke, not much that you could do in that situation. Here's the stints for GTP, by the way. Alex Ellis in the number 67, guaranteed to see him down to the pit lane. But yeah, it'll be curious to see who else will come on in, because 123 laps, that's the mark for halfway, the points to be handed out halfway through this race. Some of these drivers I don't think can make it there, actually. Nicholas Hedberg is asking for quite a lot.
Yeah, that is a good point. That is a very good point. Fuel to the to the halfway stage. You want to make sure that if you need to pit, it's going to be on lap 124, because if you pit obviously on 123, you come into the pits before you cross the finish line to get the half points. So you want to make sure you go that extra lap. So that is the thing that the drivers are going to be thinking out now. How are we going to make sure we get that? Of course, these laps under the caution, though, will save a lot of fuel. So they probably will get another lap or two on top to continue that stint.
All right, so I think this is the thing that's also changed relative to 2022, 2023, right? The fact that it's gone from being half points, as in half points at the end of the race being paid out at the halfway mark, to 1/3 points being paid out at the halfway mark. Now, those points are still important, Cam, don't get me wrong. But they're less important than they were last year in terms of how many points in total can be won in every single race.
That is true, but then that, with how the race is split up and to how it's almost exactly 6 stints, I think whatever you do now is also going to help later on. I don't think it's like if you do something now, it's going to sacrifice your race later on, because you're looking at pretty much 3 stints for each half of the race, almost exactly. So I think if you can get those extra couple laps on fuel now, that is going to help you later. So I think it might be a double win if someone tries something here. But as I said, I don't think the front few should try it. As long as they know they can get to that 124, I don't think the front few should try. I think they should keep the track position.
I do think as well, if you're Maniti Racing, the latest pit stop, of course, for them, that number 1 machine that had its issue through turn 1, they're probably getting a penalty for that. So they will want to try and minimize how much time they spend in pit lane in general. So that will potentially come into play. Again, remember, Race Control has plenty of things to work their way on through. We are at 30 incidents so far today, and I've no doubt that's going to continue to increase. I got word from Pure Sims, the reason for the extra trip down pit lane, Cam. Do you want to guess?
Didn't put fuel in it.
No. It was actually their fault. They sped on exit.
Oh. Yeah, we don't always talk about speeding, to be honest. It's quite rare, I would say, but that is, considering they're in the lead of the race and they're in pretty big control, that has changed it a lot, because now they drop down to 7th place. Fortunately for them, this safety car has bunched the field back up, but otherwise they were going to be, obviously like a minute off the lead.
And so that became a 40-second hole. That's why it was effectively a full service in the second cycle for them, or second pit stop in the second cycle for them. But yeah, Nathan Moore might not have been his whatever you want to call it, present mind making the decision to turn the limiter off. It could have also just been that sometimes when you jump into the car with no limiter turned on, and you leave the box and, well, you get caught out. As we wait for the pit cycles to begin, I'll just also remind everybody that we should expect a class split at the end of the pit stop cycle, so keep that in mind. I also think officially BS Competition have retired from this race, so they join Trek Esports in being done for the day. But this is where benefits for the likes of Satellite Racing 67, for the Hydra Race 62. These are drivers 11 laps down from the rest of their class, but after being involved in drama early doors, Cam, points on the line for them if they just keep trucking around.
Yeah, it's not the longest lap in the world, but 11 of them is still a lot. That's a lot of time to be added on. That's like 15 minutes of time that they've lost. And to be fair, fair play for carrying on going, and this is a perfect example. When you get these cautions and stuff, things might happen. Other cars might drop out. BS, as you say, looking like they've dropped out. Pure Sims obviously had some issues there. Obviously not enough to take them out, but you might as well stay out, get those points, especially as half race distance is only, what's that, about 30 laps away now.
And that's the thing, again, we are so close to that mark that we are really deriving so much of our strategy talk from there. So we're still waiting again for the pit window to, I think, open for the majority of the field. I did get some indications on my timing screen that the GT3s are coming on in. So pit lane has been opened, and it's only the tail end of the GTPs that come on in. Orion Race Team, the last to stay out. It's ATRS Academy, Pure Sims, Maniti, Delta V, and Valorous that make their way into the lane. GT3 is almost en masse, Cam, as expected. They're at the end of the run. They're into pit lane.
Yeah, they were going to pit anyway, so you might as well pit now. Perfect example, perfect timing of when you can do that, because they were looking at getting around that, well over sort of 40-odd laps of the stint, and that's pretty much what we're getting up to. There was a slight slowdown there from the car on pit X. I guess just make sure that they got to the end of the pack, probably just slightly closed for a second, but yeah, definitely. Prime example of if you are either in a position where you have to pit in a few laps anyway, you might as well come in. And for the lower downs of the prototypes, you're going to be at the back of the pack anyway. At least this time, you could be on fresh tyres and more fuel.
Race off of pit road for your GT3 Pro machines is going to see Gonzalo Vergara take back the point. Now, Simify have done a driver change, so it's Tristan Iglesias out, it's Gabby Montoro in. Brabham Esports, curiously, have left Stephen McDonald in that 150, while Lease have taken the opportunity to grab Guillaume Levesque out of the 137 and throw Andrew Carone in. So driver changes for a handful of the GT3 Pro machines, and for the GT3s, Jacob O'Reilly's in the 215 Archer Brothers. Travis Schwenke's jumped into the Orion Race Team 244, and it's Ryan Robertson taking over for the Satellite Racing pole position class winner, as they run on the final step of the podium for the time being. So it means that Satellite, Movano, Maniti, Delatraz, and the Nürburgring Esports team, along with Orion in the GTP's, Cam, have stayed out there and are going to be trying to make it to the end of the first half of the race on fuel.
Yeah, if I was in this situation, I'd probably call the right thing. You got the track position, you're pretty close on fuel anyway. The safety car is going to give you, probably an extra couple of laps, so you might as well just try out. And especially for Satellite, they know they've got the pace, and obviously the cars behind, not like they're slow, but they weren't up in those top positions earlier on in the race as well. So I think Satellite should have the advantage here coming to the restart. But they just need to hold on for the 30 laps. Well, 30 laps now, so 29 laps now. Obviously, it'll be another couple laps before we get going. So, but they should be able to hold on to that rather nicely.
So we will, I think, restart with close to 97 laps complete in this race. It will take us a handful more laps to cycle the field back around, just by virtue of the fact that this is not the longest track by any means, but it's also not a short track still. So it takes a lap or two for the drivers to work their way back around, and then we will get ready to go. What are you feeling, Cam, in this restart? Because I think we are expecting it to be plenty chaotic once more, especially given that the first two cycles of traffic are going to be probably the most chaotic.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be, what was it, 4 laps, 5 laps of clear air for the GTPs, and then it's going to be carnage for the next bit. And the issue for them is, by that point, there'll probably be about 20 laps left until the restart. So the final 20, until the half race distance. So there'll be the final 20 laps of this first half before the points are given out are going to be carnage, which means you're going to have to be on top of everything. If you make a mistake, if you lose those 5 positions, that's a lot of points you're going to be doing. So for the drivers in the cars right now, this is going to be a very hectic sort of half an hour of racing when we go back green.
I don't think the lights will go off on the pace car this time by, again, as expected, probably a lap or two more before we go racing. So it's Movano behind Satellite, Maniti behind both of them. Let's not forget, Delatraz had 2 different moments in qualifying, and now we're up in 4th position. All it takes is one safety car to mix things up, which might not be a big thing now. I think we're still more focused on the halfway points at this part of the race, but final 40 laps of the race, let's say we get another caution. What can you even expect at that point other than utter madness?
Yeah, just that's why you got to keep in the race and just wait for the opportunities that come your way, especially for Delatraz. I mean, they had issues in qualifying, 2 crashes. They started last. They had another crash on lap 1. You know, it was looking really bleak at that point. But now they're looking up, you know, fighting for the podium potentially at some point in the next few laps. So definitely a prime example of why you want to keep in the race and just continue on rather nicely. Is Crane there going past the pace car, maybe getting a little bit impatient to go back to green.
Just remember as well that these are not normal conditions by any means for these drivers. There are so many unexpected things, and that was a very, very close moment for the Door Academy 123 with John Aylen behind the wheel as we all just checked up into turn 1. You can see there's no visibility of what's going up in front in the further parts of the queue, and so suddenly it stacks up onto the brakes and, well, fortunately, into the grass.
That's weird. Why is everyone slowing down so much? That's a bit weird. Maybe just cars being too close together. Have you seen those animations of like the actual highways in real life? And it does simulations of like the distance of the cars, and the reason why you get those like false traffic jams is because people basically just get too close, everyone brakes, and then at some point people get so close with the concertina effect that they have to stop on track. And it was kind of a similar situation with that, people just not being prepared, because obviously the safety car is only going, you know, at 1 speed, and everyone else is you know, accelerating and braking around that.
Yeah, we do need to get the hurry on to Benny, the pace car driver, to get a move on, to hustle a little bit more around, especially given that if we take a look at those track conditions, it's still not warmed up at all. 20 degrees Celsius on the track means basically minimal heat on the track for the tires, which is good in one sense to try and control how much load you're putting through each of the 4 contact patches on the ground, but at the same time, Cam, cold tires means maximum grip, and also when you then lose the grip, maximum disparity when you start spinning around. Yeah,
it's not a full advantage. Like some people think, obviously, the cooler it is, that's just, you know, I said more grip, but there is obviously the drop off that is even more severe. So it's definitely a difficult situation for the drivers to be in. And the fact is, they've had so many laps now under the safety car. The tyres are going to be absolutely stone cold. No load has gone on them for about 10-15 minutes by the time we get to green flag racing. They're going to be fighting hard for the race lead. It's going to be a difficult situation for Crane to hold on to this. He's going to really have to get up to speed very quickly and be prepared for the car to be just a little bit slidey if he pushes it too much.
The lights are still on the pace car, I'm pretty sure. I didn't see them go off, but there is a big margin being left once again by the race leader, Adam Crane, as we continue just to trundle around. So now we are, let me see if I can figure out how many minutes we have been running under these pacing conditions. We are going on around 14-15 minutes, so this might actually be the final lap that we have before we get back underway. The final wave buys have just, I think, been done, and so you can see everyone basically in order with the GT3 Pros and GT3 cars intermingled behind the GTPs. Yeah, I think we are basically formed up and ready to go once more. So lap 123, the end of lap 123 is when the halfway points get paid out. By my calculations, 27 laps then to get things sorted out. And that is a fairly long time, of course. We're a bit over a minute a lap. We're looking at about 1 minute 6 on race pace. It's still about half an hour of pure green flag racing when we get back to that. So still a lot of time for the drivers to work out their finishing positions. And as we said, it's half race distance, but it's third of the points that get gifted out. So it's 34 points gifted for the win, and then 30 for second, 27 25. So still a lot of points gifted out, and obviously that continues all the way down. So this is still something quite important to fight for. We've got the GT3 leader, by the way, in front of the GT3 Pro leader. That's going to make things quite interesting, given that Gonzalo Vergara is technically actually 1 lap ahead of the Archer Brothers Esports cars by virtue of the fact that the GT3 Pros have just been setting a relentless pace at the front. Lights are off, the drivers are weaving back and forth, building temperature into the tires. We're ready to go racing. First caution period of this 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta is ready to draw to a close, and what a nutty 5 minutes that we had to bring out the caution, and it was slowly trending in that direction. Cam, not even halfway through this race, the action, the intensity, it's picking up.
Certainly is. It calmed down for a little bit, and then the carnage ensued once more. Crash after crash, cars going around, the car having multiple crashes as well. And now Adam Crane to the front of that field is going to bring them back to the green flag racing. He's been fast all day, that car, of his teammate as well. But can they hold on? Can they pull away at the front?
And there's no split class start this time by, so as soon as we're racing, everyone is going racing. It's the pace car that builds an advantage. Crane makes sure that out of this final corner, he has the chance to control the tempo and jumps onto the throttle as soon as he gets out of the chicane, down under the Fox Factory Bridge and back to the line to get the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series presented by Heusinkveld back underway, and GTP machines storm their way down towards the line, and as expected already, the GT3 starting to separate themselves out just that little bit. It's the two leaders side by side and almost with contact between the two of them. Archer Brothers and Jacob O'Reilly giving no quarter to Gonzalo Vergara as the GTP machines now file out of turn number 5.
Oh, that was big risk up the inside of turn 1, just centimetres between them, but they managed to get away with it. Archer Brothers not wanting to give any more space than they had to, and that was a good choice because they now continue in the race lead as we see the GTPs coming through turn 6 and 7 for the first time on the restart, still weaving down the back straight for Adam Crane. He wants some more temperature in those tyres.
Yeah, this is the time when you can afford to slink back and forth and travel a bit more distance down these straights, is when you need to make sure the tyres are in their optimal windows. So as the GTPs file out of the chicane for the first green flag lap back under clean racing conditions, it's in the GT3 classes where the most separation is now going to build. Vergara still behind the Archer Brothers car of Jacob O'Reilly, behind Gabby Montoro, trying to stay close to the likes of the Orion race team and the rest of the GT3 machines, but these drivers being overlapped and one lap split from one another is going to cause plenty of chaos for them, and that's even before we get the GTPs overlapping.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation when you get some lapped cars in the way, and of course the split classes as well. As there's the BS car trying to make a move potentially in towards turn 1, but also Maniti for the race lead, having a bit of a look side by side in towards turn 2 and 3, not quite close enough to make a move that time around, but certainly they're not letting Archer Brothers pull away just yet on this restart. Here is the BS Turner car. Of course, they were fighting it up into second place at one point in the race, and they had a few issues, but now with this caution period is closed them right back up into the fight.
Oh, a bit loose there for the Door Academy car. John Aylen had a moment in traffic during that safety car period. Following in the dirty air, almost runs himself off the track out of turn 5 as well. You can see all these drivers are tucked up behind the second place GT3 machine. That's the Orion race team car that Travis Schwenke is currently behind the wheel of. They've got third and GT3 Pro behind them, but more importantly, it's now 3.5 seconds. The margin that Jacob O'Reilly and that Archer Brothers Ferrari has up towards the front, and Gonzalo Vergara seems to recognize that, you know what, the Ferrari's fast enough, let me sit behind, try and pull away, bring Simufy with me, and battle maybe in the closing laps of this race. Down to close out another lap for these drivers. Maniti still searching to the inside.
Yeah, it's a good as good a point as it maybe is up the inside this time around. That's a bit of an easier move as the two class leaders have a nice side-by-side moment. Definitely don't want to be taking each other out when you're not fighting directly for position, but you are right, actually, in that situation. Sometimes you don't want to fight because you want to have a nice clean battle and try and pull away from the cars behind. But either way, Maniti that time saw the opportunity, and to us in my situation, if I was in their situation, I should say, I probably would as well if you don't have a slower class ahead of you, even if you are in the same machinery.
The preference for most will be to enjoy clean air where possible, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, but not going to be possible for many, you would assume. Track map will show that the leaders are going to close on the tail end of the GT3 cars, maybe this lap, start of the next lap, and that's going to be important because already 2 seconds the gap that your leader Adam Crane has been able to build up, and we haven't seen too much drama in terms of cars running off the track, but I believe here is going to be a bit of an exception to that. As Alexander Bird, not even with contact, just mismanages the weight transfer up into turn 3.
Another big contact for that car. Of course, having a crash coming out of turn 10B not too long ago, and yeah, just losing the rear end there, and that's a pretty big hit. Actually, that's probably going to be some decent damage on the front left of that car.
And they were already running down many laps down by virtue of the damage repair that they had taken. It's only going to do more damage to their hopes. Here comes, though, the run of traffic out of the final corner. Satellite Racing up the inside and run their way with some treachery and some bravery up the inside of the Fury Simsport car, but now into the thick of the traffic. Who's going to be the most aggressive though, because the leader's broken away and then 5 cars in a train behind.
And gone lap 100 as well, 101 for the leaders as the wiper goes there on the 46 machine. Obviously having some schmutz on the windscreen there. As you look at this, 10th of a second separate this GTP train, as they've got a couple of GT3s to get through as well. That is always a recipe for carnage. There's just so much of a speed disparity between the two, but it looks like they're seeing them off one at a time fairly nicely. But this is a corner we can dive it down the inside as they're all trying to file their way through.
This is the Deutsche Payment esports car, the 87, that is working its way down this back straightaway. Also dubbed themselves in sim as the Nürburgring esports team, so no confusion there, but looking to the inside, working past traffic as well. Not going to see any swap arounds just yet. This first cycle is going to be the most frenetic because all the GT3s over the course of 2 and a bit hours, Cam, had split themselves around the entirety of the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Not so this time around.
Yeah, it's such a difficult part of the race when you have so many cars close together, and you get the classes converging as well. You're going to see the speed difference there through the S's, just how much quicker they can be, as there is of course the battles up towards the front. The Movano car just trying to work their way through the traffic and not let Satellite get too big of a lead, but it has opened up to 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's a big gap now that's opened up because Adam Crane is being very decisive up the inside of the sister GT3 267 out of turn 7. Crucial move there, 4.5, now growing the margin that Crane enjoys, and this is clinical stuff. And this is the advantage that Cam has talked about on a couple of occasions of having the number 1 next to your name when you reach the traffic. Sometimes a little bit more aware of you and the position that you hold and significance that you hold in terms of the story of the race. After their big drama though out of turn number 1, Maniti Racing still may be under investigation for that, but on the hunt, trying to get back up to second.
And they've got a good opportunity here. Movano, they struggled a bit more. They lost another 1.5 seconds to Satellite on that lap previous, and that is not going to be helping their battle for the race lead. Losing just another couple of tenths, that's going to give Maniti a slight run up the hill in towards turn 2 and 3, and almost just having a look up the inside, having to think about it at least, but way too far back this time around. But the momentum is certainly very big. Unfortunately, just losing another couple of tenths though with some traffic on the Porsches there inside the GSR car. I think that was inside the S's, and that just shows you how quickly it can ebb and flow. Almost overtaken at 1 point, 2 corners later, you'll drop back.
And so as we look at the battle for the GTP leaders, still effectively second in class, Simufy have finally just gotten around the Archer brothers Ferrari, and so now 1.5 seconds the margin between Maniti and Simufy and their Porsches for GT3 Pro, and similarly it's about 6 seconds between Archer brothers and Orion in their BMWs, Ferrari and BMW in the GT3 machines. Here down the hill, still just dealing with traffic, they work their way on through. That's the Orion race team driven by Ilka Happela that's now trying to hunt down Sasha Engelhardt as we plunge out of that Fox Factory Bridge once more. As we check back in towards third place, it's Maniti that dropped behind the Delatraz Automotive squad, and Augustin Bernier is now up into third.
Yeah, nice moves being made slowly but surely, and Delatraz talking of slowly though, it hasn't been one for them. Over 100 laps gone, and they've jumped up from the back to the front of class. So it's been a long haul for them, and it's really working out rather nicely. And look at the gap though between Satellite and Movano, over 9 seconds now. Adam Crane is on an absolute mad one, pulling away at the front there. Yeah, definitely. It's more of a disparity than I was expecting in this race with how the traffic is working out. Maniti now under attack though from Deutsche Payments in 5th place.
And don't forget that when it comes to Satellite, we did see Adam Crane after jumping in the car, maybe slightly falling back, and so this is maybe the afterburners being let loose as Deutsche Payment try and look around the outside of Maniti. Not going to get it done there as Tom Hooper increasingly loses ground to those in front. But as they fight here, let's cycle back to the GT3 field and take a look at some of the other storylines, because what a big GT3 Pro class that we have. Cam, there are 26 cars in this class and only one of them can be crowned a winner.
You be my guest at choosing who that is going to be, with well over 140 laps to go in this race so far, and with the amount of incidents that we've seen and obviously the caution so far, things can change very quickly, and that's why any one of these teams will realistically, there was a slow GTP there coming down through turn 4. Didn't quite see who it was, but they obviously had some sort of issue through turn 3. They now got BS on the back of them.
I believe that was the ATRS Academy car, and so in through the opening sector, and this is behind the GT3 leader, and of course still behind the Brabham GT3 machine. Oh, just ran a little bit wide, and yeah, you're never going to make the corner at that shallow an angle, and good response from Nicholas Hedberg to take the shortcut and rejoin in a, well, I was going to say safe fashion, but I think Lease Esports might take some exception to that.
Yeah, that was just about okay, but it was also just about on the limit of what is possible, as that was very, very close indeed. And yeah, you're right. Very, correct decision to choose to go down the motorcycle chicane. Slowing down, of course, to not get any sort of slowdown. But yes, oh, wow, that was close. As we had, was that Delta V diving it down the inside as well.
Oh, scary stuff, but again, that's what we expect on these restarts as we're on to the 106th lap of this race. We are now into those final 20 or so laps before we're at the halfway mark. The first third of the points will, or I guess 1/3 of some points will be paid. We've got to figure this out, Cam. There's got to be a better way for us to English around this.
There certainly has. It's quite funny trying to put it in a nice way, but it isn't really a nice way of doing that as we come back to this battles towards the mid-pack of the GTPs. Deutsche Payment's dropping back another position. Orion diving down the inside in towards 10A as Maniti have pulled away up ahead, and Orion want to chase and follow them through.
That's not a great run off the corner, though. It's going to force Happela to be a little bit tighter down through the final corner than maybe he would have liked. You've got the Hydra Race Geodesic car there. Graham Sanders is now 11 laps down from the leader, but up into 13th and just salvaging some points and trying not to get into any more trouble, you would assume. Now, some of these teams are going to be probably sick of the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta come this time next week. iRacing Petit Le Mans, of course, 10 hours of racing already in the books, all the official racing that they may have done as well. Another 1,000 miles here, and some of these teams entered into the opening round of the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Championship. We'll be here at Road Atlanta November 5th. You can join us at 2 p.m. Eastern next Sunday for all of that. But in the meantime, it's Door Academy, and John Aylen looking up the inside of Jawad Karoni. That satellite GT3 car very much starting to slow down after the driver change.
Yeah, sometimes drivers, just a couple of tenths apart on pace, maybe just a bit of rhythm as well, and not quite getting to the same factor. But just look at the absolute train of GT3s trying to follow them through. The S's there, and that's a lot of pressure, a lot of cars, a lot of the yellow headlights in the rear view mirrors as well to be looking out for. Is certainly not an ideal situation, although did they have an issue? Yes, they did, just going off at turn 3-4 recently.
Yeah, and so you're seeing that these drivers are all having to push the cars. That's not a doubt. The question is, who's being able to push the most confidently? That's always an important thing to consider, given that on this lap alone, as Adam Crane re-enters traffic for the second time since the restart, he's lost 5 seconds, Cam, to the Movano car in second.
Wow, that just shows you how it opens up. We were saying Movano, oh my god, they go to 10 seconds back, but just a few laps later, and it flip-flops around. And talking of flip-flopping from the right to the left, Movano have to go to avoid that huge train of cars. The GT3's got almost 3 wide at some point, coming in towards the braking zone. I think that's the Heusinkveld car, who of course had a big crash not so long ago. As Movano trying to clear up that mess, find a bit of place on the track for them up the inside of 2 GT3s. They should have the speed to get through before the final corner, and they just about do, but once again, very tight at the final kink.
And that's Orbit Motorsports in the Ferrari, who are a couple of laps down on their own. Remember, they were involved in early drama, so none of those GT3 cars that they just had to pass were fighting for actual positions. 3 wide into turn 3. Is this going to end all right? I think so. Somehow the drivers figure it out, but down into the S's, now still side by side, they'll run.
And someone was off on turn 1 as well, right in the left-hand side of shot, just as it would cut away from it. So yeah, loads of just too many cars on the same piece of track at this moment in time, and they're all trying to find a space at a car's width, a 5x2 car's width. Yeah, just cars being nudged off there. I think that's the Orion GTP, just giving them a little bit of a hip check there.
So Dan Drakia in the Zekerul esports car is the one with the issue, and you can just see as well, it's hard to tell from that perspective. Race Control will get a couple more looks at it, but that could fall either way, I feel, from the angle that we had. And I'm not a steward here today, and I don't want to cause myself any strife with the drivers. Out of the chicane, Orion will definitely be under investigation, though, as a result of that. It's all cost them a little bit of time as we dive out of that final corner. Gap at the front has come back up to 7.5 seconds. It's this traffic, these opening cycles of traffic that are causing these swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, just too many cars right close to each other. The first time around, of course, everyone is in a direct queue, and obviously the GTPs are still very close together. The second time around, everything's slightly further apart, but they still haven't completely spread out. By the time we get to the next slot, hopefully there'll be enough seconds in between the cars just to calm down a little bit, but the gap at the front has opened up once again. As Barilaro has dropped off another 4 seconds. So it's ebbed and flowed 4-second swings twice now. Just showing you how easily, continuing that point about how easily the traffic affects your race around here. 3-way battle though, a little bit lower down.
Yeah, so this will be the Orion and the Nürburgring Esports / Deutsche Payment team, but of course still the Hydro Race car that's a couple of laps down sat in behind them. Still traffic is just the roadblock that they keep running into in the chicane blocks them off from actually making any swap arounds happen, and then back up the inside down through the final corner. It's just this never-ending, relentless flow of traffic that the drivers are having to be dialed into right now. Jacob O'Reilly, by virtue of having one car initially between him and second place in class, if you're wondering where their gap is right now, well, wonder no more. 11 full seconds since our race restarted.
Yeah, this has worked out really well for them, and as it happened with the sort of wave rounds and everything, the GT3s are now basically a lap down to the GT3 Pros. So in terms of the on-track position, they are completely separated. They are just a lap down, so it's about 10 laps now, 10 laps for the GT3 Pros and 11 laps for the GT3s, at least compared to the prototypes. So yeah, they're completely in their own battles. So for Archer Brothers, as you say, getting a couple of cars in between them on track, that really opened up their battle in that GT3 category. And
so Ryan Robertson is now third in the class and driving for Satellite Racing. He'll be hoping to try and close the margins up the road. That's the task that he's got to now try and deal with. We've got about 25 minutes before we reach the top of the real world hour, but of course in race hour will be a couple of minutes beyond that. The GT3s offset slightly by the timing of the caution and the pit stops that they all took in the one and only safety car period that we've had so far. Unfortunately, if we take a look at the replay, I think it's another GT3 machine that's going to have some issues out of turn number 5.
Yeah, completely missing the apex, just pushing them way too wide with their racing line, and that Maniti car having more contact in this race. The front right-hand side of that Porsche not looking too healthy. Zed's in more cars. Orion has been off at turn 5, certainly proving to be a difficult corner. And
so Ilkka Happila, we mentioned, would be already being investigated by Race Control. This probably, through turn 5, you would assume, self-inflicted mistake, because it's too fast to be side-by-side for the GTPs and the GTDs. Oh, it's just a bit too much speed into the corner. Maybe the suspension balance as well, just not playing out nicely. That was a weird spin. I'll tell you, I'm definitely going to enjoy this on board here, because I mean, the rear's just kind of locked up, like handbraked very early. I guess he also got on the brakes to stop the spin. Maybe he could have done a bit better to save that, actually. But that was definitely, the rear was lost very early into the corner. And as we were watching that, oh goodness, it rains and pours incidents here. And Jacob O'Reilly got pushed off the track. Now, fortunately, Archer Brothers' car still looks relatively clean. Doesn't seem to have lost much time either, but I wonder why they had the moment. Let's see if we can pick this one up. Oh, that's Pearson's behind. Oh no, oh no.
How many times have we seen that? When the GTPs can't quite, and that's a very awkward rejoin as well. Obviously not much he could do about that, but still a very awkward situation to be in. But yeah, when the GTPs only get their front nose alongside the rear axle, there's just nothing the GT3 can do at that point. They're just committed to the corner. They can't give you any more space. They can't really go out wide. To be honest, it's too late into the corner for that one to be adjusting it. It's it's just way too late, and it's not what you should be doing.
And so, as we now have, less than 10 laps to go, in fact, exactly 10 laps to go until we reach the halfway points in this 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. Remember, 1,000 kilometers of Sebring, followed up with the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. Let's see if we can dial on up the satellite racing car as Syandra sees his teammate Adam Crane ducking and diving through traffic. I'm sure, Sy, you're never too stressed watching Adam work his way through traffic, surely.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's better than watching Alex Ellis. He is probably the most aggressive driver in traffic I've ever seen. Adam is paradise by comparison.
Poor Alex Ellis is just taking unnecessary shots here on RaceSpotTV. But, Sy, in terms of the race so far, I mean, wow, what a wild one it's been up towards the front. You guys have kept your nose clean. Adam seems to have really picked things up after that safety car. 9 seconds in front and 9 laps to go until those halfway points are awarded.
Yep, and that's something we've been planning around since the start of the race. It was the reason when you slid into my DMs earlier asking if we had damage, why we were going so slowly. We were just saving fuel to get to halfway, but obviously after the safety car, it's made things a lot simpler. Everybody can get to halfway now.
Yeah.
But the end of the race is going to be interesting because there's a lot of cars behind us that pitted, so they'll have more fuel, so they'll have to take less fuel at the last stop. But like I said, Adam's doing a great job. He has that 10-second gap at the moment. Hopefully, should cover that fuel advantage.
Yeah, the timing of that caution really was a bit of a game changer, especially for the GTPs in particular, given the split that we had. But when it comes to the entirety of the season, let's talk about the change side from last season, 2022-2023, where those half points used to be 50% of the points awarded at the end of the race. Now they're 33%, so a little bit less significant in terms of the overall equation. But given the championship points after the first round, where it's 1 point at the top of 2 of our championships, we can clearly tell they're still very, very crucial come the end of the season.
Absolutely. With the way IVRA works and with the safety cars, and right now it just works out very nicely with the GTP stint lengths. We can do full stints to halfway, but with a 33%, it doesn't sound like much, like 50 to 33, but it does change the complexion. Sometimes we will give away a little bit of halfway points to have a better fuel strategy for the end of the race. So you're right, it does change how we plan things out.
A couple more questions before we let you go. Are you sick of Road Atlanta yet? You've done enough laps here already.
I can't be sick of it until next week, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sure I've done, I don't know how many laps, probably close to high triple digits, I'll say that much.
I was going to say that the correct answer is you can never get sick of Road Atlanta because unlike Daytona, it doesn't get boring during an iRacing special event, but that's my own personal opinion. You mentioned it, next weekend you've got the IMSA Esports Global Championship coming up. How are you feeling in this Cadillac, in this GTP car that you guys seemingly have a decent amount of experience in now?
This race was very lucky for us in the sense that right after Petite we could test updates to our setup because our Petite setup wasn't optimal, even though we did end up winning second split in that race. Fastest Cadillac of the entire session, I will say that. And with the new BOP, it's allowed us to work our setup and also compare how we're doing to other cars and our strategy. So this being a test race 1 week ahead of IMSA, the IMSA Esports race, really helps us and the other teams in the series that are in IMSA as well. Well,
we are only a handful of laps away from the halfway points being handed out. Thanks for coming and chatting with us, Sy. When are you going to be back in the car?
Probably after this stint at the moment. I'll probably be getting in till the end of the race.
Well, best of luck, and hopefully we're chatting to you at the end of this race.
Thanks, Regina.
Syandra joins us in that satellite racing camp, ready to get back behind the wheel. And Cam, you heard it. Focus on the halfway points in terms of strategy, even from the drop of the green.
Yeah, makes sense. Get those extra 34 points, and that could be very crucial in the championship standings for some teams, especially this one, who's lower down in the championship. Talking of low down, 12th in the championship is that car after the first race. And if they get those extra 34 points, that will almost double their tally from that first race alone.
I am keeping an eye, by the way, on all the different things that are happening on the race control sheet. So we'll give you an update on that in a few moments' time. But what, 5 laps to go until we're at the halfway mark, and there's a fight. There's a real fight now between Gonzalo Vergara and Gabby Montoro. Now, each of these positions, again, maybe not worth as many points as they would have been at this point last year, but it's a 9-point swing. Well, not 9 points, excuse me. I can't even do the math. It's a 5-point swing, 4-point swing. God, commentator math. Between first and second. That's valuable points this early in the season.
Certainly is. Every point will matter. It doesn't matter if it's 100 points for the full race victory. Those 9 points will be very, very important. We've seen multiple times how races, especially when we get to that final race, the 12 hours of Fuji, how things will turn around very quickly if you are not careful. So getting the points now is certainly worth that extra bit of risk, especially when we're only now about 4 laps away from giving out those points. Semi-5 might as well try and go for this.
Up the hill into turn 3 they go once more. Andrew Langham says that the fastest Cadillac on track might actually be the Hydra Race Geodesic car that is recovering its laps, and actually we should point out is in its own little fight. Now, it's a fight for 13th position, yes, but 13-second split Graham Sanders and Alex Ellis. Effectively, the battle of the cars with the most damage so far today.
I don't know if that's an accolade or a title that any of the drivers would want to have, but certainly something. It's something to fight for even low down, because remember, it's 3rd points, but that is every single point. So it's definitely still some points to be earned even this low down. But 13, yeah, I mean, it's too many seconds, unfortunately, before we get to that 123 lap.
Yeah, not happening anytime soon, but after Syandra threw Alex Ellis under the bus, it was good to see the patience in traffic management there. He was on the clutch basically the entirety of the turn 3, 4, and 5, so yeah, it was good to see. Back up towards those GT3 Pro machines, though, because the gap had closed for a moment with some traffic, but now Montoro lets it increase once more naturally. In towards turn 1 they will go, and because they are, by virtue of the leader coming in through turn 5 now, onto, I think, what will actually be 2 laps to go, maybe 3 laps to go for them, because again, it's when the leader finishes lap 123 that these drivers are then also scored with the points.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we're coming on to 21, 2, and 3. So there's going to be 3 laps to go. When the leader gets to the line, they're about sort of a quarter, third of a lap behind, so they should actually be staying on this lap, so they might just about be okay. Although the laps go by very quickly here, because it's about 10 seconds a lap, and it's only just over a minute a lap, so it's not very long, not many amounts of laps for the drivers to get lapped here, but they should be okay for those 3 laps. The issue for them is Simu5 are starting to really get close.
Half look down to the inside, but not going to make it ascend. Again, it's 5 points, 4 points. I'm still doing it. Can't trust my own math in real time. 4 points between first and second when it comes to that halfway point marker. But for both teams, I think that will be something that they will have highlighted. Remember, Simu5, they're 5th in the championship right now. They are a good 30 points back from the points lead as it stands right now. Maniti's 179 is running quite up there in the championship, but for the 178, they are in a similar spot to Simu5 and needing to jump up towards the front. Neither is going to be willing to let these positions go as the Acura for Pure Sims Esports cycles up the inside of turn number 5. It's a bit of draft being fed down back to both of the Porsches. They've got clean air in front of them. That will be a crucial thing in their little fight. And
you're talking of the battle, so they are 5th and 6th in the championship. The 133 is 5th, the 187 is 6th. They are 4 points separated, and what's the difference between first and second at the half race distance is 4 points. So they'll be tied on points if they finish like this, but then of course more points will be gifted at the end of the race. But certainly just showing you how close of the championship this is working out to be. The drivers a little bit lower down already, 5th and 6th, are going to be fighting for these wins and these half race wins as we're on to lap 122. So 1 and a bit laps to go before we give those points.
Yeah, they will get the full 2 laps after this to finish on up. Your Race leader is just heading out towards turn 7 as it stands right now, and this is the only battle at the very front of a class which we have right now. That's not to say there aren't little pockets of fighting going on for these halfway points as well. You've got the Door Academy car that's just in front of Visceral Esports on their recovery drive in the 196 German Sim Racing, and the RaceR Esports team as well. 7th, 8th and 9th positions. Remember, halfway points are not just at the front.
No, they're certainly not. They go all the way down, and that is why these are very crucial. And as you say, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th all battling. They've got GTPs coming up the inside of them. Oh, that's very awkward in towards the S's. Hasn't slowed them down too much, actually, but that was right on the limit of how late you can be, as these battles are important in these championship fights.
So many things going on track. It's been a wild one, hasn't it? We are on to the 123rd lap, so Adam Crane is getting ready to come around and take those halfway points, the maximum halfway points. Maniti and Simufy will have one more lap after this. Simufy's close enough. Maniti has to go defensive. It won't happen this time by. One more lap until those half points are paid out.
Oh, wow, they're so close between these drivers onto their final lap of battling before the points get gifted out for them. Just another 4 kilometers to go. Is there going to be enough time? Is there going to be another opportunity for Simufy to find their way through? Is the 4 points worth the risk as well? Because you don't want to crash now, fighting for this, and then lose out the potential for the 100 points later on in another 123 lap time. But here's Adam Crane.
That would be even worse. Can you imagine fighting for halfway points? You crash yourself out of the race. No such dramas, though, for Adam Crane. Will come towards the line, and crucially for those in front, they get one more lap to be potentially fighting for halfway points. But Adam Crane maximizes the points for Satellite Racing, and crucially 9.5 seconds clear come the halfway mark of this race. We've had the one safety car so far, but since then it's been relatively clean and relatively quiet. Jacob O'Reilly in the Archer Brothers 215 that leads in GT3 is behind these GT3 Pro machines, and so as they head to the chicane, Montoro has one more chance, Cam, for maximum halfway points.
This is closer than he was last time around. It's going to be a big send into 10-8 if he wants it. Does he want to go for it for the 4 points? Maniti, they break a bit early in towards the chicane. There's not going to be any sort of side-by-side battle, but that might just be the perfect car position to hold it out of the final corners. And he had to work just a little bit hard for that, but he gets the half-race victory in GT3 Pro for the 178 machine, as Simufy just have to hold on in second.
Important 4 points there, and now instantly almost drama. It's swaps around after the halfway points are paid out. GTP traffic up the inside of turn number 1, and it's Gabby Montoro and Simufy back to the lead.
1 lap too late for Simufy, unfortunately, but either way, they're going to take that. The race continues on, and remember, there's still 100 points up for grabs at the end of the race in another 123 laps time, as it's now turned into a 3-way battle at the front of GT3 Pro, because Brabham Esports join the fight.
Wow, amazing drama. These half points are so important as well. Remember, it's 1 point at the top of GT3 Pro and GTP as they run right now. Out of turn 7, they will file. I just remind you as well that it is Archer Brothers that led halfway through this race in the GT3 category. A full 15 seconds clear of the Orion race team. The wave around cycles very much playing out nicely for the GT3 class and for the 215. But Gabby Montoro now leading once more, but with two drivers tucked in behind and running in the tire tracks. Cam, we're going to say goodbye to you in about 10 minutes time. 10 hours would be a long way away, but you leave after these halfway points, and really, I think, with the drivers and teams also settling down for the second half of the race.
Yeah, I wonder if it has changed anything for these drivers, or are they just still flat out? Because in some ways it feels like, you know, sort of an up and down. You get to a bit of a crescendo and then it drops down again for the next sort of 20 laps. But maybe not, because we've got these battles for position. So yeah, it's very interesting to see how that one is going to go. And as we get this battle for the GT3 Pros, we also get the Satellite GTP race leader going through. Here is the Deutsche Payment guys. That getting a bit of a slight bit of a push from the other Satellite GTP. Managed to hold it onto it nicely, though. And
that was Alex Ellis, so proving to us that what Sayandra was saying earlier, I do believe, in terms of the aggression in traffic. That's an Echelon Simsport Ferrari that's looking worse for wear out of the final corner, and straight down to pit lane. That's not going to be good. Just Cody Smith brings the 129 on in. What happened to him as, well, Alex Ellis involved once more, maybe?
Yes, side by side exit, that's Satellite once again, but it wasn't them, it was the Maniti car making a bit of contact and spinning them around at a horrible place once again to have the spin. Facing the wrong way, up over a blind crest, I think they're right on top of it, getting squeezed a little bit wide, and then Maniti getting the run, but just slightly misjudging the kink to the left.
It was Max Riedmuller in the second of the GT3 Maniti machines, and Echelon, as expected, stationary in pit lane and now assessing the damage on their car. Well, 126 laps are now officially complete. What has happened in race control's room, you may wonder? Well, how many things do you want to get updated about? So, we talked, I think, last about penalties coming the way of the Delta V machine, as that was a bit wide for Brabham Esports, losing some ground with Delatraz Automotive cycling on through. So the 14 has a couple of 5-second penalties. Impulse has a 5-second penalty in their 157 as well, after making some contact with the Maniti Porsche that we just saw making its own bit of contact. But the most significant of the penalties is actually for Dion Fiallo's 89 car. I think for drama down on pit lane, but not related to what we saw in the penalty box.
I'm not sure which is the 11 car, because if it is the Geeks Energy, yes it is, I think it was for that contact. I think they got, because of course they would have given Geeks Energy a lot of damage for that as well. That's why it was protested, because it does say it appears that they anticipated they would clip through the 11, but they collided, and a 30-second penalty to add to the fact that they basically, their race is done anyway. That is a add insult to injury moment.
That's a typo. That means but collides with them while they are in the penalty box. That's what it's meant to read. That makes a lot more sense. So 30 seconds for Dion Fiallo, but that doesn't compare to a 60-second penalty for the 212. That is the absolute motorsport Porsche, excuse me, driven by Roberto Kovac for not maintaining track position during the wave around process. That's, again, the most significant penalty we've had so far today.
Yeah, 60 seconds is a long time as well. Almost a full lap of stationary, plus obviously the drive-through time as well. There's over a lap being lost just from having some issues. That is really a big kick in the teeth, as we're seeing Satellite from the lead go into the pit lane, and also Movano as well. So they managed to save and go past the halfway point by 6 laps, which means getting to the end from here on 3 stints is going to be nice and easy and shouldn't have to do any sort of major fuel saving.
And this is, I think, what we should expect. Adam Crane outside, Andra's going to jump in. And Movano not going to take the time to do a driver change either at this point in time. And the question will be, will anyone else elect to do a driver change? Oh no, Nathan Moore in the Pure Sims car has just gone around. That was at the very top of turn 3. Also involved is Maniti's 278, which has had Norbert Frank behind the wheel. Did Pure Sims get away with that?
I don't know. There was certainly a lot of dust being thrown up. Just sort of over the crest, such as the hill there. Oh no, this is contact on pit exit, surely. Are they going to run wide? Oh no, they've lost it themselves. Where did Pure Sims come into this? Flying around the corner maybe, a bit unsighted.
So they're behind another Maniti Porsche, and yes, very unsighted! Nathan Moore, take a bow.
Yeah, good save. Really good save. Didn't have a lot of room on that right-hand side, but managed to avoid the Porsche just enough to not clip them massively and be spun around. Look how tight this is going to be. Almost got it done, actually, but overall, still a good save.
And Brabham Esports Ferrari as well was rather lucky, but yeah, Nathan Moore, take a bow indeed. What a bit of car control on display there. The Deutsche Payment car is going to come into the lane and leaves Manuel Sudau in the 17 for Maniti Racing to scamper around and take the point. But Sayandra still 8.5 seconds clear of the Movano Racing team. Delatraz Automotive only 1.5 seconds further back after making their pit stop cycle as well. So there are drivers making hay while the sun shines and working their way on forward as Valorous Motorsports, 5 laps down, just ran off the track at turn number 1.
Yeah, that car has been in the wars a few times today as well. Let's see this. Oh yeah, way too fast. Massively off the track. Saved it pretty well. The grass is pretty wide there, but I mean, you could see that already. They just committed way too much speed. Maybe not quite the racing line Lots of drivers using that bit of extra time. Like if you don't do so, just tightens up the corner that little bit maybe as well, as that is getting very close for Satellite in towards turn 3, losing some time there with the traffic.
Not ideal, but give and take. The ebb and flow is kind of what we expect. We're up to 41 different incidents being reported to race control so far. They are continuing to cycle their way through that, but yeah, about 3 minutes before we'll kick Cam out of the booth and welcome in Stefan Schlacker. Time to put you on the spot, Cam. Prediction time. We've seen the halfway points paid out already. Who comes out on top in the GTPs?
You know what, I'm still going to go with Satellite because I think the cars behind them are just a little bit slower. They've got there due to issues for other people. I don't know if they're going to have the pace to really hold on, and some of the faster cars that are still trying to come back through, they're just not quite close enough. Obviously Pearson's there, they're 20 seconds off the lead. Maniti's one, that's 17 car, they're also 20 seconds off. They're generally pretty fast. So I just think it's going to be Satellite. They just got to keep it pretty stable. I mean, we're hearing there from Andra how calm Crane was looking, and now that he's going to get back in surely at the next pit stop, if he can keep that calm flow up towards the front, I think they're just going to have the speed to hold on to this.
So the 64 in GTP. What about the GT3 Pro category, where we do still have Simufy, Maniti and Brabham Esports, 2 Porsches and a Ferrari, 1, 2 and 3, but because of how the GT3 Pros and GT3 cars are overlapping on the restart, we haven't seen the likes of Lease, of BS Turner able to close the margin just yet. Is this a 3-car battle, Cam, or could someone else spring a surprise?
Yeah, I think, again, the gap is going to be just a little bit too much for them. Well, actually, it's only a handful of seconds, so it might be enough, but I think just with the way it's going, it is possibly going to go the way of Maniti. BS have had pretty good pace, though, so if there's another timely safety car, maybe they will be able to catch back up, but my guess would be Maniti.
So Maniti, after getting maximum points halfway through, you're going with the big green machine. I think it's probably a safe bet. I think it's also probably a safe bet when we talk about GT3, that with 20 seconds at the front of the field, the Archer brothers and Jacob O'Reilly looking quite comfortable right now.
I'm going to call it.
Oh, wow.
This car's going to bin it. It's going to bin it in style, from the lead, and Prestanda Nomad from 4th place is going to jump up.
So the reverse commentator is going on right now for Cam Rogers. So there you go, 3 predictions. We'll dial you up in about 2 hours' time and tell you how right or wrong that you were. But yeah, Road Atlanta next up after this, Cam, as well. We can talk briefly about Watkins Glen at the end of November. 3 very fast tracks to get the season underway.
Yeah, look forward to that one. It's going to be in 8 hours as well. So a time race, not a distance race that time round. Of course, slightly longer. We're going to be looking at probably around 5 hours by the time that this is finished with the cautions, etc. So a bit of a longer race, and I should say still a fast track. So I think it should be pretty good actually for the traffic around there for the GTPs. And because of the longer race, of course, the driver strategy may be coming into it just a little bit more. So, yeah, I think that should be a good one. And, of course, another 4 weeks to wait for that one.
Yep, all 4-week intervals, give or take, and opportunity for the drivers to get some more understanding of their cars. So, 132 laps complete, and we'll say goodbye to Cameron Roger and say hello to Stefan Schlacker as we work into the final 2 and a bit hours of racing. 2 hours and 8 minutes estimated. If we go green from here, only the 1 safety car so far, and we've just seen a swap around for second as Brabham Esports slide in front of Cam Rogers' prediction to win GT3 Pro. Maniti Racing now down to 3rd. Stefan, it's been a interesting race so far. I know you've been keeping an eye. You think that we could have had probably almost double-digit cautions at this point.
Yeah, we're probably should be close to double digits. If we really take it by 100,000% by the rule book, probably should be somewhere around that. But yeah, I mean, let's be honest, it's endurance racing. Contacts will happen, and sometimes you are getting a little bit unfortunate with some contacts. But yeah, what can you do? Road Atlanta always is a tough track to pass for every single class. So it's not too unexpected to see quite a few of contacts here and there.
134 laps, of course, these drivers have already done, and still waiting for the conditions to, well, let's say warm on up. We, of course, are racing late in the fall in the virtual Georgia. There you see the track map just with the drivers all split around, and now by virtue of probably good 50 laps since the last caution period, or only caution period, came to a close. Once again, it's a pretty busy cycle of traffic, but with 56 starters, we are officially, I think, now down to 49 runners. BS Competition, Geeks Energy, and Trek Esports and the GTPs all officially confirmed as retirements. Meanwhile, in GT3 Pro, it's just Impulse and the Hydro Race Geodesic entries, but in the GT3 class, SRN, Motorsports, and United SimSport, the 274 and the 299, they seem to be the two drivers that currently watching on from the outskirts in that respective class. And as much as we keep watching at the front of these GT3 trains and what seems to be pretty good fighting up towards the front, it is, again, Stefan, we've got 26 GT3 Pro machines. It's such a big, strong class, but no matter where you look, there's quality up and down through the field.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I always hated to say like we have a Pro and an M class. At least this time around we have a Pro and just a normal GT3 class, so it doesn't sound as degrading as an amateur class, but IVRA is always stacked with very good drivers, and it once again shows, just look at how much iRating we have combined here in the GT3 Pro class, or even just in the GT3 class. There is some great talents stacked up and down this field.
Yeah, and speaking of talent, they're on pit lane in the GTP class, because Manuel Sudau, Nathan Moore, and a handful of others up on the jacks. Remember, you do tires and fuel at the same time. Nathan Moore expected to probably stay in. Same probably to be expected from Manuel Sudau, and it will allow Satellite Racing to retake the point. And now by a good old almost 12 seconds over the Movano entry that is increasingly being dropped as Syandra back up to speed of 106.573 last time by. The virtue of the weather not increasing too much, we're up to 23 degrees Celsius, as that lap times are almost as quick as they were at the start of the race, and every degree Celsius does tend to be about a tenth of a second or so. So these are moments that the drivers will be looking at those fastest laps and wishing they could match those times, but for a day of racing, there's not much wind to speak of. Cold conditions mean maximum grip. And Stefan, apparently no tire limits for this race, so drivers able to push the cars to the maximum.
Yeah, and you know, the drivers love that they can just push as much as they want. And by the way, because we have seen those two cars, the 16 and the 17, they're right now also in the penalty box, serving their respective penalties for what we have seen. So it's even better news for Satellite Racing that they have that bigger gap to work to against these two at least.
Yeah, and of course, that penalty box is something that you serve after the pit stop is already complete, so it's not something that we can show you on the left-hand side with the pit stop times, but just trust our word that they were stopped in stationary, and it did bleed a bit of that time that they had gained over the course of that previous stint. Up through turn one, your leader goes with that margin now back down to 7.5 seconds as the traffic will take away from them, but will always give back at some point, you would assume. With the conditions that we're seeing now, we haven't really seen the conditions spike, and I talked a lot at the start of this race, going on 2 and a bit hours ago, about how drivers would need cars that were balanced well in cold and warmer conditions, but Stefan, I don't feel like we're going to see too much warmer conditions than what we have right now.
No, probably not. I mean, we are 10:30 in the sim right now, so maybe we're gonna get a degree or two in the air. That can always heat up quite a bit the track temperature, let's not forget about that. But yeah, I mean, we're not gonna get that far into the day anymore, like we maybe thought of with all those cautions that we maybe predicted, because of the nature that is Road Atlanta, such a tight and fast track where you can't really overtake, even if you're in an GTP car against GT3 cars. So yeah, most definitely these guys loving these conditions, especially with the cold track temperatures. They have all the grip available that they most definitely wanted. That obviously also helps you off the line because of all those marbles. You're still gonna have some significantly more grip on that tarmac with those marbles laying out, just because the tarmac itself offers so much more grips with the low temperatures.
Well, that's what makes it fun as well, the fact that you're often just trying to figure out what conditions you're going to be racing in over the course of the run, and trying to dial it in across of those window variety. So Simify lead by 1.5 at the line from McDonald, who has been in that car since the start of the race. They have not done a driver change just yet, and at some point they will have to swap out the driver in the green and gold, and they are probably running up towards their maximum/minimum drive time before Hunter McDaniel is tasked with taking on the responsibilities of wheeling that car. They've got to wheel it past a stricken Torque Freak racing machine at the bottom of the S's. It's another uncomfortable place to be for David Barraclough.
Yeah, most definitely not something you want to experience ever. Wonder if that was self-inflicted or by contact. Gonna have to wait for a potential replay there. That is a weird spot to be stranded at. That was self-inflicted.
Is this just on the curbs? Now, we have seen some weird things with new damage model spins, I think, so far today, but that car looked like it was drifting even before, and yeah, on the curb on the inside, and then bounces over the outside curb too.
Yeah, he just took too much of the inside curb, overloaded the left rear end. Obviously, with too much load on the left rear, tower overheats, loses grip, and around she goes. David Barraclough most definitely not enjoying that trip around the Georgian countryside.
No, we are about probably a good hour and 15 minutes northeast of the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport that most of the racers would probably fly into if they were competing here, but it's a lengthy drive, that's for sure, into the suburbs of Georgian countrysides. McDonald brings his car in, and is he going to jump out now? Is McDaniel going to take over? Yes, so it's a 2-hour stint that Hunter McDaniel is tasked with, and it's been a very impressive job from Stephen McDonald to keep the Brabham Esports Ferrari in contention and amongst those Porsches up towards the front. Now, your eyes are tricking you, by the way. It's not a Maniti that leads in GT3 Pro. It's still Simufy up towards the front. They're closing in on the GT3 278. That's just lap traffic for them to work their way past. Gonzalo Vergara runs onto the grass coming out of turn 7. He's really pushing to hold on to the race leader.
Yeah, he's trying his best, but the gap has been opening ever so slightly to Simufy, so maybe using a little bit too much for those tires. Have to see how that all is going to develop over the next part of this stint, because yeah, also with the teammate now in front of him, there can be a little bit of a gains, you know. You don't want to play team tactics, obviously, but sometimes it just creeps into your head. I've had that same as well with teammates that, you know, I should hold him up, but I really don't want to, I can't to. So, and just by that, you accidentally hold them up already. So have to be a little bit careful to not lose too much time with lap traffic there.
And those are the things as well that you just get more willing to not fight the more races that you do, and the more that you see that fighting's not always great, right? So it's one of those things that you learn from experience, and hopefully not too many poor experiences that the drivers have to deal with. Oh, Barraclough's, a dangerous spot as well on pit exit. That Porsche clearly not happy. He's going to rejoin and spin it around and pull to the side and let the rest of the drivers just truck their way on forward. We've already seen once that a stricken car caused chaos for the rest. You'd expect the Torque Freak racing car to recognize that maybe it needs to come down to pit lane and assess the damage. That was Cyan just saying, I'm coming down the left side of the track no matter what the Maniti Porsches want me to do.
Yeah, most definitely looked that way. And also good to see Simufy didn't lose any time whatsoever to Maniti there in that overtaking of the other Maniti car. So yeah, Vergara might have even lost a little bit of time to Simufy there in that whole kerfuffle, but 1.9 seconds now the gap is, so actually closed down 2/10 that last lap. Maybe we're gonna see Vergara actually get to him, and now that he might have found back his rhythm to Simufy.
Yeah, and now the traffic seems to be a little less frequent. That's where the rhythm gets less interrupted as well, especially for these GT3s that are at the very much at the disposition of whatever the GTP wants to do. So it's always a nerve-wracking experience when you see them close in the rearview mirror. We also are seeing, well, race leader down onto pit lane. It's Jacob O'Reilly out, and Matthew Molnar is going to wield responsibility and take over the keys for the 215. Now, important cycle because you can see behind as well, Travis Schwenke brings in that Orion race team, BMW as well. So these are, for the GT3 machines, a bit of an equal playing field for now. Them after, well, they all got equalized basically in that previous caution cycle of the race.
Yeah, and that's why we see pretty much all GT3s coming in now, these few laps here, but half the GT3 field been in the box the last 2 laps, so going to be interesting to see what is going to happen with our leaders, because they are also in for pits in any moment, basically, as also Gonzalo Vergara. Why is he all of a sudden so close? Because they're in pit lane, that's why.
Yeah, here they come, right on cue down to the pit lane, and fortunately for what is a relatively tricky pit entry as well, they were able to cycle their way on through. So in towards the box they will slide. Now, I would expect Vergara to stay in. Now, Gabby Montoro has just done one stint, so he will probably stay in as well. I'm just trying to figure out, do you want to have a driver change in before the final hour of the race? Because that could be something Simufy do. Luca Wunsch is going to jump back into the Maniti car, so they're a little bit more back and forth in that 178. Luca Wunsch did the first stint of the race and now likely to do the final 2 hours.
Yeah, most definitely seems that way. 2 hours, always a great time, because that is just 2 stints and a little bit for these GT3 cars. Obviously 55 minutes is the stint time basically for a GT3. There we go, they're also going to exit 1-2 again. So no change of positions in pit lane, no tactics being played, with a little bit under fueling your car to get that track position of P1. And look at that traffic exit.
It merges them directly into the path of the oncoming machines, and Luca Wunsch is, well, a wake-up call that maybe you wouldn't want to see. Hunter McDaniel in the rear-view mirror, of course. The Brabham Esports car already now 3 laps into its run, but Gabby Montoro actually grows the margin to those behind. It's close to 2.5 seconds to the Maniti 178, and now, after Luca Wunsch really dominated in the early stages before handing that car over, we'll be wanting to get back up to speed and repeat the form. Andrew Carone is also in the mix in that Lease Esports Mercedes. I saw Vincent Trepanier jump into the YouTube chat to voice his support of this white, teal and purple 137 that runs itself down the back straightaway now in the draft of some of the lap traffic, but crucially needing to close to the back of Hunter McDaniel, the 211, the Rusty Spatula's car currently in between them.
And you must not worry about that 179 that is right now in first place. Max Riedmüller there of Maniti Racing Blue, I think that is. They will also have to serve a 10-second penalty on their next pit stop, so they are also going to be a little bit out of contention. So yeah, most of the penalties that I've seen lately have all been awarded to... Oh no!
Sayandra has binned it from the lead, and at turn 5, that car is going nowhere and nowhere fast. Could this bring out the second safety car of the day?
There's no way he's going to get that back to the pit lane. Both front wheels were dislodged off their steering axis, so he has no way to control that.
Wow. And yeah, parked on the side. That surely is going to pull out the safety car for the second time today. Here's the look. Down in towards turn 5, and with GT3s in front, whoa, that's hard. Yellow flag officially out. Caution is out, but right on board, Stefan, and talk us through this onboard look.
Yeah, it's just your normal GT3 session there of traffic, and just a little bit of a touch to the left rear of the BMW sends it himself into his GTP car there, and yeah, just pays all of the consequences there. Just a tiny touch to the left rear. Sayandra, what a minuscule mistake there, and he pays 4 consequences with that. Had probably the best shot at winning this, and it's all gone to naught.
And maybe the most frustrating thing is going to be for potentially the likes of Nicholas Last, who's just taken over from this 179. Max Riedmüller didn't make it into pit lane before the caution flew. I think this is going to result in further penalties for them for coming into a close pit lane. Out of nowhere, though, the 2 at the front, the 3 at the front of your GTP field have come from nowhere. Movano, they started down in 9th. Delatraz Automotive, they could barely get a lap together in qualifying. They started down in 15th. And the Nürburgring esports team / Deutsche Payment started down in 12th spot. All 3 of them now sit in podium spaces.
Yeah, but it once again shows that qualifying, it's not that important in endurance racing, because you can just completely mess up your qualifying and still somehow 146 laps later find yourself in second place. Maybe they're wondering themselves how they got here, but that does not matter. What matters is every single overtake you make on the track, because even if it is in class or lapping someone else that is in a slow class, every single tenth that you can potentially save there, that pays huge dividend at the end of the race.
Well, if you're just joining us for the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series presented by Heusinkveld, boy, have you picked a good time to join us. Second caution is out at the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta as the GT3 cars begin the wave around procedure before we'll open up the pit lane. It's the race leader, Syandra, that made a mistake, and as a result, back under caution after effectively a solo car incident. We'll take one more look from the onboard perspective here, and yeah, it's a scene that Sai would have navigated without any sort of issues a handful of times, and this one just proved to be the final straw.
Just shows you how important timing is when lapping slower class cars. It's just probably not even 1/100th of a second later, and he would not have hit that BMW.
That was such a hard hit into the wall. If that had bounced off the wall in a slightly different way, maybe that car is still going to be capable of being sent back out there on track, but I can guarantee you with now officially 100 laps to go, that car is not being repaired in the time that we have remaining. So, with GT3 pit stops basically just being completed for the most part, means a couple of drivers really do lose out. I mentioned Maniti's 179 had to come in for emergency service. Well, Fury Simsport are 45 laps into the run and will drop to the very back of the combined GT3 class as a result of their trip down pit lane. Already seeing a couple of commiseration messages being posted in support of Syandra. We've all made small mistakes like that, nothing egregious by any means, and we know that Satellite Racing will be gearing up for next weekend, SimCity Esports a season opener, but as well, November 25th, the next round of the IVRA Endurance Series powered by Heusinkveld, 25th of November. I've just realized, Stefan, it's probably not a very important weekend in Europe, but some of our American drivers will be splitting their celebrations of stuffing their face with turkey with also driving fast around Watkins Glen.
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving weekend, of course. I forgot about that. Yeah, it is. I mean, it really depends on where in Europe you are. It can be quite an important thing. Yeah.
Interesting. Have you had a traditional American Thanksgiving dinner before?
No.
Okay, I've only had it a couple of times, but I've got to say, they take it more seriously than Christmas, Stefan.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like when you compare something to Christmas, that's when people realize just how big and serious it is. Again, we're under caution. We're waiting for the wave-by process to be finished, for the field to be stacked up, and so now the pit entrance is going to be opened, and because Mivano were 18 laps into the run, they have elected to come down pit lane, but interestingly, not many others have made the same call.
Yeah, I was expecting Mivano to come into pit lane, but I honestly expected more GTPs to fall. There's two more in the background, if I saw that correctly, that are lining up there behind that GT3 Mercedes. Yes, indeed. So 2, 3, 4, 5. There's two more GTPs coming into pit lane, and that's it. That's much less than I expected.
Yeah, this is intriguing. And interestingly, Pure Sims and ATRS Academy, who had come in relatively recently on the strategy cycle, have also dived back on in. So they clearly think something is going on in your GT3 class, as expected, because of the fact that all of these drivers had already finished up pit stop cycles. It's only effectively Fury Simsport and the Visceral 196 that come down to the lane. Everyone else will stay out there. I think this might end up being a relatively short pit cycle.
Yeah, I think so too, especially because we have the leaders already in first and second. But yeah, no, the reason why I honestly expected more to come in is simply because of the strategy gains that you get right now, because you have been out there for a couple of laps already, about half your stint probably in the GTP field, and it's just perfect because it saves you a lot of trouble at the end of the race with that half stint. So that is why, on quick calculations in my thoughts, I saw a potentially big gain there in the strategy just by coming in on this safety car, especially because it could be the last one of the day, the way that we have seen it. This is now the second caution of the day, so yeah.
I've just realized as well that you could make it from here with just one more pit stop if we did get a caution or two after this, right? So, like, I see both sides. I don't know which side I would have been on. Would I have come on into pit lane? Would I have stayed out there? But I don't necessarily disagree with the call from Delatraz Automotive. They followed effectively the playbook from Maniti's #1. Tom Hooper is also out there. Manuel Sudau stayed out there, but fourth on back. Those are the drivers that have come down to the pit lane as we sort things out in the GTP and GT3 class split right now. So the GTPs will be moved to the front, the GT3s moved to the back, and after that we should be ready to go. So yeah, I'm expecting this to maybe take only 2 or 3 laps longer before we're queued up and ready to go.
Yep, so big strategy plays now here in Road Atlanta, and let's not forget Mivano. They are our championship leader coming out of Sebring. So this could have potentially early championship implications for Mivano and everybody chasing.
This look on board with the Acura is always quite interesting because of the way that the front clip kind of protrudes.
Yeah.
Is that what you were laughing at as well?
Yeah, I just love the Acura, and it's just that one quirky feature that they have, how that basically front wing just is so outstanding on the front if you look from the onboard cameras.
It's more useful than the lack of rear wing than we have on a certain other hypercar that is now having to get redesigned because guess what, downforce is good.
Yeah, who thought downforce is actually good?
I've tried to get a shot from the rear section of Valorous, who, as a lapped car, are in between Maniti and Mivano 3rd and 4th positions. You can just about see the front splitter. You don't get to see the front bodywork. All these GTPs do look quite distinctive. They have their own iconic looks in keeping with the manufacturer feel of the road cars, and with the lights still on the pace car, we get a lap or so, I think, to talk about the look and feel of some of these cars. Which GTP looks the best, Stefan?
Please, obviously it's the Acura.
Interesting.
There's 2 car manufacturers that I consider myself a fanboy.
Okay.
It's Honda.
Okay.
And Acura. And Alpine.
Well, I was going to say Honda, Acura, one and the same. So yes, that's one,
yeah,
not 2.
Exactly, yeah. And Alpine. So I'm stoked for next year.
Mm-hmm. The Alpine rear lights as well with the A.
Yes, with the A's. Oh, it's just so awesome.
I think we are getting one more lap under pacing. Yes, I was just waiting to confirm if the lights were going to go off or not. So let's quickly drag in Sciandra. Sai, we were chatting with you just before the halfway mark of the race. I'm not sure you wanted to be talking to us right now.
Yeah, ideally I would have been in the car still leading the race. Well, you gotta look at silver linings, I guess. We got halfway points. But damn, we wanted those 100 points for the win.
Just talk us through what happened from your perspective. It just seemed like a traffic interaction that you'd handled many times before, just this one slightly different.
Yeah, and honestly, the worst thing is, and I love Taj, like I know the guy. He didn't mean it maliciously, like it was just crap timing. He didn't track out all the way because he was up on the back of the 911 in front of him, and I didn't expect him to be that far left. It was a glancing blow. It wouldn't have hurt either of our cars, but just put him sideways just enough to sort of ping me into the wall there. And that was the worst place to hit the wall too. It was kind of that 90-degree angle where the wall kind of bends towards the marshal post. Oh, pain. Just pain.
Pain indeed. I mean, I can't even imagine what it's like. At least I saw the messages of commiseration from some of your fellow competitors. Clearly, you guys had a fast car. So, like you said, some positives to take over to next week and the first round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Absolutely. We have a very fast car, and it helps the pain a little bit, but this one's going to sting.
I'm sure it will for quite a while. Sai, apologies for how the race ended, but hopefully we'll see you flying on the iRacing Esports Network next week.
Thanks, Arjuna. See you then.
Not when we thought we'd be chatting with Sai Andra again, unfortunately, but a quick chat with him, and clearly frustrated, but will take whatever positives he can. Stefan, lights are off on the pace car. 96 laps to go until the end of this race.
Yeah, very much so. 97 laps. It is go time, as you said. If we get potentially a little bit more of safety cars, we can actually finish GTP field with just one more stop. What will Mivano do? They are now buried deep inside the GTP field as well. In the new strategy, how will that play out for them?
Look at this though, GT3 Pros all on top of one another at the front of their class, and can't really tell from this perspective, but this is your leader. Archer Brothers in the GT3 class. They are now a little bit closer to the rest of their rivals after opening up a big margin courtesy of the timing of the first safety car. We thought we'd have plenty of these caution interruptions. We've only had the 2 so far, but with still 97 laps to go, maybe 2 hours of racing to come, it's Delatraz Automotive as well as 2 Maniti Porsche 963s with a slightly different call on strategy, and already drama as the Deutsche Payment Esports squad have a slip up through the final corner. Green is still out. We're back underway at Road Atlanta.
What in the world happened there?
We'll have to look at the replay and figure that one out. And the car is still damaged, and it's surely going to result in another caution. There's the Pure Sims car, also without any sort of rear wing. There's Kevin Krosny on the main straight.
How did nobody collect that Deutsche Payment car? Oh, careful there on the wall. Good job by everybody avoiding that one.
And are we going to get the caution? Seemingly not. So we'll just keep our eyes in the top left to see if the yellow flag is triggered. But now, as the GTPs start to separate themselves from the traffic, it's side by side into turn 6. Luka Wunsch, pole position winner with confidence. And don't tell me, bold, brave, and audacious around the outside of turn number 7. It's not done just yet, but Luka Wunsch versus Gabby Montoro down the back straight.
And what is that Ferrari in behind gonna do? Is he gonna try to do it the 3 wide, or is it just gonna be 2 wide into the chicane? No, we're gonna get that 3 wide.
And the Brabham Ferrari is there. Not gonna send it, and then sends it. Forces Maniti to back out of it. Hunter McDaniel to the lead, and here comes Andrew Carone. 2 wide, almost 3 rows deep, out of the final corner. Brabham Esports running away at the front. It's Lease now up to second.
Yeah, and that Maniti car loses positions, buckets, hand over hand, cannot keep that drainage stopped, so they have just lost about 5-6 positions in just half a lap.
It's BS Turner up to third, and now Luka Wunsch is indeed around, pointed in the wrong direction, and it's all gone wrong. He'll take the shortcut. This is heads-up driving, but now out of the top 20 in the GT3 Pros.
Oh my goodness, how the tides have turned for Maniti. Goes for first place just 1 lap later, down outside the top 20. How cruel can endurance racing be for you?
Let's see if we can figure out what happened before the green even dropped on that restart. So it's out of the final corner where, not even under the bridge, the Orion race team tags the back of the Deutsche Payment car. Pure Sims also got involved in that one as well. And from here, how did it not end up worse?
But Pure Sims already had the rear wing missing there.
Did they?
Yeah, Pure Sims came into that shot with the rear... Wow, that's an impact and a half into the concrete barrier. Lucky escape for everybody in behind that they did not bounce back onto the track, but maybe we're going to see something here with Pure Sims, because you can see they already have no rear wing here.
Yeah, something happened. Something indeed happened. We'll try and figure out what at some point. But let's figure out Luka Wunsch on the outside with the German sim racing car up the inside and missing the apex by a good half a car width. Yeah, I think the 167, that's a pretty easy one for race control to take a look at.
Yeah, I think they're not going to avoid a penalty there, the German sim racing car. Just ever so slightly outbrake themselves on the still somewhat cold tires, and yeah, just goes wide. is on the racing line technically, but yeah, most definitely could have had more to the inside to avoid that contact with the Maniti car.
On the racing line, but off the apex is probably the way to put it, right? So that's where race control will be looking. And again, cold tires comes into play. That's a major, major factor with these cold conditions and the ambient air that we've got as well. Daniel Ferguson says that it was the ATRS Academy car that maybe had run into the back of the Pure Sims GTP to lose the rear wing initially. We'll see if we can figure that out. But as 4 cars now break away for the lead, let's not forget, these are 4 cars, one of them on a very different strategy to the others.
And all of that great stuff for Mivano, because they were behind all of that kerfuffle, so great escape for them as well. Now back up to 4th place, 1.3 seconds, and let's remember, they are on the freshest tires out of all of these GTPs. So, yeah, Mivano, they are loving this right now.
It's ideal for them. See if we can track the progress of the fuel strategies between all of these drivers as well. Back over to the GT3s, where it's Brabham at the front, as we were talking about, but this is where fuel maybe comes into play, because these drivers had just finished up their fuel window before the pit stop cycle had come out. They should be able to make it, I suspect, on just the one more stop, knowing that they can make it to the top of the hour. But it will be those little differences amongst the field that add up. 3 laps longer. Brabham Esports have been out on track. That's 3 laps earlier. We may expect them into the box.
Yeah, as I think also our GTP leaders are now working their first time once again through the GT3 field. That's why we see the gaps opening and closing there on the left side of our screen. So do not be surprised to see those heavily fluctuating right now.
Absolutely. So these are, again, those front 5 cars with Brabham Esports 3 laps longer. So expect them to come in just that tad earlier. Here's the ducking and diving in traffic again. Augustin Bernier has not necessarily been at the front until this call to keep them out there on strategy has given them the lead. But as Pure Sims is 116, pushed wide in the GT3 Pro class, it's all as these top 4 just streak their way on forward and work their way on through. Andrew Langham, Austin Young pointing out that the Cadillac Hydro Race Geodesic has just punched in the fastest lap of the race and is well and truly flying. Even if the Cadillacs haven't maybe had the most luck on track, they have definitely shown their speed, and that's where the balance of performance comes into play. Balance of performance can't help you in traffic though. Delatraz Automotive able to get past a handful of cars in before turn 5. The margin now 2 seconds between the top 2. And so as they're out of turn 7 now, just continuing to run, it's Maniti's number 1 machine that's feeding the draft to the 17 and the 3 behind.
I was trying to figure out who that was in between that. It's obviously Satellite Racing, so that confused me a little bit there, wondering where the Delatraz is and what happened to Delatraz. But yeah, we have a lap car in between, and a Satellite Racing GP blue car in front of Maniti, so a little bit of confusion there from my side, but all good as we still on board with Andrea.
Yeah, no, it's been one of those cases where just mixing up once again. It's the slightly different colors, at least on the satellite car, that make it easier to pick out which is the 64 and which is the 67. Some of the other teams maybe need to get that same message. Maniti's number 1 and 17, I mean, they look pretty identical when you watch from off-board TV cameras. So you've got to try and figure out which of the numbers is really making up progress. Lights flash from some of these machines, and it's all in desperation, I feel, because it's now up to 4 seconds up towards the front. The leader is consistently able to get through the traffic without such bad luck, seemingly, as those behind are dealing with.
Yeah, I wonder if also Satellite Racing there is playing a little bit of a part in all of that, because obviously them going to the inside of a car slows the bunch down of the GT3 field, and so second and down has to slow down even more because they obviously have to avoid GT3 cars. So maybe Satellite Racing helping here a little bit in the eyes of the Charles Automotive. And obviously everybody else wants them to get out of the way, but it is just, once again, endurance racing. You have your same class lap cars as well that you have to deal with, and right now Satellite Racing seems to be also a little bit faster than the Manitis.
Just that little bit faster, but it's making the difference, at least for now. We've been able to dial up what happened with that Pure Sims Acura, and yeah, just being driven into from behind, and the ATRS car actually, I think, ended up sideways and off of the track as a result of that contact.
Yeah, most definitely seems to the way. It's just, once again, safety car, bunch up together, and just one guy not exactly looking where he's going, and immediately another team has to pay the consequences. In this case, pure Sims Racing, just not the day that they were hoping for.
Back over with your GT3s as the GTPs work their way past them once more. It's this first cycle of traffic that's allowed Delatraz to break away, of course, and Geodesic is there as well. An additional car splitting things up down into the chicane. Lease Esports now up in second, BS Turner third, and Simufy, former race leaders, are running in the fourth position. Maniti and Luca Wunsch, after the issue that they had, well, they've recovered somewhat, but recovered to 16th in class. Still some time to fight back, but not where they would have wanted to be.
No, most definitely not where they wanted to be. At least they're back inside the top 20 of the field. So, yeah, they have already crawled back a few positions, which is good for them. But obviously still a long way to go, not only in the standings, but also in the race. 88 laps, a lot of things can still happen. And hey, who knows, maybe at the end of it, you're still going to celebrate a top 5 finish.
We've seen crazier things, that's for sure, in IVRA competitions. We've seen cars upside down in the first caution periods and then end up coming out on top. Be multiple laps down, doesn't matter. You can still find your way back in. You just can't afford to give up hope at any point through the race. I think that's something that could be said for the likes of Paceworks and Door Academy. Both of them have, in their respective Mercedes, been slip and sliding around the track on occasion, it seems. The balance of the front engine car maybe not exactly where it needed to be, but still on for a decent points haul, and with 87 laps to go, these drivers will know there is only the one more pit stop for them. Hoping 15 more minutes or so will be enough for them to get on through. The Academy car behind, not going to be able to have a lunge down the inside. It's great to see the Door Esports squad. Of course, we see them also sometimes in the Falcon liveried colors as well, representing the Falcon Sim Racing team, promoting a new bunch of top-level drivers to maybe join the ranks of the Falcon Sim Racing team moving forward.
Yeah, who knows? They already have a great lineup, but you can never have too many great drivers in a team. So most definitely will have their eyes on that outfit.
And these Academy programs are getting more and more popular across the board. Of course, Williams, Apex, Coanda, these are some of the teams that have had them now for 3-4 years, but more teams recognize that there's a small cachet of top-level drivers, and most of them are already on teams. So to sign one of those drivers, you're stealing a driver away from another team. If you want to find a new driver, well, you've got to go and search for them through your academy programs. And because sim racing is not just, of course, about the technique, as much as Stefan, you need to be able to brake and get on the throttle as precisely as possible. Sim racing is so much about the mental side of things, and that's where I think these academy programs hold so much value.
Yeah, most definitely. You not only need to be able to get that muscle memory in perfectly onto your body, but also you need to be able to have that muscle memory be active when you're under deep pressure, fighting potentially for a championship in the last round of the season. You still have to be able to be on that top level, to be precisely on that muscle memory that you have practiced for the last 100 laps of practice. So it is still a much more on the mental side of things than people realize sim racing is.
Let's talk about mental side of things. One thing that you can control yourself as a driver is stay out of trouble with the stewards, and there's two. Not one, but two. 60-second penalties for a contact made under the safety car. So if you're wondering why we're going to see the ATRS Academy number 12 and the Orion Race Team number 46 off and onto pit lane at some point for a 60-second penalty, it's because race control have deemed them to be responsible for contacts under safety car conditions. I mean, we saw both of those, Stefan. Wasn't much to question about it.
No, most definitely not. Just a little bit too eager under safety car, especially that incident with the ATRS car. I think that was yeah, just you know, things that happen. You have to just be able to put that on the backside. Yes, you're going to face a 1-minute penalty now, but the good thing is you don't have to come in a second time for it, so you're not going to lose extra time. I guess you can see that side.
Yes, instead of losing 2 minutes, you only lose 60 seconds. I see the benefit that you're describing there. There are still more things that have come down for race control as well, so I'm pretty sure we've had 4 or 5 60-second penalties. That's not normal. I will just say that. These are amongst the most stiff penalties that you will see the stewards ever hand out, and it goes to show some of the things that we have seen today. Out of the 51 incidents that have been reported, I was trying to tot up how many different penalties had actually been handed out. If I use Google Sheets to help me here in selecting some of these columns, I can give you the update that 51 penalty reports have been submitted, and 25 penalties have been handed out.
Yeah. I quick counted myself and it was 26, so yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, it's most definitely not on a normal side, even for IVRA. Yes, we see a lot of penalty protests, but most of them are either no further action or something like that, or just a warning, most of the cases. But especially 60 seconds, I think that is even the second highest that they can give out. I think it's 60, then 120, and everything above is a disqualification, I think, either from the race or from the whole season. So yeah, most definitely we have seen a lot of, there's no other way but to call them stupid incidents under safety car, which is very surprising for how experienced these guys normally are with the IVRA rules.
Yeah, it is also, I think, maybe the race with the most jeopardy this season, in my opinion, because Watkins Glen is fast, but we do tend to see incidents sort of restricted to various different parts of the track. For example, lap number 1, you know going up through the S's is always going to be dangerous. But outside of that, then it's just the boot, the bus stop. It's relatively normal. Whereas, compare that to Interlagos, Spa, Fuji, or Sebring. Those are all pretty easy tracks to manage multi-class interactions in my mind. Yeah. This is definitely not.
No, the problem with Road Atlanta comes in that at least 1/4 to half of the track is just single file racing. Yes, you can pass here, but then turn 1 as a GTP already is a little bit of trouble because you have such a speed advantage and then also a grip advantage that sometimes you don't exactly realize how fast you're closing in, especially if you're sitting in a GT3 car, how fast the GTP is closing in. Then once again here, 3Ss, it's technically just a one-way line, but if you can get side by side through turn 4 already, especially early through turn 4, it's no problem for GT3 or GTP to get that pass happen into T5. So that is something, but then the rest of the S's is just one line. You can't pass at all, even in GTP versus GT3. So you have to be careful, you have to be patient until turn 5, and then you can pass again, and then obviously you have the big backstretch again. But it's just so much patience is required here, especially through the S's as a GTPS. That was once again one of those moments where, yeah, you can make the pass happen, but why is that needed to make that pass happen? You just push the car wide, that's probably going to be a protest and maybe even a penalty for you. And what have you gained? You have gained 2/10.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that would potentially be looked at as well, is the fact that, you know, Hydra HT Geodesic Racing are 5 laps adrift from the next car in front of them that they're fighting with, and they've just cost a GT3 car a spot in their class. So that's, you know, these are the traffic interactions that you've got to manage, and it's where often it gets quite interesting. Lease Esports, by the way, first half of the race, I'll be honest, they were kind of quiet. Yes, they came into this round after second in the first race, second in the points, but slowly building up confidence, slowly building up speed, and Andrew Carone increasingly putting more and more pressure onto the back of Brabham Esports as 3 cars, Brabham, Lease, and Simufy, slowly start to break away.
Yeah, and that pass from Maniti that we saw there, the Maniti GTP on the Brabham into turn 5, that's exactly what I was talking about. If you can get side by side early enough, no problem for the GT3. Brabham didn't even have to lift going into into turn 5. Brabham didn't even have to lift into turn 5 to let that GTP pass. There we go. So no no time lost for either of those, and it just worked out perfectly fine, like maybe this overtake.
Nicely done. Threw it to the inside, slung it to the lead, and it's now Lees back on top, Brabham second. And yes, Simufy in third and running in the tire tracks and maybe just saving some fuel, keeping in mind the one pit stop that we've still got left. Up into turn one, the Ferrari for Brabham just a little bit too far behind. Hunter McDaniel's not going to try and make things happen just this time around. And holding on to their stations, at least for the time being, they will rise and fall through the opening sector. Take a look at the replay. There's been a couple of things that have just happened. This is Alessandro Leo and Federico Faria tripping over one another. Fortunately, could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse, but once again, that is down to traffic here. GTP versus GT3 on the outside. You don't have the grip. The car behind didn't realize that quick enough, and that's why we had that incident happen, sadly.
This is separate. This is Maniti and Nicholas Last in the 179 behind Visceral. Ooh. Just loops it around, and then nowhere for the Echelon Simsport car to go. And not one, not two, but three different bits of contact. Yeah, that 179 very much worse for the wear.
Yeah, it looked like Maniti didn't expect to be that slow into the turn and so overbraked and spun themselves around, and obviously in behind nobody was able to avoid that, sadly. So Echelon, innocent bystander, gets collected 3 times. They make contact, and yeah, another time just a little bit too aggressive. Probably not even wanted to be that aggressive, just, you know, set up the corner perfectly for themselves. And yeah, another team paid the consequences.
So GT3 Pro still very, very close up towards the front. Don't get us wrong, but it's been closing as well between your GT3 leaders, as Gabby Montoro is the latest one to be escorted wide and escorted into the tire wall. Oh, a car that's potentially been amongst the quickest two now spins it around and just inside of the top 10.
And that's a sad, sad Porsche now.
Oh yeah, you could see from up above, that front end, that's not good. Merged in front of Delta V Racing and the Maniti 178, so Luca Wunsch is going to grab a couple more freebies. He's going to reinsert himself into the top 10. We'll grab a look at what happened to Simufy in a few moments' time, but Delatraz Automotive, it was the gamble to stay out. It's a gamble to come down pit lane.
78 laps to go. And a driver change as well for Delatraz there.
So Alexander Delatraz of Delatraz Automotive is going to get behind the wheel there. And it means now Maniti's number one is back on top. And as they try to extend their margin from the Movano car on the different strategy, of course, that will inherit the lead in a handful of laps' time. Andrew Carone, after jumping in front of Hunter McDaniel with a bold move at turn 10, has already almost broken clear of the drafting range. The Canadian crew in the 137 looking very strong, with 30 minutes to go until we'd expect these GT3 cars to the pit lane for the final time today.
Yeah, either final time, or if the safety cars don't play out in their ways, they're gonna have to make a splash and dash at the end as well. So could still be highly, highly interesting with all of that strategy gamble that they have to play out still. So not all decided whatsoever. Who is on the best strategy? Will it be the 3 of Movano, or pretty much the rest of the top-end field in the GTP class?
So let's go ahead and figure out what happened to the Simufy car. It was alongside Hunter McDaniel, so I'm not sure if McDaniel got peeled off the apex by a faster GTP machine, and indeed, as 2 of them slid on through, did Gabby Montoro make a self-inflicted mistake in going for a gap that wasn't really there?
Yeah.
That's harsh.
Yeah, I thought he could slip by as well there with the GTPs, but just was too far back. The door closed too fast from Brabham, and self-inflicted, sadly. Just like this one, but at least GTP able to avoid the barriers on the outside.
And the Deutsche Paintman 87, so that is the one with Sasha Engelhardt behind the wheel, 15 laps down, and that runs itself around the track still, trying to salvage something in the closing stages of this race. If you're tracking the gap up towards the front, it's holding at about 4.3 or so between Maniti and Movano, but as traffic once again just checks up your leader, this is the most awful sector of the track to catch the traffic, and you'll note just how much the field is very much concentrated around parts of the track right now.
Yeah, it always ends up at one point, it just spreads out. Then you can see, if you would watch the track map for the entire race, that it once again bunches up, spreads out, bunches up, and sometimes you have 3 wide situations into turn 6, because why wouldn't you?
That as well is 3 cars now split by 3 seconds for the lead. Manuel Sudau is not going to owe us a pit stop the same lap as Tom Hooper is going to come down to the pit lane in the next handful of laps, but it's still on a slightly different strategy, so don't be so surprised when we do see some changes going on there. In towards 10, A and B they will go, and still with that margin growing between Movano and Miniti, back open once again to 3 full seconds. A bit of needed aggression from Andrea Barilaro to get to the inside of Heusinkveld out of the final corner, and as Tom Cooper comes down to the lane, it leaves Miniti and Movano, the 3 and the 17, fighting wheel to wheel at the front.
Yeah, but crucially, just because of traffic, Andrea did catch up 2 seconds to the number 1 car before they pitted on that last lap. So yeah, just tells you how much GTP versus GT3 traffic can be holding up you if you catch them at the wrong part of this track.
Oh, there's another car that's gone around. Oh, and there's plenty more. This is at turn 3, out of turn 4 as well. And as a slow rejoining Rusty Spatulas tries to get up to speed, I think we've just gotten away without making this even more chaotic. But Alexander Bird is stationary. Are we about to see the caution back out?
We might as well. At least no front bumper anymore for the PSM's car. Oh, this could be once again putting everything on its head. But crucially, this could be a safety car that plays in favor of Movano, because they need about 2 safety cars to make it on just 1 stop, and the safety car is out.
And perfect timing for Maxime Naz, because he has left pit exit, I think, with it still open. He will stay on the leading lap, crucially. There is your leader. That could have been a whole different game for the number 1. Now, they will still owe us the same number of pit stops as the rest of the field, but we slow things down once more, and we'll try and figure out what happened out of turn number 3. Straight to the replay, Alexander Bird given permission to get on the flatbed and to head back towards the pit lane, but over the top of turn 3.
Ooh.
Is that Pro and Am coming together? I think it is.
Yes. And where goes Pure Simpson?
So this is the beginning of it, and we'll have to watch Pearson's. I think their Mercedes is just at the back of the shot.
Okay, there they are.
Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Wow. So, Rusty Spatulas got off relatively lightly, all things considered. They weren't part of the initial incident, but ran into the back of Visceral, do a half 180. It's Olympus Esports that come off very badly as a result of this. And then I think Syandra as well had to take avoiding action in the 64 satellite racing car.
Yeah, I'm really not liking that 180 by the Rusty Spatulas, but look at that kerfuffle, smoke everywhere, and has to take a right turn exit there onto the club layout to avoid all of that. But yeah, great driving by most of these guys to avoid this carnage. Could have been a much bigger incident if everybody would have been collected into that one.
So that was the motorcycle layout that they were trying to use there. But yeah, slow things down once more and take a breath. Now, Miniti's number 17 surely is going to take this opportunity to come down to pit lane. What will the rest do? What would the rest decide to do in this situation?
It's a weird stepping point once again for pretty much everybody. I don't think pit lane is open yet. I at least haven't seen that, and people are still getting waved by. So probably next lap we're going to see a pit lane open for the first time. As you can see, all of the GT3s getting a wave by now.
So they will get this all sorted out. It might take them a lap or two to do so, but don't worry. Race Control will be on the task and making sure that everything is going as expected. Don't go anywhere on RaceSpotTV. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here under this caution period as the field gets stacked back up and cycles work their way on through. We'll run you to the end, though, of the second round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series presented by Heusinkveld here at Road Atlanta. Well, welcome back to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and to the second round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series presented by Heusinkveld. Yet more drama under safety car conditions as we finish up a pit stop cycle, not just with split strategies at the front, but a team that we thought might be major contenders having an incident under safety car. It's not the first one that we've had today. It won't be the last potentially. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside Stefan Schlacker through all of these final 70 laps of racing. And Stefan, what a wild race it's been so far.
Yeah, most definitely. What a wild race and what a wild spin it was for Mivano right there. A little bit of a caught-in effect up in front end. You know, just GTP things, locking up your rear brakes like you do when you brake too hard. And that's people why you leave space in safety car procedures, because stuff like that can happen.
It was at least a good no-scope 360 for the most part, so didn't lose too much time there. We were kind of just chatting in the brief intermission as we were watching some of the glorious new content that iRacing has been adding on the road side of things, about how the timing of this caution with 70-odd laps to go means that, well, guaranteed to basically have one pit stop across the board for every single driver, Stefan. It's more now just about how the teams approach each phase of what we've got left.
Yeah, definitely. Probably for the GT3 cars, let's start with them. We probably didn't see a lot of them entering pit lane unless they were very far into the stint already. Simply because they are going to be able to one-stop this anyway, if they pit now or if they're going to pit later. So they're still going to have that one-stop regardless. So I think that's why we didn't see basically any GT3 cars go into pit lane and take that one stop right now. In the top 5, obviously everybody in behind, they basically don't lose anything with stopping, so that's why we see them in pit lane, why we saw them in pit lane, or they had to pit anyway earlier, so that's the reason. And then obviously the top 5, they're all basically on the same lap except for Hunter McDaniel in that 150 who is 3 laps earlier in pit lane. They are probably going to have to one-stop this anyway, so it didn't really make sense for them to come into pit lane. GTPs, like we said in the intermission in between ourselves, slam dunk one-stop. They can do 42 laps on a fuel stint, so pitting now, they're going to be able to go 42 and then 30-ish laps on that second stint, so that's an easy one and done for them. They don't have to worry at all about fuel saving anymore, none of them, so it's just easier for them to calculate things out now.
69 laps will become 68 to go at the line, and because we still are reordering part of the field as far as I am aware, at least one more lap under caution, maybe the next time by will be the time we go racing. It will be Delatraz Automotive though. That will still be at the front, this time with Alexander Delatraz getting ready to bring us back under green. Maxim Naz in the Maniti car behind, and Timo Rorda in the Movano entry. The rest of the top 3 in the category as they go. If you are curious how things are going over with your GT3 class, well, currently leading, and yes, there's some shake-up in this class right now. It's the Paceworks Esports team, then Prestanda Nomad, then the Archer Brothers car. That was leading just before the caution, but has come down to the pit lane, which Paceworks has not. And then Satellite Racing and the Orion Race team as well. If you're wondering how Prestanda Nomad have suddenly found themselves in front of Archer Brothers, they came in before the timing of the caution.
Yep, that's the only reason why they're ahead. It just shows you how much you are basically losing in a situation like this with safety car where everything get bunched up. You're just gonna lose that one position right there that you were comfortably holding over everybody else. And then all of a sudden you have to fight yourself back into first place. Gonna be interesting now how this is gonna play out. Can Nomad somehow stay out front of Archer, or can Archer continue their dominant show here in Road Atlanta?
We're about to find out because the lights are off on the pace car, which means it will pull off and away, and we're looking up towards the front, and what you will see is once again a car in between our leaders. That's the 67, the Satellite Racing GTP blue entry. Max Muir is at the wheel right now. We saw Alex Ellis slightly earlier. But that's going to be a bit of a trouble for Maniti and Movano. They can't afford to lose too much time stuck behind a lapped car.
Yeah, but if it continues like we have seen in clean racing, they were actually faster than our second and third place cars. So it should be interesting what Satellite is going to start to do.
Well, their drivers are now getting steeled up and ready to go. Class split means the GTP's all in front of the GT3s and a couple of laps, maybe 9 or 10 before we have to deal with traffic once more. It's a lengthy gap that the field is being left by Alexander Delatraz. It's already, pace car's already off and into the pit lane itself as we aren't even through turn 10. This might cause a bit of racing on the run towards the line. Once again, it's probably out of the final corner that Alexander Delatraz will go. They're being held. They're being held for quite a while. Up and down through the field. This is going to cause some consternation and some stacking up, and finally unleashes the field with 67 laps to run in the second round of the 2023 IVRA Endurance Series presented by Heusinkveld. Look to the inside, and Maniti Racing dispatches of the lap traffic with instant clinical ease, but not going to be so easy. Max Muir holds on for the time being, and as they rumble up through turn number 3 as well, let's not forget the GTDs have begun their race as well.
Yeah, nearly expected Muir to hold that position and try to get past himself for first place and run away from that GTP field, as we have a look at the Brabham car now in the midst of traffic. How are they going to be able to play this one out? They have to make quick moves here to get back where they want to be.
That's some lap traffic that they're having to work past. The GT3 AM driver effectively pulls to the side of the track and lets them slither on through. They'll have maybe 3 or 4 more as well to dispatch of as they run their way out of turn 7, tighter than 90 degrees, but in towards the chicane. No swap around for your GTP contingent, and in fact the lapped car still very much holding station between Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage and the Maniti and Movano cars that are trying to challenge from further back. They were 3 wide down the back straightaway as they filtered in towards the chicane for the GT3s. This is the traffic overlapping once more. It's going to get probably 10 laps of clean air before we're on top of each other once more.
Yeah, and I saw in the background there of that shot Maniti, there was a car super slow on the right side of the tracks. I wonder what happened there in the GT3 class. Either way, unaffected by our leaders.
And this, I think, is where some of that 3 wide came. Luca Wunsch is up into 8th on the recovery after being spun around up at turn number 3. He's got Carl Modoff in the Delta Sport 199 behind Delta V Racing and the Kramer Racing esports teams, all tucked into the GT3 Pro train that heads down through the S's with a bit of separation now building even without the traffic playing its part. Given that these are 3 drivers and 3 teams in the top 3 of the GTP class that are now on different fuel loads, it'll be interesting to see how they all push on from here. And I've just realized as well that behind Movano there is more lap traffic to be a part of this, and it will be something to consider, Stefan. Not necessarily now, but once we get into the GT3s, the extra GTPs are going to cause some chaos.
Yeah, most definitely. At the same time, it once again shows that Satellite Racing GTP is actually faster than the Maniti car. He is building up that little bit of a gap that Delatraz is building up, and he's just able to have that lasso around the back wing of that Cadillac and keeps on hooked to that rear end. So great stuff by Satellite Racing. Obviously, Maniti is hating every second they see that light blue fin ahead of them, but what can you do? You have to make that pass happen yourself if you want to have them out of your way.
And remember, Satellite 67 is in a fight with the Hydra Race 62 as they both are now on the cusp of both being in the top 10. That's the reward for the recovery drive that they will get. I tell you what, that Max Muir powered car is right on the bumper of your race leader as we head towards the line, and all it will take is for the blue and red car to get in front to feed some dirty air to the race leader for suddenly the fight at the front to be a lot more uncomfortable, you might feel. The Valorous Motorsports 36 is the 5th car in the queue behind, and they are 5 laps down, as mentioned, still running in the queue for the time being. The GT3 Pro leaders haven't all gotten past the GT3 AMs in front of them, but there's been no swap around in between 1, 2, and 3 just yet. There are 5 drivers, let's not forget, that do have to come down to the pit lane in the next handful of laps.
And in the shot on the backstretch, we actually saw in behind for a short second that they were actually 3 wide fighting for positions there. So it is all but kicked off in the GT3 class with just that 1 stop remaining in their fuel range.
Yeah, down out of the final corner. Luca wants up to 7th in front of Gerard Caroni, and a Delta Sport car slipped off the track for a moment, and Karl Modhoff's disappeared from the timing screens.
Another slide, and the Maniti car was now slow again there out of turn 1 as well as we go to Karl Modhoff, and that is a not happy Porsche whatsoever. Probably even lost his rear wing there, so yeah, he's gonna have to go into pit lane, I imagine.
Yeah, that final corner has been the site of many an incident so far, and unfortunate for Delta Sport that it, I think, was again a bobble on the inside curb that kind of set it off. And we'll grab a look at the replay in a few moments' time. But Modhoff still limping his car back around the track, has fortunately not been the cause of a additional safety car in these closing stages, where you'd imagine that already these drivers are feeling a little bit hectic. There's more drama behind as German sim racing the next drivers to have gone around. It's chaotic on the restarts, as suspected.
Yeah, and they have to wait even longer because now also the GTP field is going to come its way past. We saw Delatras, they're making the first move on the GT3 field. So while they are fighting, they're now also going to have to worry about the GTP flying off on them as they go into turn 10 A and B. They already have to make the first shift moves there in the GT3 field.
That was the RaceSR Esports team with Leandro Marquez almost losing control of the car on the outside, back into line, and now up the inside in the white and green, trying to challenge the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car. Slips on through on Eduardo Pecorino, but there's just so much going on right now. This is kind of what you expect, given that these drivers are fighting for the win potentially, both in the GT3s and the GTPs as well.
Yes, most definitely it all kicks off now. So also no, a stopped car on the left side out of turn 3. That might be a safety car once again.
I think that's still Karl Modhoff, who's waiting to be informed if he's going to be allowed to take a tow back to pit lane. We'll keep you up to date as to what's happening with him, but here's what actually caused the incident. And again, it's the bump on the inside curb and bang into the wall.
Oh yeah, and the wing went as well.
Just see how much they were all fighting though, and maybe Karl Modhoff slightly pinched himself onto the inside curb more than he would have been comfortable with.
Yeah, that was one of those moves that you really don't need to do in an endurance race. You don't need to put your nose there. Just gonna create troubles, especially on that high curb of that last turn here at Road Atlanta. It once again shows it just is too much of a curb for situations like this. You're so on the grip edge here, and then you have that high curb there as well. It's just gonna put and overload that left side tire. It just goes away, and you're gonna find yourself either on the left or right side barrier.
We are continuing to work past the GT3 runners for the front of the GTP field. Up from above, we watch as Philip Schiff and Sam Coleman in the ATRS Academy and Maniti number 17 work their way on through. Karl Modhoff has successfully been able to bring it down towards the pit lane, and so that means that no such worries about the safety car, at least for the time being, still with 61 laps to go. On the board on the left side of your screen, they are coming towards the front of the GT3 field, but for Delatras Automotive and for Alexander Delatras, currently 1.8 seconds clear of Maniti's number 1.
Yeah, it seems like that Modhoff just waited there for everybody to go past, and then he went rolling again to bring it back to the pit lane. So great call by them, as we're on board with the number 1 trying to chase down Delatras. 1.6 seconds right now separates it, but more crucially 4-5 GT3 cars are separating them, and that is going to cost a lot of time for Maxim Naxter.
It may have benefited by lifting off earlier, but just checks up the momentum. Still within 1.2 of the race leader, who's lost some time in and of their own, as well as just again through the very tail end, or top end you should say, of the GT3 field. We are now past the Brabham Esports car, just least to come for the Maniti number 1. Is it going to be after turn 5? It is. It's going to put a bit of breathing room between Andrew Caron, Hunter McDaniel and Fabian Sleichegg in the Paceworks Mercedes that runs behind them, as GT3 contenders still very much in their respective lines, and hasn't broken up the GT3 contenders slightly further back as well. Fight for 9 starting to queue up behind Delta V Racing.
this is going to be an interesting battle now as well, as they are finding themselves fighting for what is 10th position, even 9th position, not that far away. Delta V Racing, just 1.2 seconds the gap is there up to 9th place, so just a little bit of an issue, a small mistake on the brakes from Delta V Racing, and they're going to be dragged into this battle as well.
All being fed draft, and now that the first cycle through of the traffic is done, these GT3 machines get another 5, 6, 7 laps to battle amongst themselves before they deal with the traffic once more. Look to the inside from Leandro Marquez, and Brandon Tabone in that SimCity Racing 170 says, take it, you can have it for now. Don't get too comfortable though, I'll be right back on your case, working forward in the future. And still, as watch the final bits of GTP traffic up the inside. Contact with the GT3 Pro leader and Lease Esports and Andrew Carone. Some great rallycross car control there to hang on to things. It could have been a whole lot worse.
And Geodesic now probably going to lose a position here if that was for place. And now look at that Brabham to the inside.
Taking advantage through turn 6, but not quite done. Cambered in, so on the outside, more momentum carried. Carone being tentative, though, allows McDaniel to peel himself off the apex. And now drag race down the back straightaway with Paceworks Mercedes there as well. Here we go, 3 wide. Oh goodness, they're going to make this happen. They're going to try and make this stick as well for the lead. 3 drivers owing us a pit stop on the inside. Andrew Carone not going to be the last of the late breakers. Hunter McDaniel, the boldest of them all, and he'll take the point. Forces the Canadian Mercedes to run a little bit wide and give up some ground on the inside. Down out of the final quarter, 3 wide once more. Goodness, everywhere you look, there's chaos and there's action.
Yeah, but this still not is over now. 2nd and 3rd place are side by side now. They're going to give up the fight there. Brabham, after all of that fighting, just going to stay in 2nd place. What a fight that was. Great scenes once again by the IVRA GT3 Pro class, like they always love to deliver.
Haven't seen too many things come in on the incident report form in the last couple of moments, which means race control just finalizing everything else that they've seen so far. They can focus in on this great battle that we're tracking right now. It's 4 at the front with just Team Heusinkveld being dropped off in this queue of cars that will come down to pit lane in the next handful of laps. Realistically, with 189 becoming 190 laps now done in this race, they need to go maybe 2, maybe 3 laps longer to be pretty confident in a 60-minute run to the checkered flag.
Yes, definitely, but I'm not sure if they still have that much fuel in their cars left. Remember, once we came off of the caution, Brabham was already on 37 laps of fuel, 37 laps of stint done. So this is going to be very close for Brabham.
I think the only thing that's helping here, right, is the fact that we had those laps under caution. Otherwise, you would expect Hunter McDaniel to have already headed down on towards pit lane. And so as we rise up into the blind, turn 3 once more, riding with the ATRS 113. Just look at how they all clip their way through the inside of the curb. And the Lease Esports car a little bit off the optimal line, I would say, running in towards the Esses complex. Brabham Esports just continuing to pile on the pressure, keep the rear view mirror filled with the sight of that green and gold Ferrari. I would feel pretty good though if I'm Hunter McDaniel, and for one reason and one alone, Stefan. The other 3 cars probably all coming into pit lane on the same lap, and we know just how difficult this pit entry can be.
Yeah, most definitely. All your competitors right now, they're going to have to go into pit lane as well, so at least you have that comfort of thought as well. But oh my goodness, just 1 lap ago, Lease Esports, everything could have gone wrong for them, but thankfully they still find themselves in that 1st place, trying to hold off Hunter McDaniel in behind.
Yeah, the calmness as well. That's what often we talk about when we mention academy programs. That's where the mental focus often comes into play. Not letting incidents rile you up. That is also pretty important, and that's a skill that clearly Andrew Carone has been able to figure out. Take a look, by the way, at what happened to that German sim racing car as it worked through turn 7. Just tried to be aggressive. The Simufy car had to take avoiding action as well, and then put it in reverse gear, and had to back up for quite a while.
Yeah, smart choice though by the German sim racing car to not go for a 180 there with the GTP field coming up in front of him. Now there you go. That was a close call as well for Delitrus, and I think that even this Mivano that got checked up by GSR. Now we have once again the Liz incident. Just why do you need to go for that overtake? You know that door's gonna close every single time on you. Just not needed once again. Might even be a little bit of a protest there by Liz. Would not be surprised.
Yeah, just waiting to see that thrown up on the incident form, to be completely honest. As in towards the chicane, they will dive once more. 47 laps now about to be complete for Brabham Esports. Surely Hunter McDaniel is not far away from needing to owe us a pit stop, but we have an estimated 61 minutes to go. He will go one extra lap and try and make it even more comfortable to make it with just the one extra stop to the end. Back over to the GTP leaders, where the three top dogs, all on very different strategy, of course, amongst themselves, increasingly getting strung out. Maniti and Mivano finding themselves locked in a battle for second. They've lost a good 4 seconds on this lap alone.
Yeah, traffic really taketh everything away from them, as now also Satellite Racing, they are finally being led by the GTP field, as I've just realized, as they're no longer in front of these two. So at least that is something good for Maniti. Also something that I've just seen on our race control notice board, we have a new leader for penalty time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, here you just saw it as well. 120 seconds to the 212 for not serving incident number 33.
So that the way this works, if you don't serve a penalty, it then gets reapplied, but with double the penalty effectively.
Yes.
And so a 60-second penalty has become a 120-second penalty. Now, the good thing is, there's not enough time left in the race for it to become a 240-second penalty, so that is probably the biggest penalty that we will see today.
Yeah, probably, but still is the big ouchie, especially forgetting about serving a penalty. It's a bit of a rookie mistake.
Both of us have run series before, Stefan, as series directors, race control people, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's probably the biggest no-no that we can think of.
Yeah, basically.
Just serve your penalty. And apparently, Andrew Langham says they have to serve the 60-second penalty as well. Now, do they have to serve it separately is the question, whatever the case may be. I guess we'll find out. Top 3, by the way, in the GT3 class find themselves separated. Oh!
Who was?
That was Archer Brothers. That was Archer Brothers!
No!
We were just going to check in with them in their fight in the GT3 battle, and now after Jacob O'Reilly felt rather hard done by that Cam Roger was trying to put the commentator's curse down on the team, it's worked.
Well, technically not, because he said they are going to bin it themselves. I'm pretty sure they were helped here.
Okay, fair point, fair point. Still trying to... something's not right in that car. Something is not right.
No, that is broken. Front left is broken.
Oh, no. Okay, we'll grab a look at the replay. We'll wait to see if that's going to result in another caution, and that would set off a mad scramble without a shadow of a doubt, because GT3 cars can make it from now if they come into the pit lane. The prototypes are still probably 20 minutes away, so they're not comfortable, but they would still be thinking about it. So, RaceSpotTV replay misses nothing. Stefan, what happens?
Archer Bros a little bit slow into turn 1 there, and that's a geodesic GTP and completely annihilating them. Oh my goodness.
So, Andrew Langham of the geodesic team has claimed that they did this to themselves. It is a bit of a late jink across to try and block the run from the prototype, to be fair. And I don't really know if Austin Young had time to check up in time. Oh, and caution's out.
Caution is out. That is due to the Archer Brothers. They cannot go back to pit lane. That front right is broken. We saw the car leaning to the front right. So, yeah. Oh, this is also now really, really difficult for the GTPs. You still have 10 laps to go. Are you gonna risk it for the biscuit? Are you gonna take that stop now and hope that you have another caution out, that you can run to the end, or are you gonna stay out? This is big brain time now.
This is big brain time. One more look at it and... oh,
yeah.
God.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's when you hit the wall directly rather than the tires or anything else that it's even worse, and... yeah, that's brutal. Poor Archer Brothers, who can 100% blame Cam Roger for putting the commentator's curse down on them.
Yep.
just making sure we throw Cam under the bus.
Yes.
His Twitter, if I remember correctly, is CMR_18. So that's where to direct your complaints, Mr. Arch Brothers. This will mean that for one of the cars that did owe us a pit stop and had to come down, effectively, Paceworks Esports have had no choice but to come to the lane. Interestingly, Lease, Brabham, and ATRS all seemingly have enough fuel to go around and avoid an emergency service stop.
Yeah. This has put a few cars now in some difficult positions, and yes, you were right, by the way, it's CMR_18 there for Cam Rogers' Twitter. Sorry, X account. Sorry, it's no longer Twitter, it's X now. So CMR_18 for you guys out there. If you want to blame him for that Archer's brother early exit out of today's race. Yeah, 51 laps to go. What is this? This is difficult. Brabham Esports. I'm pretty sure they have enough fuel in that tank still.
Stefan's internet steps aside on him, unfortunately, for a second. But yeah, I think you were talking about fuel there, Stefan, and quite rightly, there are plenty of cars that already still have some fuel in the tank.
Yeah, I hope my internet is good
You're
again.
back now. You're good.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, no, I was talking about Brabham. I hope they have still enough fuel to make it round for the pit stall, a pit lane to open. Because if we go by last time, it took them about 3 or 4 laps until pit lane was open. So, yeah, hopefully they have enough fuel for that.
On board. Not clutching in, which is quite interesting right now. And...
yeah, clutching it doesn't work anymore.
well, you say that, but why are drivers still doing it?
I mean, obviously it depends on the car layout.
True.
I have no idea if... well, no, GT3 should have a real clutch in the car, so they still could be doing it.
Yeah, we've definitely heard it from some of the GTPs, which is... yeah, I am quite curious about this, because iRacing, you know, made the change that no longer clutching in should save you fuel, but I think what's probably happening now, Stefan, is it's still... it might not be helping as much as it did before, but my suspicion is just that the fact that you are not having the engine braking means that you can run at the faster speed for a little bit longer, which maybe means you carry more speed into the corner. Whatever the case may be,
Yeah.
Drivers still seem to think it works.
Ah, there we go. So it's disabled on the GT3s. Thank you for Jack Styles. It's disabled on GT3s, but it works for GTPs. There we go.
Interesting. Fraser Williamson says the same as well, but that clearly is an oversight that at some point is going to be changed to make sure that the loophole is closed off for all of the cars at some point. Just don't tell iRacing ahead of any serious races that these top drivers want to compete in. You were wondering if Brabham had enough fuel. Clearly, they do.
Yeah. Yeah, pit entry was not open yet this lap, so they still have to go around. Probably they have to go around another 2 times, I said, until they can pit in.
I think that sounds about right, but that is really starting to push it. They would be up to 54 laps or so complete at that point, and I think we are basically ready for the pit window to open. In fact, pit entrance will indeed open this time around. It's going to be busy, and we'll find out if any GTPs are going to make the gamble.
Yeah, the first stint was a 44-lap stint for Brabham. That's the very first stint of this race, so they are most definitely starting to push it on their fuel.
Fraser Williams says that the clutch thing that we're talking about with the fuel in the GTP, something that at one point didn't work, now it works again. So the ever-changing nature of the iRacing service, Stefan, being displayed for these drivers to figure out.
Yeah, most definitely. Sometimes it is like a chess game that you have to figure out yourself, where iRacing is playing one side of the chess and you're having to play with the black pieces.
So, is Delatraz coming in? No. Yes!
Yes.
Late call as well.
Mivano. Oh, Mivano coming. So what they're doing, once again, if you weren't here earlier, the GTP cars coming in this time around are gambling that they will have another safety car period until the end of the race, because they are Maximum that we have seen thus far is 43 laps of fuel on a full green flag run. So they cannot make it to the end of this race in a green flag situation. But if they get another safety car until the end of this race, they will be good, and they have played the gamble correctly. If they're not going to get another safety car, everybody who is out right now will laugh at all of these boys.
I wouldn't want to be the one making the call. Pit exit won't be open just yet, by the way, so they're all going to have to stop. Movano off first. Delatraz will be second, and then who slots in behind? Remember, GTPs and GT3s will exit at the same time. It's going to be Manites, Luca Wunsch that exits the pit lane first of the GT3 cars.
Brabham lost some positions.
Brabham did. Well, they had to probably put the most fuel in, let's be real, given how empty their tank would have been relative to the other drivers. So Brabham's still in contention, though. That's the important thing. What I am trying to figure out, what is the penalty that Paceworks Esports going to have to serve for emergency service? My suspicion, Stefan, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is it's an end-of-line penalty, so they'll drop to the tail end of the field on the restart that we have.
Yeah, I think so too, that it's an end-of-line penalty that you have to serve if you have to make an emergency pit stop. But I'm not sure anymore if it's an end of your class or completely end of your line.
I think it will probably end up being end of the GT3 combined queue. Now, don't hold me on that. I could be wrong. I probably am wrong. But we're figuring this out all on the fly. The drivers as well are just trying to get back around to catch up to the safety car itself. We'll give you an update on how the order itself looks like once they've settled into the formation, but at least one more lap under pacing we'll have means a maximum of 47 laps to go in this race. Now, I'm trying to remember back to iRacing Petit Le Mans, Stefan. I don't think we saw a stint longer than 45 laps for a GTP car, and that required some fuel saving.
Yeah, that was heavy fuel saving, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it is gonna be tricky. It is most definitely going to be very tricky for everybody that pitted in this caution to actually make it to the end. I'm pretty sure they're gonna require a safety car to make it to the end, which at the same time, obviously, everybody else is gonna be also then in for that safety car to fill up their tank and most crucially get new tires. So you're not only gonna be very close to the end of your life in the tank, but also you're gonna be on worse tires if this strategy works out and you're gonna get that safety car. So it's such a huge gamble for these GTPs.
It's a gamble, but I feel like for Delatraz in particular, they had no choice. They were the furthest on the stint anyway,
yeah,
so it made sense for them. But I guess the thing is, again, right, if they can go 44 laps, let's say, right? Let's say they can do 44 in green conditions, make that 45 now that we've added in 1 or 2 extra laps beyond that with caution conditions. Even if they don't make it to the end, you're not coming in to change tires. Really. Surely.
No. If you have to make that splash dash, you're not taking tires.
So I think that's where they feel like, as long as they've got a heavier car now than those in front, so they'll lose a bit of time there, but as long as they don't lose too much time to the top 4 or 5 drivers, maybe that's the gamble. Given that we had no cautions for the first, 2 hours of the race, though, and we've had 4 in a space of 2.5 hours or so, never count out the caution.
No, most of it is kind of like Sebring, where in the first half I think we had 1 caution, and then it blew up in the second half of the race. So it is interesting. Maybe it's a little bit of a course that I bring to IVRA. I have no idea. But it's definitely on the interesting side how it's always the second half of the race, at least this season, where we see a lot of incidents that trigger cautions. It's not that we didn't see incidents in the first half of the race, but there were always minor incidents that didn't trigger caution because everybody was able to get going again and get themselves back to the pit lane. Just the second half of the race has been in such a way that people hit the wall that they weren't able to continue back to the pit lane.
Oh no. I've
Don't
just
tell me
checked
we had
in the
an incident.
virtual paddock, and Lease Esports have said that it didn't put fuel in their car. Oh no, they've had to come back down to the lane, and from the very front, Guillaume Levesque finds himself in 17th in the GT3 Pro running. It's been such a... I mean, I can't even... If someone asked me to recap the race, Stefan, genuinely, I've been here for every single moment, and I couldn't.
Yeah, it's just too much. Just way too much what happened in this race, especially GT3 leaders. Oh my goodness.
Man.
But we also had this situation in Sebring, GT3 Pro. Nobody wanted to win it.
Yeah, no one wants to win right now, especially that GTP class where again, we had 16 start. There are 7 left on the lead lap. We have had a high level of attrition given the commitment required in that class. Who are the favorites then in GT3 Pro right now? Door Esports Academy owe us a pit stop. They will drop down probably outside of the top 20, top 15, I should say. Maniti, Brabham, BS Turner, ATRS, Satellite, and Team Heusinkveld. That is effectively those trapped in behind your net leader. Beckham Jasir's there in the Fiercely Forward, the Visceral Esports car. The former Fiercely Forward drivers jumped over to that Visceral Esports camp, of course, and they were around in the early stages of the race, of course. They got tangled up in a big drama. They're back in contention. This GT3 Pro battle is going to be wild.
Understatement of the year, yes.
We can give an award for that one at some point as well. Understatement of the year. You've been around for a fair few IVRA endurance races now, Stefan. Does this feel like a particularly crazy race?
Yeah. I've been racing IVRA since DGFX times.
Right.
I've been racing in IVRA when they were still using the HPD ARX 06C. So that's how far back I go with this series. No, I still put, I think it was season 2 at Phillip Island.
Okay.
Where leader ran out of fuel while they were reshuffling the grid. And so they accidentally reshuffled the whole entire field past the leader, and then they had to work out for half an hour who is actually in the lead and where everybody goes. So I still put that on top of everything.
Okay, I forgot about that. That was back in the DGFX days as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was before the IVRA moniker was...
Far, like 3-4 years before IVRA was a thing.
You said Phillip Island, and I just instantly had flashbacks to our first IVRA race at Phillip Island in the Endurance Series. The less said about that, maybe the better in some cases. But yeah, it's just Road Atlanta, I feel. This first sector, maybe as well, it's the fact that these new GTPs are slower than the LMP1 cars. They're faster, or about the same speed as the previous generation DPIs that they effectively are replacing. Maybe a tad slower in occasion. But it requires maybe some more desperation, Stefan, to make some of these move in traffic, especially down through the S's in the opening sector.
Yeah, for people that don't know these GTPs, they're what in Europe they're called the LMDH Le Mans Daytona Hybrid. They're the second class to the Hypercar LMH, to the European Endurance Series. IMSA just calls them GTP to go back to the old bones of the 80s and 90s, where the fastest class was still called GTP. They're essentially the top class, but crucially, they're replacing LMP1 cars, but at the same time, they are much, much heavier. If you compare an R18 to the Porsche, or just the 919 to this Porsche, you can see how much heavier they are. So they're much slower in turns than their LMP1 counterparts that they're replacing. And that is where the issue comes in with lapping cars, because you have to predict that you're actually going to be much slower sometimes than the other class. Like GTEs, they are actually faster in turns than the GTPs.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we don't have the LMP2s as well, because those were slowed to accommodate the slightly slower top-level prototypes, and it's craziness sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. But I hope that this restart is not going to be as crazy.
No, don't say that. It's going to be. We've got 45 laps to go. Cloud cover back in sight. And now, with a checker flag also in view of the drivers, Maxime Naz out of the final corner will get the green flag back out. This time, no such chaos through the chicane, and all the GTP cars will trundle to the line and get their race back underway with no major drama. Let's check in with GT3 though, because this is where the overlap's going to be important. There are some AM machines in front of the pros, and Luka Wunsch isn't hanging around.
Yeah, AM car leading by the Pro car, or GT3 car leading by the GT3 Pro counterpart. Nicely done by Maniti, and that also means, look at this, Brabham now in behind the GT3 car. That is crucial for the GT3 Pro. No.
ATRS Academy with a big one at turn 5 and parked.
That's another safety car.
Directly in the firing line. It hasn't triggered the safety car just yet, but as the rest of the GT3s funnel out of turn 5, we may get away if the car can pull into a service zone.
He is not going anywhere. Those
that front
tires
right
are not detached anymore.
It has reset. I think we're going to stay green, maybe because of the fact that the caution has just come out. We will not trigger it immediately. Back towards the Michelin building. That's not a battle for the lead, if you're curious. That's a lapped car staying with the race leader. Maxime Naz has got some advantage at the front now.
Yeah, that's a big gap as well. So great jump by Maxime Naz there to catch everybody off guard, and a little bit of off track there for Maniti, I think that was. So they have to be careful to not pick up too much dirt on their tires while they're still somewhat cold.
And this is then those behind, those that pitted, Movano, Delatras, running 4th and 5th for the time being, and like we mentioned, hoping to stick with them. Luka Wunsch is hoping to break away from Hunter McDaniel and the now Kei Koshube powered BS Turner machine, as Koshube back into the car after starting the race. Down out of the S's they will go. But with that Maniti helping hand, I think, that Luka Wunsch got initially at the start, he's been able to build a buffer. Flashes the light that the satellite racing cars that is battling for the lead in the GT3 category as well, but not going to get help into turn number 6 and 7.
Yeah, but also that Brabham looks a little bit slower now, after that restart, so a little bit of a pace problem now under pressure from the BS competition Turner car as well. So they have to be a little bit careful not to lose that second place, and look at how much that train has already built up. 5 cars in behind the Brabham. We might actually see a pass here for position.
And while they fight for the GT3 lead between Prestanda Nomad and Satellite, they are both cars that owe us pit stops, so don't expect them to maybe hold up Maniti too much. BS Turner slides on through at the chicane and now leads the queue down under the Fox Factory Bridge and back towards the line. It'll be 1.7 seconds the margin up to Luka Wunsch as they run their way into turn number 1, and that Maniti car still being held up, but I say quote-unquote held up. It's 2 GT3 cars with very light fuel loads running directly in front.
And they're obviously not gonna be letting Wunsch past here, because they are fighting for that lead right now. They're fighting for positions no matter what. They want to have that advantage over the other once they go into pit lane. So Wunsch is gonna really have to try to get past them.
Delatraz Automotive have been dropping back. They're now behind Delta V Racing, who have gotten up into the top 5. They'll be happy with their performance so far. But into the closing stages with the GTP leader still maybe thinking about fuel saving. Is Delatraz Automotive trying to run to a fuel target rather than to a lap time target? Luka Wunsch is still getting the draft to help from the Prestanda Nomad entry, as well as Ryan Robertson in that satellite racing car. These drivers probably have a good 10 or so laps before they are into pit lane, and as they swap around down into the corner, this is where it will check Luka Wunsch up back into the path of BS Turner and company. Well and truly in drafting range now, and Luka Wunsch tries to take advantage up the inside of Prestanda Nomad.
Oh, careful with that inside curb. Does manage to avoid it, so good job by Luka Wunsch. Just one more car to go, and look at that BS competition. Has already caught up quite nicely, and that's a very strong overtake.
That is the impetus that being the leader sometimes gives you. The recognition that sometimes there are moves that define the race, and was that one of them for the 178 for Maniti Racing. The 189 for BS Turner now has got to clear 2 of the GT3 contenders as they work their way out of turn number 5. Check in with the GTP cars as they get closer and closer to lap traffic. Here comes your race leader, Maxime Naz. He's got some cars behind him, but 2 seconds crucially to his teammate, second in class.
My left ear, I was all listening into the Mivano car, one of the cars that did pit in the GTP class under that last caution. Now we have them on screen, and from the onboards I was able to hear they are lifting, they are fuel saving, they know that they need those precious grams of fuel in their car, that they can make it on just that last pit stop.
And that wasn't just a little bit of fuel saving, that was a lot of bit of fuel saving going on there. So clearly there's an aggressive target that needs to be hit. It's a lengthy trip down pit lane, let's not forget. We're talking a good 25-30 seconds before you factor in pit entry and pit exit. However, it's going to be a slow couple of laps here. They're already about a second and a half slower in terms of raw speed. It's going to be about traffic management where maybe the difference is made between the two strategies that we see play out now in the closing stages of this one. The Maniti 178, if you're curious, hasn't been able to break away from those two GT3 cars. BS Turner still holds that margin at 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, which shows that these GT3 cars are really not that much slower than your GT3 Pro field. So good job by them. Obviously much lighter fuel, but also at the same time much older tires on those cars as we look. I think that is our leader. Yes, it is Maniti Racing in the Cadillac GTP car. They're not going to scream past all of these GT3 cars. Probably going to not overtake all of them into the chicane. But what will they do? Not many more laps left in the fuel tank. Maniti Racing needs to have a big gap here, because also let's not forget, out of pit lane they probably will not take tires, so they will have cold and old tires at the same time for the first few laps.
I think because it's a full, effectively a full service, I might gamble on tires if I was Maniti Racing. In fact, I would probably want to take tires. Cold conditions do mean that the tire should hold on relatively well, and as I think that was Maxime Naz actually getting passed by the Valorous Motorsports car, who unlaps itself, gets 1 of 5 laps back in this race. That's a crucial second or so that now Philip Schiff has been able to close in the sister number 17, and crucially is bringing Yao Vaz in the Orion race team number 46 along for the ride as well. Now, Yao Vaz did have a 60-second penalty to serve, and I don't believe that's been served just yet.
No, I don't think either.
I have to try and...
yes, I saw it. Yeah, no, it's still pending. It's still pending. 60 seconds for Yao Vaz. So he's most definitely going to be out of contention once he serves that penalty.
Well, let's look, by the way, at some drama in the opening sector of the lap, because you've got Alessandro Delatraz in the Delatraz Automotive car on the back of Delta V, racing down through the S as they will go. And as there's a big checkup in front of them, Delatraz gets run over by the Olympus car, and that's any hopes of victory put to bed for the number 8.
That's why they dropped so many positions all of a sudden. I did find the incident, but there we go. That's a bummer and a half there for Delatraz, looking so strong all race long. And just check up and caught in effect in behind. Nothing the Porsche can do on the worst brakes, being blindsided as well by the big Cadillac that is there.
And there was more than...
Oh my goodness!
Delta Sport appear out of nowhere, and Paceworks Esports, who this is the 243, the GT3 car, find themselves in trouble. And I think somehow, by some miracle, we're still under green. They're trying to make sure that we potentially finish this race under caution, but it's allowed Luka Wunsch to break away in the Maniti 178. He's 2.4 clear of Keika Shube, who's under pressure, not just from Brabham, but ATRS Esports and their Mercedes as well.
I mean, I guess it is Spooktober, but please, we don't need jump scares in sim racing.
The yellow flag is back out. We will not finish under this caution period. What it will guarantee is GTP cars can come into the pit lane and make it to the end of the race. It is, if I can do my commentator math correctly, 5 now cautions so far. Slow things down once more.
Question now is, though, who is... or what is the reason for this safety car?
I'm assuming it's because of that incident with Paceworks and Carl Modolf's Delta Sport car that was stricken. but I'm willing to be proven wrong. Let's see if we can A, grab a look at the replay, but B, figure out what happens to Karl Modhoff in the first place. Well, that doesn't tell us much, does it? Neither is this, I believe.
No.
So it's an internet disconnection of some kind. I think that's the part that we know for sure. And just ride with Stephen McCaffrey and experience the surprise that I'm sure he felt as well.
The problem is he would have been able to avoid that, but he had the GTP to his outside. I think that was the geodesic GTP that was to his outside, so he wasn't even able to avoid it.
I think you're right.
How unlucky can you be?
The black and gold is coming. Hydra Race Geodesic will pop to the outside, and
yeah, just to the wrong moment. He would have had the space, but
frustrating, I'm sure. But now it means it sets up a sprint to the finish without a shadow of a doubt. So 37 to go will become 36 at the line. Make it a maximum of, let's say, 34. It will take us a couple of laps to, I think, figure out if there are extra wave rounds needed. GTP cars will probably want to come down to the pit lane, which is not opened this time by. But yeah, it's going to be a sprint to the end without a shadow of a doubt.
So, question is, did Maniti, the 17, did they pit the last caution?
No, they are 34 laps into the stint.
Okay, good. So we have... Oh! We get notice from Race Direction. No pit lane opening.
Ah, this is the short yellow. I was curious about that. Wasn't sure if it was going to get used, but the pits will not be opened. Less than 15 minutes after the most recent restart. You know who doesn't like this?
Yeah, number one. I was gonna say, yeah, the number one does not like this. Everybody who pit on the last caution, they are now good to go to the end of the race. They can go full blast. Maybe they have to save a little bit, but they are most definitely good to go to the end now on fuel. Because these caution laps save so much fuel, even in GTPs, even in cars that don't use a lot of fuel, they still save massive amounts of fuel. So Mivano Sim Racing, probably your team to beat now.
Mivano Sim Racing are going to be paired up in collaboration with CrowdStrike Racing for a second consecutive year in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. They will enter a pair of these Acuras, and so it's some more good preparation for them, it would seem. Yeah, the caution is a heartbreak for Maniti Racing, you'd say, but given that there are only now 5 drivers left on the leading lap in the class, realistically, there's still a top 5 finish on the cards for the both of them. Orion Race Team still having yet to serve the penalty does also, I think, mean if Mivano Sim Racing stays out of trouble, they're guaranteed a podium.
Yeah, basically. But Orion is loving it that this is a short caution, because otherwise they would have had to pit now and then pit again for that penalty.
So how long do you have to serve the penalty again? Remind me, after it's been handed down. Oh,
that is a good question.
my brain's not firing right now, but I was trying to wonder if there was any risk of Orion having to serve the penalty before the end of the race and maybe having to then get a double penalty if they didn't serve it, but no such issues there. With 36 laps to go, even if I think we were to run every single lap under caution, we should still get to the end of this race before the deadline for them to serve their penalty.
Okay, so there we go. Time penalties must be served within 90 minutes after the team is informed about the penalty.
So 90 minutes. They were informed about the penalty. I've got to know.
And the 90-minute time window for all outstanding penalties resets at every restart following an SCP.
Oh, okay. So that also now has been reset as well.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
So from this point on, they would have potentially another 90 minutes.
Yes, just trying to make sure that I'm on top of all the different nuances of the rulebooks. It's great to have Stefan, who's capable of multitasking, on top of my multitasking behind the scenes. So, I did say it would be a maximum, I think, of 34 to go. I think that still holds relatively true. Let's quickly go through running orders for each of the respective classes as they slightly get jumbled up as the class split, I think, is happening right now. GT3 Pro, Maniti, BS Turner and Brabham, they still are 1, 2, 3 with ATRS, Visceral and Team Heusinkveld behind, but let's be real, this class has been thrown wide open. It is for anyone to take advantage of. But in your GT3 category, it is still the satellite racing team that are yet to come down pit lane that will restart as quote-unquote leaders, but there is some separation. There's the Orion race team car, second in class right now. Third in class is the Olympus esports machine with no front end. And Thomas Cope, well, you can see a couple of cars back from the 244.
Also, one thing I just realized, 5th place in the GT3 Pro class, that is satellite racing, the 164. They're going to have to serve a 20-second penalty plus a 40-second penalty because they failed to serve their 20-second penalty in the 90-minute window. So that is going to throw them completely out of this race as well in the last 35 laps of this race.
You remember what we were talking about earlier when it came to, you know, don't fail to serve a penalty. The other thing you shouldn't do is fail to serve a penalty that was for bad sportsmanlike conduct. So, yeah, I'm sure Race Control looking very, very favorably on that. But pace car's off and away. Stefan, are you ready to go?
I hope I am for what is coming up now.
So as Philip Schiff's dropped back, actually, there's been a mass reordering that has gone through the field. The second Maniti car is in 4th, but the lead Maniti car leads us to the line. It is back underway for the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, the second round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series, presented by Heusinkveld, and there is so much in terms of lap down traffic to talk your way on through. Mivano, of course, still you think in the best spot possible, and with some buffer to those behind. There is the lapped car of the Hydra-Ace Geodesic Racing to give them some separation as they file through the S's. But for your GT3 Pro leader, Maniti Racing already extending their gap at the front.
Yeah, and they need every chance that they can drive out of this field right now, because they are not racing against Orion, they are racing against the Mivano Sim Racing team, the number 3, 3rd place right now. They already have overtaken the 17 of Maniti Racing, so they are racing that black and red Acura.
So much going on across the classes. We'll try and keep an eye on your GT3 contenders as well, albeit the fact that they have somewhat separated themselves through this couple of caution cycles that we've had. Remember, short yellow means that no pit lane open for the likes of Maniti and Orion at the front of the field. So as they come to the end of the 42nd lap of the run, Maxime Naz is aware of the fact that in a handful of laps time, they will owe us a pit stop and be rolling down onto the lane. Behind them, Yao Vaz still runs his way through the S's section. Again, though, with a big penalty to serve and with the pit stop that will be owed as well, realistically, Delta V Racing are going to go from 13th on the grid to a podium spot if things play out the way that I'm expecting.
And it seems like Mivano is still fuel saving because they're losing positions hand over fist over lapped cars. So that is very, very interesting. I sure thought that they're going to be good on fuel, but apparently not. Mivano thinks otherwise, and so they're still fuel saving into the fast bits of this track.
That's rather intriguing to see. So fuel may be still a concern for some. Yao Vaz is down to pit lane, so he's going to have to top up with 33 laps to go. Will be a short stop, and we suspect that he will serve as penalty in this phase of the race as well. Meanwhile, ATRS Esports have dropped behind Team Heusinkveld and Jan Sentikowski. Remember, Sentikowski clattered the inside curb down through the final corner, hit the inside wall, and now might finish in the top 5 after starting in 17th position. If you need an illustration of what a crazy race it's been, there's the story to kind of work your way through. But it still could be even more because Luka Vancha's not broken away. Keika Shube's closing him down. Brabham Esports in the mix as well. With these drivers running as they are, Stefan, it's going to come down to traffic, I feel, as to who is left in the fight come the end.
yeah, most definitely it's all going to be about traffic here. Who can manage the traffic the best? Is it going to be the GT3s or the GTPs? And especially that number one, how good is he going to be able to do all of this? 6.2 seconds the gap is now, especially because of all the traffic that Timo Roeder has to manage now. Also getting attacked by the teammate of Maxim Natz, that is the Maniti Racing, the 17 in behind him. So double the trouble for him, but at least now he has some draft that he can save with that draft. But look at that.
That Acura just runs wide out of the turn 3 exit consistently. And seems to do it quite a lot, seems to just carry a lot of speed off the corner as well though, and it's remarkable to just continue to track that progress. Confirmation as well that the Orion race team are indeed serving their lengthy penalty right now. They've done a driver change. It's Ilkka Happala that is sitting there after Jauvaz hit the car in the caution period. But it's the team that committed the crime. It's the team that pays the penalty. Back over to the BS Turner machine. Keika Shube was flying in the early stages of the race, so was Luka Vunch, but with slightly different fuel numbers in the strategy in terms of how long they spent in pit lane. I'm wondering, is that Maniti Porsche having to save just a little bit of fuel to be comfortable to the end of the race?
Or might as well be. If I remember correctly, that Porsche is a little bit fuel hungry here, so might play a little bit of the role depending on how much they were able to put in as well. So the 178 seems to also not be out of it yet, and let's be honest, Keika Shube, we know that Kai is one of the fastest drivers out there, and before the caution came out, he was closing in very nicely into that Porsche as well. So maybe, just maybe, BS Competition here, a late runner-up to that first place.
See how it goes for them. Oh, there's some GT3 cars that look much worse for wear. That is Orbit, the race winners back in round 1. And now just continuing to have issues as Daniel Majoni in the Absolute Motorsport car is having his own issues in the Porsche. Back up towards the GTP cars where Timo Roeder is now having to fight with some GT3 traffic, all as the pressure builds from behind. You mentioned the fuel saving. Let's not forget that that's a car that has already been on track for 20 laps and counting and needs to go another 30 from here.
Maniti, the 17, into pit lane they go. So they were able to not extend that much their their stint length, but it's going to be interesting now for how long they're going to be in the pit stall, because that is going to be a good measuring stick for how long the number 1 is going to be stationary.
Let's take a look at the replay. What happened? Oh, as Satellite Racing's Pro car, I think, got turned on the nose of one of the Porsches, and then Prestanda Nomad mixed up Orbit with another hellacious hit. I mean, it kept going and it kept going.
Who was that GTP that did sneak by there? Was that the one of Maniti?
Let's check from up above.
It sure looked like a GTP sneaking by there as well, so it's all gonna be happening here side by side, up in front. Little bit of a check up there with a touch on that rear bumper, and then just extremely unlucky. Oh no, there's a pure Sims. There's Maniti.
I think that might have been that number 1 indeed. It might have also been Philip Schiff, because that did happen quite a few laps ago, I do believe, a lap or 2 ago, so maybe just before Schiff headed down on towards the pit lane to make his mandatory pit stop. Maxime Naz is now out there and 47 laps into the run. Surely will come into the pit lane in a couple of laps time and give the lead over to Movano Sim Racing, who do have to do a lot of fuel saving, but this is what I was mentioning when it came to Delta V. They came in, Stefan, in the previous caution that we had, did have to drop to the end of the line as a result, but they don't have to worry about fuel saving.
No, they don't whatsoever, so that is at least something good for Delta V. Maybe it paid out to do that, and obviously they also took tires here because it is basically free to take them there. But also, I did have a look on that number 17 while they were in pit lane, and they also took tires with their fuel. So also the 17 is going to be on the charge bag, but they're only now heading into the turn 10 chicane.
Interesting, yeah, so they took tires with a 27-second stop, so not full tank of fuel, but enough time to get the Michelin tires changed on the car, it would seem. Pure Sims up the inside of BS Turner, and now going to slide on through Maniti as well. It's half a second that splits the top 2 in the GT3 Pro class. They've broken away from Brabham, broken away from Visceral, left the rest of the field in the tire tracks. And with 30 minutes to go, these drivers realistically are probably looking 20 laps, something like that, to sort it out. If you're BS Turner tucked in behind, the next 10 laps, I think, are the important ones. 10 laps to figure out where that Porsche's slower and where you can make the pass happen.
Yeah, most definitely. It's all gonna be about finding out what your opponent is doing wrong, where you are strong, so that you can make the best of all of that. And just to give you an update, 43 seconds the loss was for the 17 Maniti in the pit stall. So 43 seconds, probably looking more towards 35 seconds for the number 1 Maniti that they are going to lose in pit lane in relation to Mivano right now, about 9 seconds ahead of their second place rival.
Riding on board with BS Turner as the traffic just continues to scamper past. There's not much fuel saving going on there for Keika Shube. That was what I was kind of wondering about. And BMW that spent 10 seconds longer in the box than Luka Wunsch the last time by will know that there's potentially less worries in terms of the amount of fuel that they need to carry for the next 30 minutes officially now. Crossing the line once more. Maxime Naz is almost onto the 50th lap of the run, but shows no signs of slowing. Has in fact grown the gap to those behind as he flies out of turn number 5. If Mivano Sim Racing is having to do 109s and 110s to save enough fuel to get to the end, that's what, 2.5 seconds a lap, Stefan, that they're losing just on pace?
Yeah, sort of, yeah. That is what they're losing. So it's gonna be super close, I think, to the end for Maniti to be able to catch up to Mivano right now. I think advantage Mivano going into the last 25 laps of this race. How much longer can Maniti stay out? Seems like they're hugging the inside, and they sure are. So here we go, Maniti into pit lane, last time for them.
26 laps. Is there going to be a call to take tires? We are about to get the a sense as down the pit lane for the final time this GTP machine rolls. There's just now Pure Sims, I think, who will owe us a pit stop. Everyone else will be done and finished with the strategy cycle, but we'll keep an eye on them. As up on the jacks indeed, it's going to be tires and driver change. Interesting. Tom Hooper is going to get in, and now as Mivano have scampered around back to the lead, I don't think either of us expected this.
No, most definitely not. Maybe they were tied on driver time as well. That could be a possible thing. Because I wouldn't be surprised if they are now losing time here. Oh, maybe they're losing time. Maybe it's just about good enough that they're not losing time with the 30 seconds that they're going to have here on the driver change.
I don't think so. Here comes Philip Schiff, and he should be able to blast around and retake a podium spot away from Maniti. So now these drivers 43 seconds off of Timo Roorda. That's the margin that they've got to close. 27 minutes to go, without a shadow of a doubt. Advantage Mivano Sim Racing.
That is huge. That is extremely huge, because the 17 was about 10-12 seconds behind the number 1 when they entered pit lane. So somehow that number 17 Maniti gained 10-12 seconds on the 1 to overtake them after their pit stop. So either the 17 had some monstrous laps in the past few laps since they were out, or the 1 just had a super slow pit stop. So very, very interesting how that is going to play out, because this is now 40-second advantage for Mivano.
Yeah, I think this is where if they have enough fuel, the race is theirs. If they don't have enough fuel, the race is Maniti's, and it's between the two teammates who are now fighting effectively for now for a final step on the podium, hoping that fuel woes up the road will keep them in contention. They are also 35 seconds off the back of Delta V Racing. I don't think even that is a margin that's going to get closed on, even with the speed that both of them have. So we can focus then on GT3 Pro. We can focus on Maniti, on BS Turner, pulling away from Brabham all the while. And two of the very best in the GT3 cars getting ready to show us what they're made of, Stefan.
Yeah, most definitely. So 44 seconds, the gap is between first and third. I don't think that they're going to be able to catch up 2 seconds per lap on Mivano here, so probably that is done for them. Maybe they're going to catch up to second place Delta V Racing, but it's all about that GT3 battle, as you said.
How close are they as well to various incident points and various things like that? Got to make sure that you are keeping within the bounds and confines of the track. Now, both of the machines look relatively clean, although we do know, of course, that both of them have had their ups and downs. One in terms of just losing out on strategy in the case of BS Turner. Luka Wunsch literally being around up at the top of turn 3 all those laps ago. Back over to your teammates in Maniti colors, as now they come together.
Oh, no.
There's contact with Lucas Lang, I do believe. Philip Schiff had nowhere to go. Tom Hooper had nowhere to go as well. And now the big green machines come together.
Oh, Philip Schiff, that is a rookie mistake to do, and that car is very broken as well. So might even have a safety car now triggered because that car is stranded.
It's not going anywhere. He's trying to get it out of the gravel, but you can see spooling things up, and with 22 laps to go, it's not going to end the race again. But what it does guarantee is if you're a Movano Sim Racing fan, get ready for a white knuckle ride to the end, because if the caution flies as we suspect, it's going to be a wheel-to-wheel drag-out battle for the win in all 3 of our classes.
Oh, a little bit of a 3-wide situation there as well, and there we go, safety car.
As suspected. And so, Benny, the pace car driver, gets the call for the 6th time today. We are definitely making some sort of records when it comes to the number of cautions that we've had. Not the type of records that we want to be setting, just to be completely clear. But yeah, let's... I think the best thing to do, first look at the replay, is going to be riding with Tom Hooper, because he would have been blindsided, Stefan. No perspective of what was happening.
He's blindsided by a Porsche ahead of him. He sees the Porsche, and then he sees another Porsche facing the wrong way. The green machines come together. How unfortunate. At least he's able to go past it all. Doesn't seem to damage either, but yeah, just unfortunate for that second Maniti car, the number 1.
Is there contact? Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
I was wondering, like I was trying to give some benefit of the doubt. So look rearwards over the shoulder as we drop down under the final corner and to the line. How optimistic is this? And the thing to remember is those GTPs are so committed. The GT3s are not as committed by any means.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Philip just... Either he didn't anticipate that the GT3 is going to be this slow into turn 1, or he just didn't anticipate that he's going to be able to close in this fast onto the GT3 back. But most definitely a miscalculation there from Philip Schiff, and yeah, it is what it is.
I'll take you back to something you said, by the way, in our RaceSpotTV chats behind the scenes. It's been a relatively clean race so far if we look at the safety car periods. If you, the first 2 hours in isolation, just from the results, you would think they were clean. There was plenty going on, but safety cars have picked up in action since then.
Yeah, most definitely. I most definitely feel a little bit like a curse for safety cars in this season of IVRA right now, as that is a slow 164. Don't tell me they ran out of fuel.
I think this is just waiting to be picked up by the pace car, potentially, and to drop behind to some point in the line. Yeah, I sure hope so as well. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, okay, they're speeding up again.
Let's do this game once more. So we're on to the 21st lap. Well, we're about to come to 20 laps to go. I'm not sure if this is
a long safety car period.
This shouldn't be a quick yellow from my understanding, which means I think 16, 15 to go is what we're looking at.
Probably. I mean, we're getting wave buys, we're getting everything right now, so...
We're about to see plenty, I think, of chopping and changing. Well, we've got 20 laps to go, and handful of them will be completed under the safety car, but unlike the real iRacing, the real world Petit Le Mans, no such concerns, I think, about us hopefully finishing under safety car conditions as well. Hopefully the drivers can get it all sorted and keep it all clean in those closing stages, because there are some fun championship fights to look at. And the one thing that I'm not so sure about is Satellite Racing and the GT3 AM definitely owe us a pit stop. They are 46 laps into the run. Where are they going to fare after coming down pit lane?
Yeah, most definitely. I was trying to look at... No, sorry, that was the other... That was the 164 that had the penalty still.
Yeah, we're
satellite racing.
we are struggling to keep track of everything that's happening right now in
Yes.
the race control sheet, because I think the last that we had updated you was that basically some penalties were having to be reserved, and now suddenly we've got 45-second penalties and things coming in, and a whole slew of incidents for race control to look at.
Not gonna lie, I didn't even know there was a 45-second penalty. So, that's something new. Today I learned.
That's a penalty for the 221, the Olympus
Yeah, that was the rusty
Esports.
spatulas.
Ah, okay. The Olympus Esports car, by the way, has it found a... No, it's still missing the front splitter on its Porsche.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure that they hadn't magicked up a new front end from Germany and flown it over in time. There are currently 7 different things being investigated by race control. They've got... We genuinely might finish under safety car here, I feel.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No. It is always like this. Safety car periods always take priority in IVRA. So all of these penalties or protests are going to be in the back burner right now. And if they don't get through all of these protests, they're just going to hand out post-race penalties.
Sorry, I misread one of the incidents, and I thought the timestamp was during the safety car, in which case I thought it might end up resulting in a reordering of things. You're right, all of these incidents, including one, by the way, reported that had 5 different cars involved in it. We know which one that was. It was the one out of the S's that we watched a replay of just a handful of moments ago. All of these were before the caution, so yeah, these will be things that race control works their way through. I haven't seen a message that pit entry is going to be open this time by. The lights are still on the pace car, so we shouldn't expect anyone to dive on in, although there's only a handful of cars that really need to make pit stops.
Yep, most definitely. And I think we were just on the cusp of either being within 50 minutes of the last caution, or just being outside of the 15 minutes since the last caution. I can't talk today. So I think it was super close with those 15 minutes since the last caution that we had. So like I'm measuring just about 16 minutes. So very lucky or unlucky, the way you want to view it, that we didn't have a short caution here.
Yeah, no, this is frustrating for some. For Mivano, it's perfect.
Yeah, this is what they wanted. They did gamble on 2 cautions, and what did they get? 2 cautions. This is perfect for them. They most definitely are laughing at everybody who didn't pit.
I mean, you say laughing, but at the same time, it could have played out in a very different way, and the field could have been laughing at them. But these are...
And that's endurance racing.
Exactly. This is what makes it so magical, and it's why safety cars make it so unpredictable. They mean that you've always got to be ready. Similarly, you've got to be ready now if you're Brabham Esports, I feel, because you can see there's a prototype in between them and the top 2 in class. They will get, of course, cycled back the GTPs to the front before we go and restart. Brabham are still in the mix. Visceral are in the mix. But the important thing for them is going to be making sure they don't let the top 2 split themselves away from the field in the first lap of the restart.
Yeah, so as we said just a few laps ago, most definitely they're out of this race for first place. All of a sudden, Maniti, hey, hi there. Yeah, we're back. Not in the way we wanted to, but yeah, all of a sudden the one fighting for first once again, and this time around they're actually on the better strategy at the same time because they have fresh tires. Let's not forget about this. They're like 3-4 green flag laps on that tire, so it's basically still a sticker tire that they have on their car, whilst Mivano, sorry, they are nearly 40 laps into their stint with this tire.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because I'm reading some of the chat going on in YouTube, and as one of the lapped cars is going to peel off to the lane, pit entrance is officially open, so this is the sign that we are getting ready to restart. Miguel Vigo says, Acura OP, Scott Michaels jumps into defenders, Mivano and CrowdStrike teammates. Nah, Mivano OP.
Yeah, I would say so.
We'll let them sort that out between themselves, you know?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, we had a very dominant Delitrust team that were on the Cadillac.
True. Well, yes and no, because they, you know, at the start of the race, they weren't necessarily in contention, but once they got to the front, they never really looked like they were in danger of slipping up.
No.
But yeah, realistically, we had 4 top running cars from 4 different manufacturers. As it stands right now, it's Acura, BMW, Porsche, and Cadillac, so still 4 of 4. Although 16 GTP started on the lead lap. Stefan, we're down to just 3.
Yeah, the big side.
Yeah, Delta V Racing, as mentioned, boy, are they going to... If Movano's smiling from ear to ear, Delta V is smiling from the edge of the face, if it can go even further, because started down in 13th spot, have not had an easy day by any means, are guaranteed right now, as long as they see the checkered flag without going off the track, a podium finish, and all the points that come with that.
Yep. I think they're 7th right now in the standings after Sebring, so most definitely, either way, this is a very great round for them if they can manage to survive the last, what will we have, for 15 laps of racing?
Something like that, probably, because we aren't going to see the race restart this time by, I would suspect. We haven't had the class split just finished. I think that might be undergoing right now, so lights should go off on the pace car next time by, and we'll be ready to go once more. You can see the green and red numbers on the left side of the screen indicating movers and shakers. Yes, there are plenty of double-digit gainers in podium spots, and as Fraser Williamson does correctly point out, that BOP doesn't really mean too much when you have just 3 cars left on the leading lap. Attrition has been such a big part of today.
Yeah, exactly. BOP is good, but the problem with us having only 3 cars remaining on the lead lap is that the drivers themselves, BOP themselves. So, yeah, you always have to see both sides of that medal, and in this case, it's not that the cars are just that much faster or slow, it's just that there were so many incidents with GTPs that they all had to come down pit lane one time or another to serve some damage.
Yeah, Vaz, this is F1 Monaco 96 all over again for the GTP field. He's probably watching on as Ilka Happel is now 4th in that Orion race team car and wondering how they'll go in their Cadillac V-Series. Of course, the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing team. They've just headed down to the pit lanes, I think, to top off on fuel to get to the end of this race. They're 9 laps down. At one point, they were 12 laps down. It's the safety cars that have brought them back into play slightly. It doesn't sound great, an 8th place finish, but given you were, around on the opening laps of the race, this is what endurance racing spirit is all about, and it's why these safety cars are such an integral part of the IVRA community, Stefan. It gives the teams, the drivers, something to fight beyond what we typically see in an iRacing special event, which is just a sprint from the green to the checkered flags.
Yeah, most definitely, and with Charles saying that this is Monaco 96 all over again, which, by the way, a race I love, that would mean that Julian Plummet would win this race, because 96 also won a Frenchman.
Ooh, wow. So there could actually be proper storylines to talk through now. Are the lights off on the pace car? No. Yes!
No. Yes.
Right on cue. Ready to go. 16 laps. Who comes out on top? That's the question. In GTP and GT3, we've talked plenty about the players there. We haven't had a chance to touch on the GT3 drivers so much. As it stands right now, Orion Race Team and Jason Dillon are on top, with the Rusty Spatulas then actually quite a few cars behind in the mixed-up, jumbled order. Ezequiel Esports 3rd, and Satellite Racing, of course, just had to come down pit lane from the lead, so they find themselves in 4th positions. GT3 is still up for grabs, GT3 Pro is still up for grabs, and GTP is very much left to be taken. What a wild race it's been so far, and you never say never, we could still see some safety cars out to slow things down. It's Timo Roorda in the Movano number 3 that paces the field, though, into the final corner. We've already had a couple of checkups, though, slightly further back, and you can see there's some jumbling going on as I think that was Austin Young tries to catch up to the back of the GTP field. We're racing, though, once more at Road Atlanta, down out of the final corner, and now, potentially, 16 laps of the checkered flag to settle it all. Movano's Timo Roorda tries to break away as Delta V Racing, held up by Delatraz Automotive, maybe held up as well by Pure Sims. The breakaway builds for the number 3.
Yeah, it was a good start by Delta V, but they just didn't have the speed there as the Ultras just completely flies past them into turn 1. Not that good for Delta V, but let's be honest, they probably didn't even expect themselves to be this high up in the order in the first place.
If they hold on to where they are, they will be thrilled in the result that they have right now. Back over to the GT3 Pros, where, yep, it's the top 2 that are trying to break away, but Luka Wunsch is not bringing Keika Shube with him initially. Take a look, by the way, at the replay and what was happening further back in the field as they got ready to go.
Don't tell me. Please don't.
Yeah, no, I tell you. A little bit clumsy. Gerard Caroni and Emil Vimbo in the Orbit and Satellite cars getting the worst of the damage, I would feel. But outside of that, relatively tidy start, all things considered. And because we've only got the 15 laps to run, Stefan, we're only getting 1 cycle through of traffic.
Yeah, but that 1 cycle could be extremely crucial as well, as I think there's even now a stray, if I see that correctly, a stray GT3 car in the midst of the GTP field. However, that did end up there, we don't know, but most definitely will put a little bit of a spacer in between all of those GTPs now.
Rommelfanger had to come down in the Deutsche Payment 187 to the pit lane for a drive-through penalty there, so I'm guessing that might have been for hitting the incident limit that we had touched on slightly earlier, but out of turn 7 will come the train getting checked up behind Delta V Racing, and now it's because Maniti Racing's #1 is in the fight to get up to 2nd, and these are valuable points. They'll want to make sure every spot they can get is up for grabs. Timo Rohde looks safe with the fuel in front. Maniti's #1 searches for 2nd.
Yeah, and they're gonna get this maybe on the next turn here. Look at that, already Maivano 5 seconds up the road.
Nicely executed switchback there, but Tom Hooper's not alongside through the final corner. Just allows Julien Plumet to hold on for the time being. That gap just continues to grow, and it's going to be exactly what Movano will want with the cycle of traffic that lies in front of them. Margins behind to play with rather than cars in the rearview mirror lurking large. BS Turner trying to hold on to Luka Wunsch, and Brabham Esports, Visceral, Team Heusinkveld, all trying to follow as well. These drivers are on the limit right now. These are the clean laps they'll get before the traffic plays its part.
Yeah, most definitely probably just 2 or 3 laps to go until the GTPs are gonna catch these guys. So every single centimeter that you can drive out to the opponents is gonna matter here once the GTPs come storming past you. How is this going to play out? The battle for 3rd place still is on in the GT3 Pro class. Brabham, it looked like a very nice contender for the win. Most definitely not anymore. How is that Porsche going to hold up though?
Yeah, the balance of that Porsche will have very much changed over the course of the race. Remember, this car had gone around after being up towards the front and fighting with the likes of Luka Wunsch, but for Beck and Jasir, this will be at least some redemption to be able to bring this car back up into a decent spot, all things considered, as they run their way down the back straightaway. Track map will show that the GTP contenders are working closer and closer to the back of the GT3 field. Maybe this lap at the run into the chicane final corner, Timo Rohde will be on the back of them and working their way on through. But outside of that, it's a long way before the rest of the GTP field will start to make its impact on the race leader. Tom Hooper still is yet to find a way past to 2nd.
Yeah, seems like the tire advantage of the Maniti not as big as we thought maybe compared to the others. Obviously Delta V and Maniti has been out much longer on those tires, but it seems like they have been able to manage them very well with all this fuel saving. Obviously you're also saving the tires because you're not leaning on them as much, especially on the braking and under acceleration. But look at that, Tom Hooper just not getting the drives he needs.
Remember, it's a new compound of Michelin tire that they had to develop for this GTP era. For 2025, I think it is, we'll have a new spec tire with a lot of the learnings from the first 2 years of the cars being out there and competing. So these are tire compounds as well that in the next handful of years, iRacing will change to match the evolution in the real world, and well, potentially with rain on the horizon as well. We're not just talking rain compounds, but soft, medium, and hard. The various compounds that the drivers have to contend with at various different tracks around racing calendars. Into the traffic, and now all being checked up. It's 5 seconds still between 1st and 2nd, but as they work their way past the Olympus Porsche with no front end, the Orbit Ferrari with no front end as well. It's all for second. Plumet, Hooper, and this time the Maniti car with a great run out of turn number 7, and surely gonna have a look into the chicane.
Yeah, but look, that BMW just too strong on the top speed against that Porsche. So once again, the Delta V is able to hold off the storming Maniti car in behind, and traffic once again plays a role here, getting held up. Oh, this could be crucial for Maniti.
Into turn 1, there's a bit of overlap, and as they pass Prestanda Nomad in their Ferrari, bowled around the outside for Julien Plumet, and then cutting back underneath one of the GT3 machines. Just about squeezes through. Tom Hooper makes sure to leave the room required. But are they going to go either side of a GT3 car down into the S's? No, they're not. It's Tom Hooper that grabs second, and Delta V are down to third.
Yeah, but this is not yet done. Look at how close that BMW is there. You can't even see the grill of it. How is this still going to play out? I don't think that Delta V is done yet. They have the BMW advantage down the backstretch into turn 10. Can they make use of it, or is Maniti done and dusted?
Remember, the BMW got a good 18-19 kilograms of weight to add as part of the balance of performance adjustment. And as they run their way through more of the GT3 contenders, look at them in front. The Kramer Racing Racer team, they're fighting for 14th in the GT3 Pro category. They've got to watch these drivers sailing around the outside and now working in towards the final sector of the lap. Timo Roorder, 5 seconds still clear at the front. It seems as though Maniti versus Delta V for second, the best that they can hope for.
Yeah, but everything can change quite quickly. It's just half a second. They would have to gain per lap to have a shot at the turn 10 chicane to be able to go for that victory, Maniti. And look at this, the fresh tires most definitely looking good already, and oh, traffic now gives and takes us away. That is incredibly frustrating for Delta V, but the good thing is also Maniti did get held up, so only one car length right now, the disadvantage.
But there's a couple of cars now between them in through turn 6, and oh, that Fury Simsport car almost got turned. Mitchell Ian Green would have been very, very nervous as Julien Plumet sent it up the inside, but Plumet out of turn 7 now tries to re-establish his presence in the draft of the number 1 machine that will try and pull away. We'll see how they go as they're working their way to the very top of the GT3 Pro field. Luka Vonch has broken away. Keika Shube has broken away. Hunter McDaniel under pressure as Beckham Jasir searches for third. That final spot on the podium with 10 minutes or so left to go. What a fight back it's been from the 196. Hunter McDaniel has been in that car now though for about 90 odd minutes or so. Almost 2 full stints, and is up to speed and not going to relinquish it without a firm defense. The Ferraris were very strong in the iRacing Petit Le Mans. It's looked very strong here today as well.
Yeah, most definitely Brabham taking the most out of that Ferrari, and look at that, Mivano getting stuck in behind them for the S's. The gap immediately melted down to just 5 seconds after being 5.5 seconds already, but Maniti now getting held up as well. 6 seconds, the gap once again is losing a full second through the S's. This is incredible. It's
so tense at the end, I tell you. If you're on the pit wall, you'll be tense. If you're behind the wheel, you'll probably be even tenser. Here's a look at the replay. Delta V Racing searching around the outside and just running into the grass by themselves. I think that's any hopes of second put to bed.
Yeah, they lost a few positions there to lapped GTP cars as well, so that's not going to help their cause either. Yeah, just that one decision, Delta V Racing. You don't want to go around the outside of GT3s ever, especially with them being side by side already themselves. So yeah, just in the heat of the moment, wrong decision and all that lost.
Split-second decisions make the difference at this level, and especially in traffic, which is the one thing that you have absolutely no control of. We have no control over the fact that there are still 10, yes, count it, 10 different incidents that race control is currently working their way on through. The results in 8 laps time may very well be provisional, although I do feel as though for each of our respective class leaders, not much drama for them to be worrying about. And Mivano clear at the front of GTP, Orion Race Team clear at the front of GT3. It's just the 1.5 seconds between Maniti and BS Turner in the GT3 Pro that's keeping us close and keeping us honest in these closing stages. It's Beckham Jasir still searching though for a way past Hunter McDaniel as they run out of turn 7 into the back straight. Ferrari gets a good drive off the corner once again as they close up in the draft.
This might be the first good opportunity, but Ferrari always strong in a straight line. There's another 2 GTPs going past. Will this be the moment with the GTP to the inside? Yes, he thinks.
Opportunity to slide it on through. McDaniel sees it coming, tries to block pass, but off the run out of the final corner. It's going to be the dive down the hill, and Beckham Jasir just setting up the arc. This is going to be into turn 1 as the Cadillac for ATRS Academy works on through. Hunter McDaniel forced to slightly go defensive, cover the inside. No move just yet.
Porsche never that strong out of a slow corner, so he tried the switcheroo, but it didn't work out with just not having the horses under himself out of that slow chicane.
Wondering if there's been more dramas for those behind, as out of turn 3, puff of smoke and Simufy just in front of the Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward car. Racer, German Sim Racing and Door Academy make up the rest of the drivers in this little battle pack, but it's all come after German Sim Racing and Simufy came together through turn number 1.
And Simufy once was one of the contenders for first place in the GT3 Pro class as well.
Yeah, and this seems to be a battle that was brewing out of that final corner to the line. Simufy on the inside, and it was a bit of a send from quite far back.
Just a little bit too deep, running across the nose of German Sim Racing. They're unlucky for both of them.
And it means now that Simufy leads in this queue for 10th, but with the pressure building, you see defensive lines being taken by some. German Sim Racing watches Door Academy try and go the long way around. Paul Lange not going to be able to make it stick, and now tries to get the better drive off of the corner once more. Because you're running up the hill on power down, you can sometimes compress the car and get a bit more greedy on the throttle, but didn't seem to play out as expected for any of the contenders there. BS Turner and Maniti Racing are still separated by just the 1.3 odd seconds at the very front of the field, but Brabham and Visceral still the closest fight for a podium spot.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the GTP class, it all seems done and settled. Maniti Racing not getting closer whatsoever to Mivano. Gap now up to 8 seconds, and the gap down to Julien Plumé is now 15 seconds between first and himself. So that seems like the top 3 positions in the GTP class is all settled, so we can fully focus on the GT3 Pro class.
And not just GT3 Pro, we should as well point out that GT3, there are some things going on. Especially in terms of strategy. Orion Race Team are onto the 41st lap of the run for them. They are very much running up against the fuel limit for their car, as are the Rusty Spatulas team. But outside of that, it's the fact that Satellite Racing, after coming down pit lane in the most recent cycle of pit stops, are now defending from Zekaril Esports, the Romanian esports squad. We saw both the BMW and the Porsche in their own various little bits of drama. I think that's going to be the case for the post-race report for every single team. Involved in drama, the only thing that differs is the end result.
Very much so, that is going to be the case. You just have to hope that you're not part of one of those incidents that is being under review still in the last 5 laps, and obviously also after the race. So we'll have to see how this is all going to shake up things in the end.
Yeah, we've got 4 to go, which will become 3 the next time that your race leader heads to the line, which, as he works through the S's for Team Aurora, 7.5 seconds the margin behind, can now afford to be quite comfortable with the fuel game and how much time is being burned off the clock, and how much time is being burned with the traffic as well. Yeah, the timing of the cautions has been such a unpredictable thing, and it was those decisions with strategy that in GTP, in GT3, have been the defining factors. And in GT3 Pro, it's the only way that some teams have been able to reinsert themselves into the mix.
Yeah, it most definitely seems like if you would be playing Dungeons and Dragons, it would be more predictable what is going to happen than what happened with the last few cautions in this race. So yeah, good, just incredibly good stuff by Mivano to predict it the right way. It was a 50-50 chance. It could have gone their way, it could have not gone their way. It most definitely did come their way, and they are smiling ear to ear because of the gamble having... Oh no.
Are we going to finish under caution? German Sim Racing, Kramer Racing, both in Porsches, both stationary on the pit straight.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, we're not going to get any cautions anymore because we're within half an hour to the race finish.
Well, that car has jumped straight back to the pit lane in German Sim Racing's case. The Kramer Racing car going to trundle around. And Paul Lange has just brought the Door Esports car to pit lane as well. So three GT3 machines getting tangled up through the final corner. And Stefan, we've seen this plenty of times before.
It's probably going to be a curb jump. Oh, no, it's not. Just GSR turning in too early for the Mercedes being there on the inside. Oh, my goodness.
Now, did this get set up slightly earlier? That's the RaceR Mercedes. That's a bit slow off the corner and now down under the bridge to the apex of... Oh, they actually make contact before they even get to the curb.
Even before, just too much of a turn in for the GSR Porsche there, and that's why they made the contact, which on its own, this crash already really heartbreaking for everybody involved. What's more heartbreaking is there was 3 laps to go.
And they all... We're not going to score top 10 finishes, but we're going to get decent points on the board. So that's where the frustration might be building for them. 2 laps to go, though, indeed, and it's going to be 2 laps to go in this... 1 lap to go, excuse me, at the line for this battle with Beckham Jasir and Hunter McDaniel, because you'll notice out of the final turn 7, just at the back of the shot, there's your race leader. Movano Sim Racing, Timo Roeder is going to come by and take the white flag this time by, and leave Beckham Jasir just 1 more lap to get it done, to get on the podium.
Yeah, I had a quick count. They were fighting for 12th, 11th position there, so just outside the top 10 as well. It's a really heartbreaking story for everybody involved in that crash.
There goes Roeder under the Fox Factory Bridge, and white flag in hand. We will see 1 lap to go at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in the second round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series, presented by Heusinkveld. Of course, no major fight at the very front of any 3 of our classes. It is still close between Brabham Esports, between Visceral, as they get a little bit more close as a result of the traffic. Not so close up front, though, in the GTP Pros. Maniti and BS Turner looking like they'll stay as they are.
Yeah, most definitely seems that way. But this time, Movano not with a clean sweep of the race, because they did not lead, if I remember correctly, at the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, I mean... Again, I've been in the chair and in the booth for every single minute of this race, but if you asked me what had happened, I'd probably just tell you a lot, and then we'd leave it at that, because I've run out of memory inside my hard drive in my brain to compute everything that we have seen today. That has been the level of unpredictability that we have seen. Beckham Jasir wants to try and throw 1 more moment of unpredictability into this, though, as into the final corner. He'll fight for 3rd, but out of the final corner.
No.
It is going to be Movano on top with a strategy call that plenty will be talking about. They are victorious in the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. It's Luca Wunsch that grabs the win in the GT3 Pro category, and you did see it inset in your shot. Tangling up through turn 10A and 10B. Beckham Jasir grabs a podium spot. Hunter McDaniel for Brabham Esports demoted to 7th at the end of the day.
And you know, if you want to talk about the drive of the race, most definitely Luca Wunsch and that Maniti Racing 178. They were after a contact down to 20th position, about 90 laps to the end. And to come back from that and win is incredible.
It's a victory as well for the Orion race team. Started on the outside of the front row and will be thrilled after an up and down day for the GT3 machines as well. Rusty Spatula's 2nd, and then Satellite Racing 3rd. I mean, we'll talk to some of the drivers in the aftermath of this one. I can only imagine some of the things that they have experienced and some of the emotions that they have. They'll have a full month after this before we go racing once again. And so Timo Roeder celebrates with a full victory lap. See if he burns it down in victory lane with some donuts as well. He's going to head to the main straightaway and celebrate in style. Another chaotic IVRA endurance race into the books. It's Movano Sim Racing on top in the GTP class. We'll grab a look at the race results and then dive in towards some post-race coverage as well, chat to some of the drivers. Acura, Porsche, BMW and Cadillac all represented in the top 4, but ultimately BOP rather meaningless when it's strategy that plays itself out. Movano on top, Tom Hooper in second for Maniti in the defending champion machine, while Delta V Racing, after starting down in 13th, climbed their way up double-digit spots onto the podium in a historic result for them. Ilkka Happila and Yao Vaz for the Orion race team. Even a 60-second penalty couldn't stop them from grabbing 4th in an attrition-heavy day. 3 laps down for Daniel Croft in the Pure Sims Acura with 4 Cadillacs behind them. Valorous, Hydrarace, Geodesic, Delatraz Automotive, and Satellite 67. It's Deutsche Payment Esports in their 87 machine that come across the line in 10th, with the Maniti Racing, Satellite Racing, ATRS Academy, BS Competition, Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, and Trek Esports rounding out the 16 GTPs that took to the green. We split the GT3s up, of course, into pros and into their regular class. It's 8/10 the margin between Maniti and BS Turner at the end after a remarkable amount of racing between the two of them. Beckham Jasir grabs a podium spot for Visceral, but Race Control will surely take a look at that. And maybe Jan Sentikowski for Team Heusinkveld, after qualifying all the way down in 17th spot, will get that Ferrari up to 3rd. Guillaume Levesque for Lease Esports will be frustrated that the car didn't get filled with fuel in the closing stages, mandating an extra trip down the lane, while ATRS behind them and the second of the Mercedes entered machines. It's then Brabham in 7th after the closing lap drama, SimCity Racing, Delta V Racing, and Simify Esports, the rest of your top 10. Going down to 11th, you find Leonardo Marquez for the RaceR Esports team, in front, just in front as well, of Fury Simsport, and then Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, Satellite Racing, and Paceworks Esports, the rest of your top 15. Paceworks, another team that got slightly caught out by the timing of some of our cautions. Kramer Racing dropped to 16th in the closing stages, 1 lap down for Orion Race Team, Echelon Simsport, and the Deutsche Payment 187. 2 laps down for the Dori Sports Academy Mercedes, which was involved in drama with German Sim Racing in those closing laps. Karl Modov, the 22nd finisher in class, in front of the second Maniti car, Pure Sims, Impulse, and the Hydrarace Geodesic Racing entry, that 162. Last but not least, it's the Orion Race Team, winners in their 244 of the GT3 category, and in front of the Rusty Spatulas by a full almost 13 seconds. Satellite Racing grabbed 3rd after putting it on pole in their BMW, while Zekeril Esports 4th at the line. Prestanda Nomad and then Olympus Esports 5th and 6th positions, with Thomas Cope coping well with no front end to bring the Porsche to the end. And David Barraclough had a bit of a tough day in the 281 across the line in 7th, in front of the Paceworks at 243. And then Archer Brothers will be frustrated, 9th, the best for them. Absolute Motorsports Asalith were 10th in the 212, in front of the Orbit Motorsports, a race-winning entry at Sebring, of course. Maniti, SRN, and United Simsport round out the rest of the running order. I think we do have a handful of the drivers getting ready to chat with us for some post-race coverage. Always good when we get the insight directly from the drivers. And so we can head down to the GTP winners, where Timo Roda is standing by with a chat, I'm sure, predicated on strategy. Timo, talk us through what was going through your mind in those closing stages, knowing that you needed cautions to fall in your favor for the strategy to play out.
Yeah, I mean, we tried a lot with the strategy. It was always gonna be hard to make the strategy work. We had to save like 7 laps more than usual. I think I could have done it, but it would have been very close with Maniti. Because they were faster, they didn't have to fuel save. Yeah. Definitely, they're definitely the safety car, especially the first one that helped us, because it only was a short one. The second one, I don't think it played too much into our hands, because it just closed the field a bit more, and we already had the fuel anyway. So,
gotcha. That explains a little bit more. Talk to us about the balance of the Acura then as well, because qualified the car down in 9th position. I think Marcus had to fight forward to 6th in the first couple of hours, and then once the strategy sort of played itself out, you were up towards the front. How did it feel compared to the Cadillac, to the BMW, and to the Porsche?
Yeah, I think we struggled a bit with the pace in qualifying especially, and the first stint especially. But mainly just because we were doing it safe, and we just didn't want to get any penalties. I don't think we ever got a car contact in the race. Just trying to stay clean. The deck, especially in the last stint, I think for me it felt quite good. I don't know about the pace really. But yeah, I think keeping the car clean was one of the most important things in the race.
Hey, no car contacts after that. 246 laps of racing sounds like an achievement in and of itself. But congratulations on the victory, Timo. Congratulations to Marcus as well. We'll see you in just over a month's time over at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, thank you.
Timo Rohde victorious with the Movano sim racing effort in the GTP category. Now we can step on down to the GT3 Pro class, though, where Stefan Schlacker is ready to chat with Luca Wunsch.
Yeah, and Luca there for the 178. First of all, congrats on that impressive drive back through the field. I mean, that must have been quite the setback for you guys once you got spun out and basically put back to the back end of the GT3 field. How was that the last 90 laps for you guys?
The last 19 laps was just trying to give everything, drive every corner perfect, and yeah, we've been a bit upset with the incident with German sim racing in the lap, but I think it was more or less also my fault because I wanted to fight back the P1 with Gabi, and then all just came together and then the incident happened.
Yeah, so a little bit unlucky there in the end, but let's be honest, driving from basically 20th to the to first place in about 90 laps of the race, that is incredibly impressive, and that is like an achievement in itself here. Not only winning, but also coming from so far back, basically beaten and already counted off this race. Most definitely those cautions must have played in your hands then.
Yeah, of course I have to say it was a good drive from me, but it was also a bit lucky. We got luck with the safety cars, so we got from like P10 to P2, then to P1, and then I just had to try to stay ahead of BS competition. But yeah, it was a great race.
Most definitely. Now, before we let you off, next round, Watkins Glen, what can we expect from the 178 outfit there?
I think we will try to do the same as here. Try to get as many points as possible, and hopefully we can win there.
As the song goes, all they do is win, win, win. Luca Wunsch, thank you very much for your interview here, standing by with us. And yeah, congrats, and we'll let you off celebrating now with your teammates this impressive victory here at Road Atlanta.
Thank you guys. Have a good evening. Ciao, ciao.
Always great to catch up with those winners. Don't see the Orion Race Team 244 standing by to chat with us, unfortunately, and so unfortunately we aren't going to get to chat with them, but what we can do is look forward to what I think is going to be a chaotic race at Watkins Glen. 2 races in America down. Sebring and Road Atlanta have treated some very well, I'm sure, maybe some others not so nicely, and the home of the 6 hours of the Glen. Let's add 2 more hours of racing on top of that.
Yeah, most definitely. Watkins Glen is going to be a much different beast, much more faster than Road Atlanta on the average speed, but also much heavier on the tires with all the big turnings that we have, especially in the boot. Not forget the carousel that we have. But I think the biggest iteration will be the inner loop chicane that we have at Watkins Glen, because that might create a little bit of carnage.
And of course, that then will lead us into an almost 2-month hold before we go racing again. Interlagos, Spa and Fuji. Not sure how much the cars will be updated, but that's something that the teams will be worried about, because Stefan, of course, first couple of weeks of December, week 13 scheduled, a new iRacing build, and plenty of question marks as to what's going to be changing.
Yeah, and maybe we'll even get some new cars. Who knows what will happen there? Most definitely some worrisome times for these guys.
And that, of course, will all build us towards the closing stages of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series presented by Heusinkveld. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta has treated some teams better than others, but it is with, I'm sure, a lot of relief that some drivers will see this track in the rearview mirror, some still focused on next weekend, and one more blast around this fantastic facility. 2 races now complete, though, and 2 very unpredictable races. We'll see you next on the 25th of November here on RaceSpotTV for the 3rd round of the IVRA Endurance Series. But for Cameron, Roger, for Stefan Schlacker and the entire team at RaceSpot, my name is Arjuna Kankipati, signing off and saying so long from Road Atlanta.